Sherlock Holmes at Hogwarts. Hello again, dear adventurers of the multiverse. Thanks for joining us once more on this epic journey. Remember, this story is pure science fiction from our wild imagination. So don't go trying to summon dragons in your backyard. The rights of this amazing novel belong entirely to its original author. We are only the narrators. Do you want more adventures? Show some love to our YouTube channel with a subscription and a like. And if you want exclusive content, our Patreon is waiting for you with open arms. Chapter 201 Dead or Alive. Not interested, Sherlock remained motionless on the bed, speaking lazily. You're not going. Harry was somewhat surprised by Sherlock's answer. My friend, whether in the Muggle world or the Wizarding world, there should be a boundary between the dead and the living. It's just that in the Muggle world, the living cannot communicate directly with the dead. Oh, I thought you would be interested in something so novel. You have a point, but since you've already agreed to go and see for yourself, just tell me what you see and hear when you get back, okay? Although somewhat surprised, Harry didn't think much of it and stood up to walk towards the door. As he walked, he said, I'll go ask the others. I think the reason you agreed so readily to Nick is because you had a pleasant chat with Miss Zhang, right? Just then, Sherlock suddenly asked out of the blue. Yes, actually, thinking about it now, I really made a rather hasty decision. Sherlock, answering instinctively. Harry then realized what Sherlock had just said. He stopped abruptly, turned around, and stared at his older brother in shock, stammering, how did you know? Seeing Harry's expression, Sherlock finally sat up in bed. Now, my dear Harry, you have to admit you're surprised. I am indeed surprised, Harry said slowly, sitting back down, looking bewildered. He had indeed met with Cho Chang before meeting the nearly headless Nick. Although he hadn't intended to hide it from Sherlock, being found out before he could even tell him had genuinely surprised him. I should have you write this down and sign your name. Why? Because in 5 minutes, you'll say it's too easy. I certainly won't, you know, my dear Harry. Sherlock stood up abruptly and paced around the dormitory, speaking in the tone of Professor McGonagall lecturing a class. To make a series of inferences, and to make each inference dependent on the one preceding it, is in itself a simple and straightforward thing, not difficult at all. But if I remove all the inferences in between and only announce the starting and ending conclusions to my audience, I can get a stunning, perhaps flamboyant effect, just like you are now, Sherlock continued, his gaze sweeping over Harry from head to toe. So when I saw you walk in, dressed in your clean uniform and beaming, I assumed you had just met with Miss Zhang. It wasn't hard to deduce. I'm sorry, I really can't see any connection between the two. Yes, on the surface it seems not, but I can tell you the close relationship right away. Tell me, the key missing link in this very simple chain is, first, your clothes were unusually dry and free of any mud when you returned. This contrasts sharply with the other Gryffindor Quidditch players who returned from training with you half an hour earlier, who were soaking wet and covered in mud. Second, there was a very faint trace of magical energy on your collar. Combining this with the first point, I speculate that this was a trace of a cleanse or whirlwind sweep spell, but this is not your usual method. Third, you still have a lingering warm-up charm on you. This is also not your usual method, further confirming the first two inferences and leading to a new one. Fourth, you are not good at hiding your emotions. When you entered, you radiated a different kind of energy than usual, although your face showed some fatigue. The corners of your mouth unconsciously turned up, and a hint of joy remained in your eyes. Fifth, your pupils slightly dilated and facial capillaries dilated, a typical physiological reaction resulting from the combined effects of adrenaline and dopamine. Sixth, after spending so much time with Nick Wilde, you still smell of jasmine perfume, which forces me to point the clues to a specific person. Finally, when all the coincidences point to the same inevitability, the answer becomes as clear as a solved Rubik's Cube. You encountered Cho Chang, the Ravenclaw girl from the east, in the corridor, and her kindness and magic saved you from becoming a moving quagmire. That's too easy, Harry blurted out. See, I knew it. Sherlock looked a little displeased. Every problem becomes very simple once it's explained to you. Ahem. Harry's expression was somewhat embarrassed. Just 5 minutes ago, he had indeed told Sherlock that he would never say that. Clearly, he had broken his promise. Having come this far, he could only force a change of pace. I was thinking of going to the common room to find Ron and Hermione. Do you want to come along? No, thank you. Just tell them I'm not going to Sir Nick's nearly headless birthday party. It's a death anniversary party, my friend, a party in a spacious underground classroom. with a ghost band performing. To me, there's no difference between the two. Okay, Sherlock's words made perfect sense, and Harry was speechless. Soon, Harry found Hermione and Ron in the common room and told them about Sir Nick's nearly headless 500th birthday party. A death anniversary party. When Hermione heard the news from Harry, she immediately became excited. I bet not many living people can say they've ever been to one. It must be quite a strange thing. Only in situations like this would Hermione's adventurous spirit be ignited, making her seem like a true grave finder. Otherwise, she usually gave the impression of being a well-behaved, model student. Ron was doing his potions homework, or rather, copying Sherlock's. It was a real headache. Sherlock's homework was always wildly imaginative and unconventional, and Ron always had to rack his brains to understand what he'd written. Hearing Harry and Hermione talking, he looked up excitedly. Deathbed party, dancing with ghosts. That sounds so cool, but he hesitated for a moment, then looked at Hermione. But Sherlock isn't going. Even so, are you going? Of course I'm going, Hermione said, both embarrassed and annoyed. She glared at Ron. What does it matter to me whether he goes or not? Harry and Ron exchanged a glance and shrugged. Everything was understood without a word. Hey, what's with those expressions, you two? Hermione saw their expressions and immediately became angry. Nothing, I'll go ask someone else. Seeing the situation was getting out of hand, Harry quickly made his escape. Ron still had homework to do, so he turned to Hermione, forcing a smile, and said, I mean, you're absolutely right, that's brilliant. Hermione turned her head away, annoyed, ignoring him. Ron, meanwhile, hurried to finish his potions homework. He didn't have much time left. On the other hand, although Harry was indeed the savior of the wizarding world, skipping the Halloween party to attend the ghost's death anniversary party was entirely voluntary. After asking around, only Neville and Ginny agreed to go with him. Neville wanted to repay Harry, Hermione, and the others for their help in recent classes. Besides, like Harry, he wasn't good at saying no. Ginny said it was to keep her sixth brother company. But judging from the way she kept glancing at Harry, it was clear that her real intention wasn't to go. Time passed quickly, and Halloween Eve arrived as promised. Only when the moment truly came did Harry begin to regret it. He shouldn't have so hastily agreed to let the nearly headless Nick go to the death anniversary party. Meanwhile, the rest of the students at school were happily attending the Halloween party. The Great Hall was decorated with live bats, as usual. The giant pumpkins Hagrid had planted earlier had been carved into lanterns, large enough to seat 3 people. There were even rumors that Dumbledore had booked a skeleton dance troupe to entertain everyone. In short, the festive atmosphere was much stronger than last year. Compared to that, dancing with ghosts and watching a ghost band perform seemed less impressive. A promise is a promise. Seeing Harry seemingly having second thoughts, Hermione reminded him imperiously, you said you'd attend the death anniversary party. Since you've promised, you have to keep your word. Harry, seeing he was in a bind, looked pitifully at Sherlock, his eyes pleading, Sherlock, are you really not going with us? No need. I'd rather attend a feast of the living than the dead. Hearing Sherlock's unwavering refusal, Harry sighed deeply, looking at him with resentment. What a heartless man. But just before they were about to leave, Sherlock suddenly added, I suggest you bring some food. Harry was startled. Why? He suddenly had a bad feeling. Ron, looking utterly bewildered, said, Sherlock, are you worried the ghosts won't entertain us? Almost headless Nick isn't that kind of person. Ha 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 ha. Sherlock ignored Ron's silly grin and turned to Harry. My dear Harry, you should remember I told you there should be a boundary between the dead and the living. A ghost's dinner might not include food for the living. He then turned to Ron. My friend, even if they invited you, based on my understanding of ghosts, they probably wouldn't even consider this. Harry and Ron's expressions changed drastically upon hearing this. Ron, in particular, froze on his face. Chapter 202 Hermione departs, Gemma invites. It was Halloween Eve. Ron stared at the pumpkin-themed food on the table, his face a picture of inner turmoil. He looked and looked, hesitant to speak, then hesitant again. Seeing his best friend's expression, Harry couldn't help but elbow him. Ron. What are you doing? Ron's expression shifted several times before he finally took a deep breath and made a difficult decision. I'm not going. What did you say? Harry, Hermione, Neville, and Ginny all looked at Ron simultaneously. Harry and Neville looked surprised, while Hermione and Ginny looked disdainful. Once he had actually said what was on his mind, Ron felt a sense of relief. Sorry, After thinking it over, I still think Sherlock is right. Compared to the ghost party, I'd much rather attend the school party. I think your real purpose is the food at the party. Ginny looked at her sixth brother with a look of utter disappointment. Running away at the last minute was just too embarrassing. Ginny, maybe you shouldn't go either. Didn't you say you were going to keep me company? Ronald, if you're going to be a deserter, you'd better not drag your sister down with you. Ron was interrupted mercilessly by Hermione before he could finish speaking. Exactly. Ginny also decisively grabbed Hermione's arm. I won't be a deserter. She even stole a glance at Harry as she spoke. Ahem, it's just a party. Why are you bringing up deserters? Ron muttered. Actually, he knew that what he was doing wasn't right. But the scene Sherlock described, just thinking about not having anything for a living person to eat made Ron shudder. Good heavens, that was terrifying. In the end, Harry, Hermione, Neville, and Ginny, at 7 o'clock in the evening, just before the Halloween party was about to begin, walked through a doorway toward the underground classrooms. They followed Sherlock's advice and brought some food and drinks. Better safe than sorry. Besides, based on past experience, Sherlock's deductions had never been wrong. As they headed towards the crowded Great Hall, Harry glanced back. It was brightly lit, candlelit, and the tables laden with the golden platters. It looked incredibly tempting. He finally let out a long sigh. I regret it. Hermione also turned to look, her gaze fixed on the Gryffindor table. Only Neville and Ginny followed closely behind Harry and Hermione, never turning back. Once the four had left, Ron approached Sherlock. Sherlock, wasn't I a bit too much? Too much? Sherlock looked at Ron, a hint of surprise in his eyes. Why would you think that? I promised to go, but then I went back on my word. Look, even Ginny looks down on me. Everyone has the right to choose, my friend, Sherlock said quietly. And besides, it was Harry who promised Nick, not you, right? Hearing Sherlock's words, Ron straightened his back immediately. Harry Potter was the one who promised Nick he'd attend the Halloween Eve party. What did that have to do with Ron Weasley? Realizing this, Ron's gaze towards Sherlock changed. This was his true brother. The Halloween feast arrived as scheduled. The entire Great Hall was beautifully decorated with pumpkins, and the various pumpkin-themed foods emitted an enticing aroma. This made Ron once again feel that not attending the ghostly Halloween Eve party was a wise decision. The skeleton dance troupe hadn't arrived yet, so Ron simply grabbed a chicken leg in each hand and started wrestling with it. After finishing the chicken legs, he turned to the side and began fighting with a pumpkin pie. In the heat of the battle, a shadow suddenly loomed over his head. Ron frowned and looked up. A tall, beautiful girl with a unique air stood before him. Gemma Farley, a sixth-year Slytherin student and also the female prefect of Slytherin. Ron suddenly understood and immediately looked to his side. Undoubtedly, the other party was there for Sherlock. Gemma was indeed there for Sherlock. But she didn't neglect Ron either. Long time no see, Sherlock, and, little Weasley, she winked at them and greeted them separately. Gemma and Ron's brother Percy were both prefects, and they were fairly familiar with each other. The problem was that Ron's relationship with his brother Percy wasn't very good. Perhaps because of the festive atmosphere, Gemma Farley looked even more beautiful and charming than usual today. Ron was stunned for a moment before replying, "Hello, Prefect Farley." As for Sherlock, he said truthfully, "Not long ago, we just saw each other a week ago, Gemma, Ron, as expected of you." Gemma Farley was beautiful and talented, and as a Slytherin prefect, she inevitably attracted a lot of attention when she stopped at the Gryffindor table. Sherlock naturally didn't care about this, but Gemma frowned slightly. Hearing Sherlock's usual blunt answer, she could only suppress what she was about to say, leaving behind only "I'll wait for you over there" before gracefully departing. She didn't tell Sherlock where they were to meet. Sherlock, with his abilities, would surely understand her meaning. Hearing Gemma's words and watching her leave, Ron felt a sense of déjà vu. It was as if the same thing had happened before. Stimulated by the delicious food, his memory became much sharper, and he quickly recalled. This scene had indeed occurred. It was that Saturday morning when Harry punched Malfoy. He was just like now, observing the drama, when Gemma Farley came over and called Sherlock away in front of him and Hermione. Hermione was very unhappy about this and even complained to him. Unexpectedly, just a week later, Gemma had struck again on Sherlock. Even more coincidentally, he was still observing the drama this time. "No wonder you said you saw her just a week ago," Ron looked at Sherlock with a sudden realization. But saying that is a bit, well, that's just how you are. He originally wanted to say that Sherlock wasn't good at talking, but then he realized it would be pointless, so he simply gave up. By the way, are you going to see her? Ron wasn't surprised to see Sherlock standing up. After all, Sherlock had done the same thing last time. Gemma had won twice, so Sherlock could too. Sherlock nodded to Ron and then left the Graffinder table. It's really hard to understand why a guy like him always gets girls coming to him, Ron remarked, then focused his attention back on the delicious food in front of him. For him, food was far more attractive than pretty girls. At least that was the case at his current age. Just as Gemma had guessed, Sherlock easily found the meeting place she had prepared for the two of them. It was the same soldier's armor where Sherlock had found Gemma hiding last time. Miss Gemma, is it still about Malfoy that you called me out this time? Sherlock, call me Gemma, okay, Gemma. Gemma frowned slightly when she saw Sherlock get straight to the point, pointing out a flaw in his form of address. Sherlock, however, seemed unconcerned. He simply called her that because Gemma had said so. You, never mind. It seems you won't be at ease until we finish discussing the important matter, Gemma sighed. She had indeed come about Malfoy, but it wasn't just about that. In fact, even she wasn't entirely sure what her true feelings were towards Sherlock. She had been trying to ascertain this through repeated interactions with him. But given the current situation, she decided to prioritize business over personal matters. As a prefect, she already knew about Harry hitting Malfoy on the day he did. Based on her understanding of Flint and Malfoy, even without being present, she could guess what had happened. However, out of caution, she still sought out Sherlock only after clarifying the facts. Malfoy's actions severely damaged Slytherin's image and also hurt Crabbe. I wasn't there at the time, so I couldn't punish him immediately. It's alright, he's already been punished. You mean the punch Harry gave him? But Graffinder also lost points because of that, and Harry himself was put in detention. My friend was prepared to bear the consequences before he acted. Sherlock, I'll have Malfoy apologize to Harry and Crabbe. I don't think that's necessary. I think it is. Will Malfoy listen to you? He's already agreed. At this point, Sherlock showed surprise for the first time. Oh? Then I'd like to ask what reason you gave. Gemma was very pleased to see the surprise on Sherlock's face. She placed her hands behind her back, leaned slightly towards Sherlock, and said with a smile, I told him that if he doesn't want to end up like that little monster Flint, he'd better listen to my advice. I really didn't expect to have such a strong influence over Malfoy. Sherlock, you underestimate yourself a bit. How so? Through my conversation with Malfoy, I discovered that his fear of you runs deep. Every time you're mentioned, he becomes very uncomfortable. Especially when I hinted that Flint's fate last semester was because of you, he immediately agreed to apologize to Harry and Crabbe, even though he had been insisting on his own way. Sherlock, Gemma's statement clearly indicated that she was convinced that she was responsible for Flint's attack last semester. Flint got what he deserved. He was taught a lesson by the righteous people. What does that have to do with me? Gemma winked at Sherlock. I didn't say it was you, did I? What I mean is, when I asked you to find the killer who attacked Flint, you refused. If you had agreed then, this matter could definitely have been resolved satisfactorily. If you are listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means it was downloaded and re-uploaded without effort. We warmly invite you to visit our channel, Fanfic World. There you will find the original version of this story and many other novels of various genres. We look forward to seeing you dive into a world of incredible novels. Chapter 203 The Secret Chamber has been opened. Gemma knew Flint had been beaten by Sherlock. Sherlock knew Gemma knew he knew she had beaten Flint. Gemma knew Sherlock knew she knew he had beaten Flint. Yet, she pretended not to know that Sherlock knew she knew he had beaten Flint. Sherlock and Gemma exchanged a glance, both understanding each other implicitly. Just as Gemma opened her mouth, about to say something more, a scream suddenly rang out. No, Sherlock and Gemma froze, then spoke simultaneously. Argus, Filch. After speaking, they looked at each other, both seeing surprise in each other's eyes. Sherlock was surprised that Gemma could identify Filch simply by his voice. Gemma was surprised by Sherlock's way of addressing Filch. Filch's full name was Argus Filch. But not many people knew this. As someone who consistently ranked among the top 3 least popular at Hogwarts, most people only knew him as the school's janitor. Gemma, as the prefect, knew Filch's name was Argus, but she wouldn't address him that way. Yet Sherlock did. Interesting. Her gaze towards Sherlock became increasingly intriguing, and she smiled at him. I'm going to take a look. Do you want to come? Let's go. Without hesitation, the two made their decision. They walked and talked about their opinions. The sound seemed to be coming from upstairs, to be precise, the third floor. How did you figure that out? Just experience. That's like saying nothing. Hey, there are so many people over there. The two moved quickly, turning a corner and arriving at a corridor on the third floor as they spoke. Based on Sherlock's experience, this place was usually empty. However, at this moment, it was crowded with people. Sherlock glanced at them and realized that these students had just left a banquet, full and satisfied. But now they were clearly attracted by some strange sight in the middle of the corridor, and were all tiptoeing forward to squeeze through. Let's go in, Sherlock said decisively upon seeing the scene. Gemma nodded. At this moment, Gemma's status as a prefect came in handy. With her help, Sherlock easily reached the middle of the corridor. Sherlock glanced around and immediately became excited. This was clearly the crime scene. Harry, Hermione, and Neville stood alone in the middle of the corridor, looking particularly out of place. The corridor was already packed with students who had just left the Halloween party, and the noise was deafening. Sherlock's gaze swept forward, and he saw a large puddle of water on the ground, gleaming coldly in the dim light. Most striking was the wall. Something seemed to be shimmering on it. Sherlock took a few more steps forward. Between two windows, about a foot above the ground, a line of writing was scribbled. The burning torchlight cast an eerie glow. The Chamber of Secrets has been opened. Beware of those who oppose the heir. Sherlock raised an eyebrow, his gaze continuing downwards. When he saw the true form of the dark figure, Sherlock understood why he had heard Filch's voice earlier. It was Mrs. Norris. However, its condition was terrible. Its tail dangled from the torch stand, its body stiff as a board, its eyes white and staring straight ahead, its appearance indescribably eerie. It hadn't been a short time, but Sherlock had observed all this in less than 3 seconds. Of course, this was just the beginning. More clues needed further observation. You killed my cat. Just then, Filch roared and charged at Harry. You killed it. I'll kill you all. Without hesitation, Sherlock rushed forward, placing a hand on Filch's shoulder. The previously aggressive Filch was forced to stop abruptly. To him, Sherlock's hand was incredibly strong, so incredibly strong. Just one hand was enough to immobilize him. Calm down, Argus, Sherlock. The moment Sherlock appeared like a divine intervention, the eyes of Harry, Hermione, and Neville, who had been completely helpless, instantly lit up. Only they knew how wrong they had just been. First, they had attended a terrible ghost festival. If they hadn't listened to advice and brought food and drink, their situation would have been even worse. At least they weren't hungry. But they never expected to encounter this situation on their way back. Due to the suddenness of the incident, the misunderstandings of their classmates and Filch's furious accusations left them helpless and unable to defend themselves. At this crucial moment, Sherlock appeared like a divine intervention, stopping the crazed Filch in one fell swoop. The shock to the three was unimaginable. Especially Hermione, who, being a girl, had tears welling up in her eyes without her realizing it. At this moment, Filch, who was being restrained, turned around and was shocked when he saw who was holding him. Sherlock, it's you. It's me, Sherlock said calmly. Argus, if you want to know who did this, the best choice now is to stand still and do nothing. Is there any need to ask? It's clearly them who did it. Filch glared fiercely at the 3 members of the Hannah group. I don't think so. Of course you would say that, because they are your friends, Argus. Sherlock suddenly interrupted Filch sharply. If you want the real murderer to go unpunished, then continue with this nonsense. All the students present looked at Sherlock in surprise. Even the older students had never shown such an attitude towards Filch, the administrator. At this moment, Sherlock's actions were tantamount to reprimand. You must know, that's Filch. He's someone countless students hate to the core but are powerless to do anything about. Sherlock actually dared to directly accuse him? And even after his Lady Loris had been murdered? He was incredibly brave. The young wizards had even imagined Filch's furious outburst the next moment. But to their utter surprise, after hearing Sherlock's words, Filch paused, then lowered his head. A moment later, he looked up at Sherlock, his eyes filled with hope. Mr. Sherlock, please promise me you'll help me find the murderer. Okay, he had actually calmed down. This was outrageous. That was my original purpose. Sherlock smiled slightly, releasing his hand from Filch's shoulder, then turned to Gemma, who had already walked to his side, and said, "Gemma, please organize the others to protect the scene and tell them not to approach here for now. I'll be done soon, don't worry, leave it to me." Sherlock's sudden action of rushing out to restrain Filch had completely caught Gemma off guard. However, she had already reacted and stood beside Sherlock. After hearing Sherlock's words, her gaze swept across the crowd, immediately locking onto Percy and Penelope. Not many people knew that these two were dating. Gemma was one of them. Despite her apparent animosity towards Penelope and their often strained interactions, their relationship was actually one of both rivalry and friendship. The rivalry wasn't that of enemies, but rather healthy competition. This is why Penelope and Percy, soon after starting their relationship, proactively told Gemma about it. The three young wizards Filch considered suspects happened to be Gryffindor students, making Percy, as a Gryffindor prefect, a prime target for handling the matter. Gemma, Percy, and Penelope, the three prefects, joined forces to suppress the young wizards trying to rush to the center. Everyone watched Sherlock begin examining the scene. They watched curiously as he paced back and forth on the ground. He would sometimes stop, sometimes crouch down, sometimes lean close to the wall, sometimes stare thoughtfully. However, his attention was mainly focused on the line of writing on the wall and the deceased Mrs. Loris. Only when he was examining these two things did he take out his magical magnifying glass and measuring tape. When he saw her hands roaming over Mrs. Loris's body, Filch briefly considered stopping her. But for some reason, he stopped abruptly. Sherlock's reconnaissance was shorter than expected. He stopped in less than 5 minutes. "All right, there's nothing more to see at the scene. Now we need to ask the parties involved some questions," Sherlock said, looking at Filch. "Argus, good news, it's not dead." What? Filch looked at Sherlock in surprise. Not only him, but everyone present stared at Sherlock with shock. Especially the three of them, Hannah and his companions, who were the first to be instructed. Several students in the crowd wanted to question him, but shrank back under the stern gazes of Gemma, Percy, Penelope, and others. "I said, Mrs. Loris is alive," Sherlock said calmly again. To be honest, if the situation didn't prevent it, he would have loved to dissect Mrs. Loris. The inside of such a petrified animal's body must be quite interesting. Filch was clearly very agitated. He looked at Sherlock, his lips trembling. "Sherlock, are you sure? Although we don't yet know what caused Mrs. Loris to become like this, her vital signs are still present. I'm absolutely certain of that." After saying this, Sherlock looked at the crowd again. "Dear teachers, could you provide me with an office?" Chapter 204. So here's the question. Upon hearing Sherlock's words, all the students in the corridor followed his gaze. Dumbledore, McGonagall, Flitwick, Sprout, Professor Snape, and others had appeared in the crowd at some point. This greatly surprised most of them. When had these teachers arrived? A bright glint flashed across Dumbledore's half-moon-shaped glasses. He and the faculty had been there for a while. However, everyone's attention had been focused on Sherlock, who was examining the crime scene, so few had noticed them. Even those few students who did notice them were instructed by him to remain silent. Unexpectedly, it was Sherlock, who was completely absorbed in examining the crime scene, who had spotted them much earlier. Hearing Sherlock speak, Dumbledore almost instantly walked to the wall with the writing on it. His gaze swept over the words on the wall, and then he removed Mrs. Norris from the torch holder. "Sherlock, well done, well done," Dumbledore said softly, then looked at Filch. "Come with me, Argus." Having received news from Sherlock that Mrs. Norris was not dead, Filch's mental state was much more stable than before. So, hearing Dumbledore's words, he nodded slightly. Dumbledore then looked at the other key figures. "And you, Mr. Potter, Mr. Holmes, Mr. Longbottom, Miss Granger." Dumbledore's words did not surprise anyone. As parties involved at the scene of the crime, Harry, Hermione, and Neville naturally followed Dumbledore to explain the situation. As for Sherlock, needless to say, he had already taken control of the entire scene in that short time. He even suggested changing the location for further questioning. Well, Dumbledore's gaze swept over the teachers, finally settling on Professor McGonagall, Minerva. Since Professor McGonagall became headmistress of Gryffindor, she had been working in a small study on the second floor of Hogwarts Castle, one of the closest offices to here. Given that these students were all graph-finders, Dumbledore instinctively wanted to go to her office. However, before he could finish speaking, Professor Lockhart hurriedly stepped forward. "My office is the closest to here, Headmaster. It's upstairs. You can." Dumbledore paused slightly, then remembered that the Defense Against the Dark Arts office was indeed on the 3rd floor. He nodded slightly. "Thank you, Gilderoy." Hearing Dumbledore's words, the silent crowd immediately parted to let him pass. Professor Lockhart, very excited and beaming, hurriedly followed behind Dumbledore. Professor McGonagall briefly exchanged a few words with the other professors, then followed with Professor Snape. "It was like this last Halloween, and I didn't expect it to happen again this year." Professor Sprout frowned as she watched the prefects organize the students to return to their dormitories. She was naturally referring to the troll incident on Halloween Eve last term. Professor Flitwick also shook his head. "Hogwarts has finally been peaceful for so many years since that person left. Could it be?" At this point, both of their gazes turned to the words on the wall, then they looked away at the same time, exchanging a glance. The Chamber of Secrets, for Harry and Hermione. This was their second time in Lockhart's office. Especially Harry, whose nearly 4 hours of replying had left a deep impression on him. However, this time, as they entered Lockhart's dimly lit office, a commotion suddenly arose on the wall. Sherlock's gaze swept across the office, and he saw several photos of Lockhart hurriedly hiding, their hair still adorned with curlers. At that moment, the real Lockhart waved his wand and lit the candles on the table. Harry, Hermione, and Neville exchanged nervous glances and quickly sat down in the chairs out of candlelight, their eyes fixed intently on the important figures present. Their gazes also frequently drifted towards Sherlock. Unfortunately, Sherlock seemed preoccupied with surveying the office and didn't seem to notice them. This caused the three to look away with some disappointment. Meanwhile, Dumbledore placed Mrs. Norris on the polished table and began a thorough examination. His long, crooked nose almost touched the fur on her body. His piercing eyes examined her closely through his half-moon-shaped spectacles, his long fingers gently poking and prodding here and there. He examined her meticulously, no less so than Sherlock had just done. Professor McGonagall bent over, squinting as she looked closely, her face almost touching the cat's. Professor Snape didn't approach. He stood behind Dumbledore and Professor McGonagall, half his body hidden in shadow, appearing sinister. Sherlock noticed the strange expression on Professor McGonagall's face. He seemed desperately trying to control himself. Filch, upon entering the office, slumped into a chair beside the desk. Although Sherlock had just stated that Mrs. Norris wasn't dead, seeing Dumbledore's current state made him tense again. He covered his face with his hands, afraid to look at Mrs. Norris, lest Dumbledore utter, "She's hopeless, give up." Lockhart, the office's occupant, hovered around Dumbledore and Professor McGonagall, offering advice. "I remember something very similar happened at Vergadog," Lockhart rambled on. "A series of attacks occurred, detailed in my autobiography. Fortunately, I provided the inhabitants with various amulets, which solved the problem quickly." As he spoke, the photos of Lockhart on the wall nodded in agreement. One even forgot to remove his hairnet. Noticing his reaction, Sherlock raised an eyebrow slightly. Just then, Dumbledore suddenly looked up at Filch, who was covering his eyes. "Argus, Mrs. Norris isn't dead, really?" "Headmaster," Filch jumped to his feet, looking at Dumbledore with surprise. "Just as Sherlock said, its vital signs are still present. As for its current state, it's because it's petrified," Dumbledore said, his gaze sweeping over Harry, the other two. "But I don't know the specifics right now, ask him," Filch shrieked, turning his tear-stained face towards Harry. Dumbledore frowned, not immediately asking Harry, but turning to someone else. "Sherlock, what do you think?" With Dumbledore's words, everyone turned to Sherlock. Gilderoy Lockhart looked particularly surprised, seemingly not expecting Dumbledore to seek the opinion of a second-year student. Sherlock stated calmly and firmly, "They didn't do this, or rather, they couldn't have done it." Hearing Sherlock's words, Harry, Hermione, and Neville all breathed a sigh of relief. To be honest, although they were all second-year students, Sherlock's words gave them a sense that the matter was settled. Dumbledore nodded as well. Indeed, second-year students couldn't have done this. It would require extremely advanced dark magic. Even so, they must be involved. Filch spat as he spoke, his fat, sagging face turning purplish red. Hearing this, Sherlock looked at him, stared at by those gray eyes. Filch suddenly shrank back. "I mean, it might be related to them, Otherwise why would they be there? While everyone else was surprised by Sherlock's influence over Filch, a sinister voice spoke up. How is the great detective about to put on another show? It must be said that Professor Snape's talent for being sarcastic was exceptional, on par with his potion skills. However, Sherlock was completely unaffected. He glanced at Professor Snape and calmly said, "Not a show? Just a reasonable deduction." "Another deduction? Then why don't you let the great detective explain to us why your three little friends were there at that time? Everyone was attending the Halloween party, why were they the only ones going to that corridor?" He deliberately emphasized three little friends, as if implying that Sherlock wanted to exonerate Harry and his friends. Sherlock remained unmoved. "Professor Snape, I can certainly explain this. A week ago, my friends were invited by the ghost Sir of Gryffindor to his anniversary celebration." He didn't shy away from Professor Snape's mention of the three friends, readily admitting it. Harry and Hermione also eagerly began to explain that they had attended the anniversary celebration. "Yes, that's right, hundreds of ghosts came, they can prove we were there." Then here's the question, however, they were interrupted by Professor Snape before they could finish. "But what happened after that? Why didn't you attend the celebration?" Professor Snape's dark eyes gleamed in the candlelight. "After the so-called anniversary celebration, why did you go up to the corridor?" Hermione and Neville both looked at Harry. Seeing this, Sherlock's eyes flashed, and he immediately had a guess. Because, Harry cautiously glanced at Sherlock out of the corner of his eye. There was naturally a reason for going up to the third-floor corridor. The problem was that he felt even if he gave that reason, it wouldn't hold water. So he could only come up with another excuse. "Because we were tired and wanted to go to bed early." Chapter 205 I am the principal. "Don't you need to eat dinner?" Hearing Harry's words, a smug smile flashed across Professor Snape's gaunt face, as if he had already seen through everything. "I think the food the ghosts provide at the party is probably not suitable for the living." "Hermione, we're not hungry." "Harry, we brought enough food." "Neville," his voice was very soft, Snape didn't hear what he said. "You went to the ghosts' party and brought your own food." A hint of surprise appeared on Professor Snape's face, who had always been so confident. Shut up." Professor Snape abruptly turned his gaze to Neville. "Mr. Longbottom, tell me, what's going on here?" He wouldn't listen to Harry and Hermione's explanations because he saw that those two were too cunning. Not to mention Sherlock was there to cover for them. But Neville was different. It wasn't just Lockhart who thought Neville was a badger who had infiltrated the Lion Pride. Any professor who knew Neville even slightly shared this thought. Because Neville shuddered under Professor Snape's sinister gaze. Deep down, he harbored a secret. The thing he feared most in the world was none other than Professor Severus Snape. So when Professor Snape questioned him, he stammered, "Sherlock, before we went, said what?" "He told us to bring food." Neville managed to get the words out. Professor Snape abruptly turned to Sherlock. The latter shrugged. "See, dear Professor Snape, you're not the only one who thought of that." "Snape, degree." Seeing Sherlock so brazenly confront him, Snape flew into a rage. Before he could erupt in anger, Dumbledore sensed something was amiss and spoke first. "Filch, Professor Sprout recently acquired some mandrakes. Once they mature, they can be used to make a potion that can bring Mrs. Norris back to life." "Severus, we'll need your help then." "I'll make it," Lockhart interjected. "I've made it 100 times already. I could make a mandrake resurrection potion while I'm dreaming." "Excuse my bluntness." Lockhart's words successfully diverted Snape's attention. The latter looked at Lockhart coldly, his eyes filled with undisguised disgust. "I believe I am the potions teacher of this school." Silence. A long silence. I can help. I don't need your help." Okay, fine." Snape said this and turned his gaze back to Harry. Harry's heart skipped a beat. "Seriously, even after all this, he still hasn't forgot me." "Headmaster, my opinion is that Mr. Potter should have some of his current privileges revoked." Just as Harry had expected, Snape, after mocking Lockhart, turned his attention back to Harry. The savior of the wizarding world shouldn't be any different from other students. Personally, I think it would be best to remove him from the Gryffindor Quidditch team until he behaves himself. Professor McGonagall had remained silent throughout. Neither the dark magic that could petrify a cat nor the potions that could undo it were her area of expertise. But when she heard Snape mention removing Harry from the Quidditch team, she finally couldn't hold back. "Severus, this cat wasn't hit on the head by a flying broomstick. There's no reason not to let this child play." Professor McGonagall's voice was so stern that even Sherlock was somewhat surprised. Clearly, Professor McGonagall's affection for Quidditch was also considerable. Dumbledore, on the other hand, gave Harry a probing look. Facing his piercing blue eyes, Harry suddenly felt as if he had been seen through. He couldn't help but look at Sherlock. As long as I'm with Sherlock, I'm not afraid of anything. Perhaps sensing Harry's gaze, Dumbledore looked at Sherlock and asked again, Sherlock, what do you think? Why ask him again? Everyone looked at Dumbledore in confusion. This was practically his catchphrase, wasn't it? Innocence is presumption, Sherlock said decisively. If someone isn't proven guilty, they are innocent. Dumbledore nodded. I agree with Minerva and Sherlock. Severus. At this moment, Snape seemed extremely annoyed. Headmaster, you've been too lenient with these two students. Neither the so-called great detective nor the savior of the wizarding world should be a reason to exempt them. Professor McGonagall was also furious. Severus, wasn't Albus clear enough? There's no evidence that Harry did anything wrong. I'm referring to privilege. Their privileges should be revoked. Severus, Dumbledore said calmly, I am the headmaster. Dumbledore, you'll regret this. Bang. After saying this, Professor Snape stood up angrily and stormed out of the room. The remaining students exchanged bewildered glances, seemingly surprised by Snape's outburst. Filch was completely dumbfounded. Wait, shouldn't I be the one who's the angrier? Although I do have a good relationship with Professor Snape, but Mrs. Norris is mine. Why are you so agitated? Dumbledore also seemed surprised by this turn of events. He paused briefly, then gently shook his head and looked at the four young wizards. You can go now. Professor McGonagall gave Sherlock a deep look, hesitated, and ultimately said nothing. The four walked out of Lockhart's office without a word. Harry, Hermione, and Neville followed closely behind Sherlock. They had expected Sherlock to take them to the Gryffindor common room, but instead, he led them straight to the fourth floor. In front of an empty classroom, Sherlock stopped and pushed open the door. Seeing Sherlock's practiced manner, the three couldn't help but exchange bewildered glances. How come you're so familiar with this? How many times have you done this before? The four entered the empty classroom, and Hermione gently closed the door. Sherlock narrowed his gray eyes, looking at his three friends' faces in the darkness. So, Harry, you heard that voice again. I knew it. Hearing Sherlock's words, Harry immediately exclaimed excitedly, you definitely know why I went there. Hermione and Neville exchanged bewildered glances. After a moment, Neville was still completely confused, while Hermione reacted, Sherlock, Harry, you've kept it from me again. From Sherlock's again, she knew that Harry had already told Sherlock about this before. It was me first. I was always the first one there. Whether it was knowing Sherlock or solving cases with him, why did it turn out like this? Don't worry about the details. Sherlock waved his hand and asked, what did you hear this time, or was it tearing you apart? Harry nodded repeatedly and then rattled off everything he had heard. Tearing you apart, ripping you apart, killing you, starving, for so long, killing, it's time, I smell blood, I smell blood. After saying all this in one breath, Harry let out a long sigh of relief. Just now, when he heard that sound, Hermione and Neville were both surprised. However, he ignored them completely and ran wildly in the direction the sound came from. Eventually arriving at the third-floor corridor and witnessing the scene. Sherlock, should I have told them about the sound I heard? No. Seeing Neville's expression, the three of them looked at him. Neville, unusually vocal, raised his hand and said weakly, Grandma said that seeing things others can't see, hearing sounds others can't hear, is not a good sign. Is that so? Sherlock's gray eyes gleamed. Neville's words reminded him of the Thestrals. Wasn't that a good omen in the wizarding world? Sherlock, what do you think is going on? Harry asked urgently. This whole thing is so bizarre. What's with the writing on the walls? The Chamber of Secrets has been opened. Mrs. Norris is at odds with the heirs. She's been petrified. What's going on? Calm down, my friend. Sherlock's voice seemed to possess a magical power, instantly calming the still agitated Harry. First, tell me, where did Ginny go? Let me tell you this time, Sherlock. Both Harry and Neville were quite agitated, so Hermione volunteered. Sherlock nodded, gesturing for her to speak. Hermione began, just as you said before, the ghost party is definitely not suitable for us. No, it's just awful, as if reliving that scene. Hermione, Harry, and Neville all shuddered. There were hundreds of ghosts there. It was so cold it made you shiver. They did prepare food for us, but it wasn't for the living. Huge chunks of rotting flesh, charred cakes, maggot-infested tripe, cheese covered in green mold. Hermione, that's enough, stop talking. Harry quickly stopped Hermione. Everything that had happened tonight was bad enough, and he really didn't want to relive it. Neville nodded, still shaken. Hermione sighed. Well, anyway, it was a terrible place. Bloody Barrow, Peeves, Myrtle, and Nick Fury, who was almost headless, even asked you if we were having fun. I'm just glad Sherlock let us bring food, otherwise we would have been cold and hungry. At this point, Hermione's gaze softened as she looked at Sherlock. She paused, then continued, but even so, we couldn't take it anymore, so we decided to leave early. A wise decision. Sherlock then inquired carefully about what they had seen and heard at the anniversary celebration. It could only be said that for Nick, who had nearly lost his head, the anniversary celebration had become a tragedy. Chapter 206 Research on the Bloodletter. Nick Wilde, nearly headless, invited the living to his Halloween party with the intention of preparing a grand feast for himself. While a 500th birthday celebration might sound strange, it was certainly true for ghosts. He even specifically instructed Harry, who was attending the party, to say something to another ghost, that the living found Nick particularly frightening and memorable. However, it was this very ghost, Sir Patrick, and his headless horseman who ruined the celebration. When Harry earnestly recounted how scary Nick was, Sir Patrick immediately saw through his lie. This wasn't entirely Harry's fault. After all, they were thousand-year-old ghosts. Why were they playing third-person narration with him? Afterward, they played a game of balancing heads on their heads. Sir Patrick and his headless horseman's heads flew through the air. While this game might seem bizarre to the living, the ghosts found it far more entertaining than Nick's dry talk. As a result, the ghosts stole the show, and Nick, after his unsuccessful attempt, gave up. The little lions didn't know what happened after that. They couldn't stand it any longer and left. Halfway there, Ginny suddenly said she needed to use the restroom, so the three waited for her. Just then, Harry suddenly heard that mysterious voice, still, only he could hear it. He followed the sound, leading the three of them on a frantic run, eventually reaching the third-floor corridor. Sherlock knew the rest. After listening to Hermione's story, Sherlock pondered for a moment, then said, "Dear Hermione, if I were you, I would have left with Ginny." "Yes, I regret it now," Hermione sighed. "If I had been with her, perhaps only Harry and Neville would be the suspects today." "Harry, oh, Harry, I'm sorry, I didn't mean that, dear Hermione. What I meant was, if you had left with Ginny, this might not have happened." The three friends were stunned by Sherlock's words. Harry looked at Sherlock with disbelief. "Sherlock, you mean?" "Yes, just like you think. In this matter alone, I think Ginny is highly suspicious." "Why?" Hermione blurted out. "Professor Dumbledore has already said that this is a very advanced form of dark magic. A second-year student couldn't possibly do it." Her meaning was clear. Even a second-year student couldn't do it, let alone Ginny, a first-year student who had just entered the school. "My dear Hermione, it certainly wasn't Ginny who petrified Mrs. Norris. But hanging a petrified cat on a torch stand and leaving a few words wouldn't have been difficult for her. I think you remember Quirrell's blood-written message last Halloween, don't you?" "Of course I remember. It was that incident that truly made Hermione realize Sherlock's analytical and deductive abilities." Hearing Sherlock say this, Hermione couldn't help but feel a pang of curiosity. "You mean?" "Yes, just as you imagine. I've deduced some clues. The same person hung Mrs. Norris on the torch and wrote those words. Judging from the traces left at the scene, it should be a young girl, a little over 5 feet tall. Considering her build and proportions, her feet are a bit small, and she's wearing a new pair of boots. She seemed a little nervous at first while doing all this, but then she became methodical. Of course, based on these clues alone, I can't be certain that Ginny did it. But based on these clues I've deduced, she is indeed quite suspicious." At this point, Sherlock's three friends were stunned. Just then, a bell rang from somewhere. "It's 12 o'clock, Sherlock," hearing the sound, winked at his three friends. "I think we can go to bed now, but, don't worry, Hermione," Sherlock smiled. "After all, this is just my deduction. Actually, there are still some doubts that haven't been clarified. You can ask Ginny directly tomorrow. Of course, if you can get Ginny's class notes or something with her handwriting, that would be even better." "Ginny, where is she? I mean, is she alright?" "She's fine. Didn't you notice her just now?" Sherlock suddenly had a look of realization. Oh, right, you were all focused on that cat and didn't notice her. But I happened to see Ginny next to Ron, so whether it's her or not, at least it means she's not in any danger recently. Despite still having many doubts, Sherlock insisted on returning to the dormitory, and his three friends could only agree. In fact, they were much more tired than Sherlock. Just as Hermione had said, attending the ghost's death anniversary party was already a very grueling experience. Not to mention the tumultuous event they just experienced. They definitely needed to rest. Since Sherlock, Harry, and Neville returned to their dormitory so late, Ron had already fallen asleep. The next morning, after getting up, Ron eagerly asked about the previous day's events. Harry omitted Sherlock's speculations about Ginny and told him what had happened. Ron listened with amazement, and also told Sherlock and Harry that after Sherlock left with Gemma for a while, Ginny returned to the Halloween party. After the party ended, she witnessed the entire process of Harry, Hermione, and Neville being caught red-handed. She and Ron had even arrived at the scene before Sherlock and Gemma. I knew it, Ron laughed, patting Harry on the shoulder. You guys must have encountered something, otherwise why would you let Ginny come back alone? Harry forced a smile. Neville remained silent. Hey, why do you two look so serious? Their unusual state naturally aroused Ron's suspicion. Neville's a coward, fine, but why are you like this, Harry? This little thing scared you? You faced Voldemort last semester. Ho ha ho ha. Hearing Ron's words, Harry almost blurted out the truth to him for a moment. But he managed to hold back. Neville, on the other hand, was much better. He was always so slow to react. On the way to class, the students talked about nothing but Mrs. Norris's attack. Filch's behavior made it hard for them to forget. He paced back and forth where Mrs. Norris had been murdered, seemingly expecting the attacker to return. Not only that, he was also holding something, trying to wipe away the writing on the wall. MRS. Skull's all-purpose stain remover. Sherlock, with his sharpest eyes, immediately read out the tool Filch was using. Unfortunately, the stain remover was a disappointment. It didn't work. The writing remained brightly visible on the stone wall. Maybe the stain remover doesn't consider that thing a stain, Ron said with a grin. So the stain remover can't do anything about it? Looking at Ron's carefree attitude, Harry felt for the first time that ignorance was bliss. However, Ron's appearance only strengthened his resolve not to tell him about it for the time being. Let him continue to be happy like this. Around noon, Hermione gave Sherlock and Harry a wink, then walked over to Ron. What's wrong? Seeing Hermione's aggressive expression, Ron felt a little guilty. You have the nerve to say that. Ginny has been sullen since this morning. If you hadn't run away last night, she wouldn't have been so scared, huh? Ron pointed at himself in surprise. My fault. What else? Hermione said sharply. If you had been there yesterday, at least there would have been someone to keep her company, someone to wait for her when she went to the toilet. But, Ron felt something was off, wanting to refute but unable to find a reason. Before he could even process the logic, Hermione unleashed her ultimate weapon. You're her brother, Ron. Greek letter Omega. After several changes in expression, Ron weakly said, It's my fault. You'd better comfort her again. You know she's always loved cats. Okay. Watching Ron leave dejectedly, Hermione turned to Sherlock and said somewhat awkwardly, This is the first time I've been so unreasonable. Sherlock didn't care. In terms of effect, it's pretty good. Harry nodded as well. Anyway, he couldn't do this himself, so he'd leave it to someone more capable. The three of them shook off the others and hurried to the empty classroom on the fourth floor from the previous night. This was Sherlock's third time in this classroom. The first time was when Gemma brought him. Because Gemma said that this classroom was usually deserted, he naturally thought of it last night. Today was no different. I already asked Ginny. She said she didn't see us when she came out of the bathroom and went straight to the party. Later, she even saw the whole thing with Ron when we were caught, Hermione said impatiently as soon as the door closed. Harry sighed. Ron said the same thing today. Hermione took out a notebook from her pocket. These are Ginny's class notes. I told her I wanted to know what Professor Lockhart talked about in his first-year defense against the dark arts class, and she didn't suspect anything and just handed me the notebook. Harry glanced at Hermione but didn't say anything. Unlike Ron, he didn't want to say something like, Actually, you really want to know what Lockhart taught? Sherlock took Ginny's notebook, opened it, glanced at it, and immediately frowned. Thank you to reader 20230501190818347 for the 100 Kidian coins reward. Your support is my motivation to update. Oh. Chapter 207 We Are Different. Noticing Sherlock's expression after seeing Ginny's notes, Harry and Hermione exchanged a glance, instantly realizing something was wrong. Hermione immediately asked, "What's wrong?" "It's different." "What's different?" "The words on the wall aren't written by Ginny." Harry and Hermione exchanged another glance. "Why?" Sherlock didn't answer, but both of them could see that he was visibly agitated. He flipped through the notebook several times before finally tossing it onto the table. In his usual rapid-fire deduction, he said, "The writing on the wall is a foot off the ground. According to typical writing habits, that's about the natural arm-hanging height of someone around 5 feet tall. If it were mere run, the writing would be at least 2 inches higher." The footprints left at the scene were deeper at the front and the heel, indicating the writer was mostly on tiptoe and tense. It also shows they were size 36 women's boots. The hanger hook is 4 feet 3 inches off the ground. To hang it precisely would require a levitation charm, but I checked with a magical magnifying glass, and there are no signs of spellcasting. The scratches on the edge of the hanger clearly indicated it was hung by hand. However, the handwriting on the wall is completely different from her handwriting in the notebook. Also, neither Ron nor Ginny lead Sherlock. Could it be that she intentionally concealed something while writing? Impossible, Sherlock said firmly. To completely change handwriting requires extensive professional training. Ginny's age and abilities simply cannot do that. Does that mean Ginny has nothing to do with this? Harry exclaimed. She had no motive whatsoever. The Chamber of Secrets, the heir, the petrified cat. No, there are still too few clues. Sherlock paced back and forth in the classroom, trying to piece together the information. He questioned Harry and Hermione again about the details of their journey to Nick's birthday party and their return the previous night. Then he reconstructed the entire case in his memory. Unfortunately, it was all in vain. In this situation, Sherlock first went to Ginny himself. After confirming she was indeed innocent, he began searching the school for other people who fit the description, and he found quite a few candidates. However, figuring out their whereabouts on Halloween night and obtaining the corresponding handwriting was no easy task. This temporarily stalled the investigation. Meanwhile, Hermione also began trying to find information about the Chamber of Secrets. Unfortunately, because she had helped Sherlock question Ginny earlier, her efforts were somewhat delayed. When she arrived at the library, she was told that all copies of Hogwarts, A History of the School were checked out. "The waiting list is for 2 weeks from now," Hermione said irritably on a free afternoon. "Ugh, I wish I hadn't left mine at home, but my suitcase is full of Lockhart's thick books, there's no room for it, aha." How could you possibly abandon Professor Lockhart's books? Although Professor Lockhart had now proven himself to be truly talented, Ron still loathed his classroom manners and couldn't resist making sarcastic remarks whenever he had the chance. Hermione pretended not to hear and turned to Sherlock, asking, "Sherlock, do you have any way of getting your hands on this book?" Sherlock put away the Halloween card he had obtained through special means, which bore the handwriting of several criminal suspects. "Forgive my bluntness, Hermione, but I don't think your chances of finding the Chamber of Secrets from the book are very high." "Why?" Hermione asked, puzzled. "Have you already read the book?" "No, but since all the books have been borrowed, and yet no information about the Chamber of Secrets has been leaked, that already speaks volumes. Besides, you said the Chamber of Secrets is a legend. Perhaps the author of this book didn't include the legendary events in the book, but, however, if you really want to read it, I can get you a copy." Under Hermione's delighted gaze, Sherlock slowly said, "I heard from Gemma the other day that she also borrowed a copy, and she probably hasn't returned it yet." Hermione's smile froze instantly. "Gemma? You mean Gemma Farley?" "Of course it is." Sherlock looked at Hermione with some confusion. "You seem surprised." "Oh, I just didn't expect you two to be so close. After all, she's a Slytherin." "Dear Hermione, I've told you before that people like Gemma Farley are the real Slytherins." "Exactly, exactly. Percy also told me that although he hates Slytherins, Prefect Farley is an exception." Ron suddenly exclaimed as if remembering something. "By the way, Sherlock, Prefect Farley didn't come to you on Halloween night just because of this, did she?" "Hermione, degree. No, she only borrowed a book after this happened." "I see. Wait, just a minute, you said Farley came to see Sherlock on Halloween Eve." "Yes, is there a problem?" Ron looked at Hermione with confusion. Prefect Farley came to see Sherlock and said she had something to tell him. Didn't this happen once before? Sherlock looked at Hermione with the same puzzled expression. Yes, what's wrong with that? Only Harry vaguely sensed the problem. However, he wisely chose not to speak. You guys, never mind, nothing's wrong. Hermione was about to say something, but seeing the looks on Sherlock and Ron's faces, she ultimately gave up. No sooner said than done. Sherlock wrote a letter and had Watson deliver it to Gemma. Less than 10 minutes later, Watson returned triumphantly with a copy of Hogwarts, A History of the School. Accompanying the book was, of course, Gemma's reply. Dear Sherlock, Watson's speed is always astonishing. It seems your teamwork is truly unmatched. Regarding the request for Hogwarts, A History of the School, I naturally had no reason to refuse. After all, compared to your contribution during the chaos after Halloween, this reward is truly insignificant. The book has been enclosed with this letter. As for the return time, I believe that with your style, you will handle things properly once things are clear, without being bound by the library's rigid rules. Also, if Prefect Weasley ever gives another Slytherin exceptionalism speech to young Weasley, please remind him, my prefectural badge isn't for wiping the noses of Gryffindor's honor students. Best of luck with your investigation. Gemma Farley. At the end of the ink blot was a simple little snake, its tail coiled around a familiar-looking galleon. When Sherlock read the letter, his three friends simultaneously crowded around. If Sherlock didn't refuse, it meant he allowed them to watch. After reading the letter, Ron couldn't help but exclaim, Sherlock, did you just tell Prefect Percy what he thought of her? No. Sherlock shook his head, but it's not hard to deduce. Why? Never mind. I won't ask. Harry looked at the book with surprise. Good heavens, no wonder everyone hasn't found the Chamber of Secrets after borrowing the book. This book is so thick, the table of contents alone has so many pages. Only Hermione's gaze was complex. After a moment of silence, with a hint of something unsettling, she slowly spoke. So your relationship with Prefect Percy has become this deep. This time, even the oblivious Ron noticed the strangeness in Hermione's tone. He subconsciously looked at Harry, only to find Harry looking at him as well. The two friends' eyes met, instantly understanding each other. Don't say a word. Sherlock paused slightly, glancing at Hermione with surprise, not understanding why she suddenly threw out such a question. My dear Hermione, the depth of a relationship is relative. Compared to most people at Hogwarts, Gemma and I are naturally closer. But among your close friends, our relationship isn't that great. To me, she understands better than some professors that a prefect's badge isn't just a key to the prefect's bathroom, it signifies much more responsibility. As for you, I think you should look elsewhere, explore the legend of the Chamber of Secrets, and stop circling around in the same old place. Hearing Sherlock's reply, Harry and Ron both breathed a sigh of relief. Hermione wasn't entirely satisfied with the answer, but she knew that receiving such a straightforward response was already a rare treat. She composed herself, clearing her mind of those random thoughts, and pressed on. Why should I look for the Chamber of Secrets in a different direction? The logic is clear enough, isn't it? If 50 students simultaneously flip through the school history and no one exclaims, look! The Chamber of Secrets is here, it can only prove that our meticulous compiler left a legend unwritten. Of course, there's another possibility, like Harry said, that they haven't been able to finish the book yet due to its thickness. Either way, I think you should waste your time on this book. You should choose a more efficient method. More efficient? Sherlock, you mean, just ask those who know the truth. Who would know the truth? Dumbledore, Professor McGonagall, and that ghostly Professor Binns who's been the history of magic teacher since the school's founding. I can't speak for others, but Professor McGonagall certainly won't tell us, really. Last time, Professor McGonagall argued with Snape about me, saying I shouldn't have left the Quidditch team. She should be better to you, shouldn't she? You're wrong, Harry. Last semester I went to her specifically about Quirrell and the Philosopher's Stone, and she told me not to say anything that was detrimental to the group. Maybe she really doesn't know? Hermione, I don't think you should doubt a professor like that. Harry, this doesn't sound like something you'd say. I'm just stating the facts. You're starting to sound more and more like Sherlock, but even so, this incident shows her attitude, and I don't recommend going to her again. Then, why don't we ask Professor Dumbledore? Didn't he just tell Snape the other day, Severus, I am the headmaster? Ron, this is not the time for jokes. I'm not joking, he really said that. Chapter 208. Ouch, what are you doing? Harry, Hermione, and Ron had a heated discussion about who they should ask for information about the Chamber of Secrets. Finally, Hermione offered a relatively reasonable suggestion. I think we should go see Professor Binns first. If that doesn't work, then we can go see Professor Dumbledore. Sherlock, what do you think? A good choice, Sherlock said, closing the thick, heavy school history book, and turned to say, Watson, I'm sorry to trouble you again. Hermione was taken aback. Sherlock, what do you mean? Have Watson return the book to Gemma. What? But we haven't even read it yet. It's fine if we don't read it. Anyway, Sherlock just said that this book most likely doesn't record the legend of the Chamber of Secrets. Old Harry, you're right, aren't you? You can't say that. Sherlock also said there's a second possibility. Maybe it's because the others haven't read this far yet. No, dear Harry, this time Ron is right. This book really doesn't record anything about the Chamber of Secrets. I knew it, but... Sherlock, why are you so sure? You can't have already finished reading the book, can you? At this point, Harry himself found it a little funny. What was he even saying? It had only been an hour since Sherlock received the book. But to his surprise, Sherlock nodded. Yes, I finished reading this book. What did you say? The three, who had been arguing amongst themselves, turned to look at Sherlock in unison, all of them astonished. While it was true that Sherlock had been rapidly flipping through the book since Watson brought it, the question remained, could he really memorize everything at such a high speed? You seem quite surprised. Seeing his three friends' shocked expressions, Sherlock smiled broadly. He pointed to his head. I remember telling you before that for me, the brain is like an empty attic. When I need something, I can put it in, and when I need it again, I can take it out. What I just did was exactly that, put all the contents of the book in, and then found that there was nothing I needed. Although they had heard Sherlock's theory of the memory attic more than once, the three friends were still astonished. Unconvinced, Ron even went so far as to pick up the book and ask Sherlock a few questions. Each time, Sherlock could recite the passage in less than 3 seconds. Ron looked at Sherlock with admiration and said, Old Sherlock, I'm truly impressed this time. I used to think only Hermione could eat textbooks, but I never thought you could too. Ouch! At this point, Ron suddenly looked at Hermione with a pained expression. Ouch, what are you doing? Hermione stomped on Ron's foot and then ignored him, turning to Sherlock with a puzzled look. Sherlock, why don't you usually use this method to read? I've always used it. Huh? Always used it? Yes. Oh, I understand what you mean. Actually, this method has limitations. I can't truly have a photographic memory. Sherlock gently tapped the thick book with his long, slender fingers, slowly explaining, even my memory attic can't defy objective laws. It still conforms to the Ebbinghaus-Forgetting curve. What curve? Einstein. The Ebbinghaus-Forgetting curve, Hermione sighed, explaining somewhat helplessly. Once information enters the brain, forgetting begins. The rate of forgetting is rapid at first and then slows down over time, especially in the short period immediately after learning something, when forgetting is fastest. This is the famous Ebbinghaus-Forgetting curve. Famous? Why don't I know anything about it? It's common sense, my friend. It's only common sense for you. Right, and Hermione too. Hey, I'm praising you this time. Don't put me down. Actually, my understanding of the magical world is still incomplete, so there are parts of this book that I can't fully understand. In this case, I can only forcibly move them into my memory attic. I'll forget those parts in about 3 days. If I want to permanently store them in my memory attic, I need to follow the Ebbinghaus-Forgetting curve, constantly rereading and reinforcing my memory. But obviously, I don't need to do that now. I just need to know if this book records any legends about the Chamber of Secrets. The answer is, no. Shock. Nothing but shock. But there must be a significant portion of this book that's still useful to us. Isn't it a shame to just forget it? After a moment, Hermione was the first to recover from her shock and asked this question. Hermione, you've found a blind spot. Sherlock smiled at Hermione. I feel that the useful content has been specially categorized, and I've placed it in a separate location in the memory attic, where its storage time has been extended. As for the other content that I consider useless, I've selectively forgotten it. This time, it wasn't just shock. Harry, Hermione, and Ron all looked at Sherlock with envy. The ability to freely choose what to remember and forget, how can one describe it? It's simply too incredible. However, they didn't know that for Sherlock at this moment, the memory attic wasn't yet complete. One day, This attic would evolve into a true temple of thought. Of course, that's a story for later. Hermione was a decisive person, so in the afternoon's history of magic class, she proactively raised her hand and asked Professor Binns about the Chamber of Secrets. The result was mixed. The good news is that Professor Binns, who has taught the history of magic since the school's founding, does indeed know the legend of the Chamber of Secrets at Hogwarts. The bad news is that Binns dislikes myths and legends. He only accepts facts, reliable facts. 1,000 years ago, after successfully establishing the school, the 4 founders of Hogwarts searched far and wide for young people showing magical potential, bringing them to the castle for proper nurturing. Initially, their relationship was very harmonious. However, as time went on, disagreements gradually arose among them. The rift between Salazar Slytherin, the founder of Slytherin House, and the other 3 widened. This was because Salazar Slytherin wanted Hogwarts to be more selective in its student admissions. His core argument was that magical education should be limited to pure-blooded wizarding families. He was unwilling to accept Muggle-born children, believing that such young wizards were unreliable. He seemed to have a sense of those who are not of my kind must have different intentions. The other 3 naturally disagreed with his view. Gryffindor values courage, Ravenclaw values intelligence, and Hufflepuff values loyalty. These are all aspects of character and quality, unrelated to bloodline. As the saying goes, those with different paths cannot make plans together, and the rift between them widened. Ultimately, Salazar Slytherin and his best friend, Godric Gryffindor, had a fierce argument over this issue. After that argument, Salazar Slytherin left the school and never returned. For Professor Binns, only the above information was factual, reliable, and documented historical information. As for the secret Slytherin created after leaving Hogwarts, that was pure nonsense. However, since Hermione had asked, how could she give up so easily? Under her persistent questioning, Professor Binns finally revealed the legend of the Chamber of Secrets. The legendary Chamber of Secrets was indeed built by Salazar Slytherin, who also placed a special creature inside. Before leaving the school, Salazar Slytherin sealed the Chamber of Secrets, so that no one could open it. When his true successor arrives at the school, the secret chamber will be opened, releasing the terrifying creature within. The reason for opening the chamber and releasing the monster is, of course, to purify the school and eliminate all those unworthy of learning magic. These unworthy individuals refer to non-pure blood wizards, those who opposed the successor, although reluctantly sharing the rumors about the secret chamber with everyone. Professor Binns repeatedly emphasized that it was a baseless legend, a ridiculous story. When the entire class, instead of paying attention, became engrossed in this unfounded legend and urged him to elaborate further, Professor Binns became extremely annoyed and forcefully steered the conversation back to the 1982 International Wizarding Convention. This caused everyone to fall back into their usual drowsy state during the history of magic class. Sherlock, what do you think? Ron asked impatiently as soon as get out of class ended. Sherlock chuckled and shook his head. History is written by the victors. Ron, what Professor Binns considers true, reliable, and recorded historical facts isn't necessarily all true, and vice versa. You mean the Chamber of Secrets really exists? Since there are such rumors and hearsay, then this matter is nothing but speculation. Good heavens, Merlin's beard. Harry and Ron stared at Sherlock in astonishment. Sherlock's meaning was clear, the Chamber of Secrets truly existed. Only Hermione remained silent, head bowed, as if deep in thought. A moment later, she abruptly looked up. Sherlock, you must have derived this deduction from more than just Professor Binns' description, right? You probably already knew something before this happened, didn't you? Obviously, my dear Hermione. Sherlock's gray eyes narrowed slightly, his fingertips lightly tapping the table as he spoke in a languid manner. Let me connect the clues. First, Professor Dumbledore didn't show any surprise when faced with a petrified Lady Norris. Instead, he accurately identified the presence of the Mandela herbal potion. This indicates that this wasn't his first encounter with such an event, and that he already knew the mechanism of petrification and its solution. With that, Sherlock stood up and strolled to the window, sunlight outlining his profile. Professor McGonagall's unusual anger when Professor Snape questioned Harry can certainly be explained by her love of Quidditch, but her tacit silence when Dumbledore mentioned the Chamber of Secrets is remarkable. The unusual attitudes of these two senior Hogwarts educators reveal a shared, unrecorded part of the school's history, a real threat, beyond the textbook legends, that once befell Hogwarts. Sherlock turned and stared at the three, his speech quickening. More importantly, while Professor Binns dismissed the Chamber of Secrets as nonsense, the details of his account perfectly matched the writing on the wall. Before this, most people in the school were unaware of it. Even if someone used the Chamber of Secrets legend to commit a crime instead of actually opening it, the answer is already obvious. The Chamber of Secrets at Hogwarts does exist. Sherlock stopped abruptly, his eyes sharpening. The real mystery lies in who inherited Slytherin's will, and who will turn the page on this dark chapter of Hogwarts. Chapter 209. A person must rely on themselves. Since Madame Norris's attack, Hogwarts had gone a long time without any other victims. Filch, however, didn't give up and persevered in his search for the killer, even consulting Sherlock several times. But time eventually faded everything. Under these circumstances, the fervor surrounding the Chamber of Secrets gradually subsided. Hogwarts, a history was returned to the library by the young wizards. It was another defense against the dark arts class. This time, Professor Lockhart assigned Neville the role of a werewolf. This was a challenge for Neville, as Lockhart not only required him to imitate a werewolf's loud howl, but also to express the reluctance and submissiveness of someone facing an aggressor. Fortunately, Lockhart was satisfied with Neville's performance. "Well done, Neville, keep going, that's so accurate. Everyone, look closely, that's how I pinned it to the ground with one hand and held my wand to its throat with the other. Very good, now it's your turn to recite your lines." Neville struggled to recall the contents of Wandering with a Werewolf, and said in a weak voice, "There, no, excellent." Lockhart was clearly very satisfied with Neville's timid performance and continued to demonstrate his heroic prowess. Then I took a breath and used my remaining strength to cast a very complex restoration charm. It groaned loudly. "Neville, keep calling, even louder." Even though the whole class was already used to Lockhart's unique teaching style, they still found this scene unbearable to watch. Everyone looked at Neville with pity. What is a hero? This is it. To allow everyone to learn something truly useful in a short time, Neville Longbottom made a huge sacrifice. Finally, its fur disappeared, its fangs retracted, and it became a human again. See, it's that simple and effective. Another village will forever remember me as a hero, for I have freed them from the monthly terror of werewolf attacks. The whole class applauded enthusiastically, and Professor Lockhart generously added 30 points to Neville's score. Then came the practical lesson. Of course, he couldn't produce a werewolf, so he had to use a Sully instead. Even so, the students were extremely excited. For them, this was the essence of the Defense Against the Dark Arts course. Lockhart taught the young wizards to use sleeping charms and kicks to drive away the magical creature, and everyone had a great time. Until the bell rang, Professor Lockhart stopped the students who were still full of enthusiasm and assigned homework: write a poem about my victory over the vulgar werewolf. The best poems will receive several copies of my magical self with the author's autograph. As the students gradually left the classroom, Professor Lockhart kept Harry behind alone. This made Harry a little nervous. Could it be that he wanted Harry to write letters to his fans again? Unexpectedly, Lockhart inquired about Quidditch. "Harry, tomorrow's the first Quidditch match of the season, right?" "Yes, Professor, if I remember correctly, Gryffindor versus Slytherin." "Yes, Professor, I heard you're a very good player, is that right?" "Yes, no," Harry almost blurted out, then quickly added, "I was just lucky, Gryffindor happened to need a seeker, so I joined the house team." How modest. "Actually, I was a seeker myself. They wanted me to run for the national team, but I preferred to dedicate my life to fighting the Dark Lords." "Is that so?" "Of course. If you feel you need extra help, just come to me. I'm always happy to share my experience with players who aren't quite there yet." After Harry told his friends about this, Ron immediately scoffed. "Are you kidding me? You'd be better off believing Merlin than him." "Ronald, why don't you still believe Professor Lockhart?" "Please, Hermione, if this were really true, Lockhart would definitely write it into the book." "Okay, Harry, ignore him. Didn't you say last time that Professor Lockhart's method for dealing with Colin was very effective? Why don't you just go ask him this time?" Lockhart's method for Harry last time was indeed effective. After applying his theory of celebrities and fans, Colin Creevey, while still a fervent Harry fan, didn't cause Harry the same trouble as before. Even so, Harry felt this matter needed further consideration. As the saying goes, when in doubt, ask Sherlock. But when he habitually tried to find Sherlock, he discovered he wasn't with Hermione and Ron. "Where's Sherlock?" He said he was thinking about something in class, and ran off as soon as get out of class ended. "Oh, I see." Harry couldn't help but show a disappointed expression. Hermione, seeing this, coaxed, "Harry, since Professor Lockhart said so, he must be confident in this area." "I still think you should ask him, Ron." "I don't think so." Encouraged by Hermione, Harry went to see him anyway, hoping for the best. After all, Slytherin now possessed 7 Nimbus 2001s, and he genuinely hoped Lockhart could offer some constructive advice. When Lockhart saw that Harry had actually come to him, he was overjoyed. "Good timing, dear Harry. You've come to the right person. I once used a flip-over to snatch the secret of the Hungarian Hornets in the Ouagadougou League, MHM. Listen, the key to dealing with a nobody like Malfoy is presence, MHM." Hearing this, Harry focused his attention, while Lockhart drew his wand and gestured in the air. "First, when you do a backflip on the broom, remember to swing your charmingly macy hair, because the screams from the stands will make the golden snitch throw itself at you." "Huh?" Harry's eyes widened, sensing something was amiss. Lockhart then lowered his voice, saying mysteriously, "Second, put some Felix Felicis on the broom handle." "Oh no, I mean anti-slip potion." Back in the day when I played against the vampires, he was interrupted by a clap of thunder outside the window. Merlin's beard. "The essence of fighting in the rain is, you need to shout 'Lockhart will win,' while diving. Because of the blurred vision, Malfoy will definitely be scared by you. Remember, you have to be loud enough." An hour later, Harry left Lockhart's office with a stiff expression. "I was so stupid, really." Harry, back in the common room, raised his lifeless eyes and said to his two friends, "I only knew Professor Lockhart liked to brag about his adventures. I didn't know he was like that with Quidditch too." Hearing Harry finish sharing Lockhart's experience, Ron burst into laughter, slapping the table. "Hermione, are you still going to take Lockhart's side?" Hermione hesitated. "Actually, he's just giving advice in his own way. Maybe it would actually work for him, it just wouldn't suit Harry." "That's right, at least the idea of Felix Felicis wasn't bad." "Don't talk nonsense," Hermione said seriously. "Harry, Felix Felicis is strictly prohibited in matches. If caught, you'll be banned for life." "Don't be stupid." "I know, Lockhart probably misspoke when he said Felix Felicis. He later said it was actually anti-slip liquid. Hell, I think his slip of the tongue was his true intention." Okay, I won't say anything more." Seeing Harry and Hermione glaring at him, Ron decisively backed down and changed the subject. "Hermione, what's Sherlock been up to lately? He's always nowhere to be seen." "I don't know either. He always says he's thinking about something, and then he disappears." Ron chuckled self-deprecatingly. "At least he'll tell you before he leaves. By the way, he wouldn't even skip Harry's match, would he?" "Impossible," Hermione said firmly. "Absolutely impossible, Harry." Needless to say, his eyes were as determined as if he were about to join the party. Saturday morning arrived as promised. Harry woke up very early. When he opened his eyes, it wasn't even dawn yet. Once awake, he couldn't fall back asleep, just staring blankly at the ceiling. "I can sense you're tense, Sherlock." Harry turned around in surprise when the familiar voice rang out. He saw a pair of gray eyes gleaming in the dim light. Sherlock had gone to the Forbidden Forest again last night, and Harry didn't even know when he had returned. When did you get up?" "A little earlier than you." Harry nodded, then suddenly remembered something. "Hey, didn't you go for your morning exercise today?" "I didn't." Harry smiled. Although he didn't say why, he knew Sherlock was definitely doing it for him. He continued to stare quietly at the ceiling, and Sherlock didn't speak either. When the sky brightened a bit more, Harry suddenly spoke. "Sherlock, if we lose..." He couldn't finish his sentence. At that moment, his mind was filled with Nimbus 2001. The team he was facing all rode the fastest flying broomsticks that money could buy. Could they win? "I know what you're worried about." Sherlock's voice rang out again, and this time he even sat up. "In fact, the difference between Nimbus 2001 and Nimbus 2000 is much smaller than you think. Here." He hurriedly took the roll of parchment that Sherlock tossed to him, paused for a moment, and then quickly began to read it in the morning light. In the history of flying brooms, the Lightwheel series is considered one of the best, produced by the Lightwheel Flying Broom Company, founded in 1967. The Lightwheel series represented a major advancement in flying broom history. The initial model, the Lightwheel 1000, could reach speeds of up to 100 miles per hour and could perform 360-degree spins on the spot, making it extremely reliable. Later models, 1001, 1500, 1700, had similar functions to the light wheel 1000 until the introduction of the light wheel 2000, which brought significant improvements. The birth of the light wheel 2000 is considered a milestone event in flying brooms. It had a smooth, shiny exterior, a mahogany handle, and long, straight, neat twigs at the end of the broom. Everyone thought the light wheel flying broom company would rely on the light wheel 2000 for a long time, but unexpectedly, they launched the light wheel 2001 the following year. As an upgraded version of the light wheel 2000, its flying capabilities were further enhanced. A comparison of the performance differences between the light wheel 2000 and light wheel 2001 in various aspects: speed increased by about 5% year-on-year, stability increased by about 3% year-on-year, price increased by 30%. Harry quickly glanced at the parchment Sherlock handed him, then looked at Sherlock in confusion. "Sherlock, what's this?" "See? The biggest improvement of the Nimbus 2001 over the Nimbus 2000 is actually the price," Sherlock said in a mocking tone. "Only when you're pursuing the ultimate in data can 1% truly outperform the other. In a real match, the difference is almost negligible." Of course, compared to other flying broomsticks, the Nimbus 2001's improvement is indeed significant. However, Sherlock's grey eyes stared intently at Harry. "If you want to defeat Slytherin, abandon useless thoughts and put all your energy into the match. That's the only thing you need to do." Harry blushed under Sherlock's gaze. "I know, but, no buts. As long as the gap between the others isn't so large as to be hopeless, then in Quidditch, you only need to look at the seeker." Sherlock spoke again, his tone leaving no room for argument. "People must rely on themselves. If you are listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means it was downloaded and re-uploaded without effort. We warmly invite you to visit our channel, Fanfic World. There you will find the original version of this story and many other novels of various genres. We look forward to seeing you dive into a world of incredible novels." Chapter 210. As long as Sherlock speaks, everything will be alright. Harry looked at Sherlock, his eyes unconsciously welling up with tears. He knew it. Although Sherlock had been busy with other things all this time, he had never forgotten him. And even in such a busy schedule, he had taken the time to do a data comparison between Nimbus 2000 and Nimbus 2001. Sherlock was so good to him. But Harry didn't say these things aloud. Best friends forever. Everything was understood without words. After a while, seeing that it was almost time, Harry got up, dressed, and had breakfast with his roommates. When they arrived at the Great Hall, they were surprised to find the rest of the Gryffindor Quidditch team crammed around the empty long table. They all looked nervous, anxious, and silent. Sherlock frowned at this sight. It seemed he had underestimated the pressure Nimbus 2001 had put on the entire Gryffindor team. Harry, who had been somewhat relieved after Sherlock's comfort, immediately tensed up upon seeing this. "Harry, you should eat some breakfast," Ron mumbled, stuffing cheese bread into his mouth. Harry shook his head. "I don't want anything. How about some toast?" Hermione coaxed. "I'm not hungry." Harry shook his head again. Ron and Hermione exchanged a glance, then looked at Sherlock. Just like now. Last year at this time, Harry couldn't eat anything before his first Quidditch match. No amount of persuasion from the two of them worked. Finally, Sherlock spoke up, and Harry ate something. Back then, they were somewhat speechless, thinking Harry only listened to Sherlock. But now, they only hoped Sherlock could unleash his power again. Harry was more important than anything else. "Eat something, Harry, you need to conserve your energy. The Seeker is always the opponent's primary target." Hermione and Ron breathed a long sigh of relief. Sure enough, as long as Sherlock spoke up, everything would be alright. Wait. That voice. Why is it a woman? The two suddenly realized it wasn't Sherlock speaking and looked up in surprise, only to find Cho Chang, the Ravenclaw girl from the mysterious East, standing gracefully at the Gryffindor dining table. It was she who had spoken. Harry was also stunned when he saw Cho Chang. "Cho, what are you doing here? Isn't there a match today?" Cho Chang greeted the others and sat down opposite Harry. Seeing Harry's somewhat dejected look, she frowned. "Don't be like this. Remember what I told you before?" "Which one?" Cho Chang said helplessly. "The key to winning a match is always people." "I know, but eat something first. If you don't even believe in yourself, how can you expect your teammates to believe in you?" Looking into Cho Chang's big, dark eyes, Harry paused, then nodded, taking the toast Neville offered. Sherlock nodded approvingly at this. Hermione and Ron, however, looked helpless. So, it seems our words don't carry weight, huh? Anyway, the result is good. As 11 o'clock drew near, the entire school began heading to the Quidditch stadium. It was a hot and humid day, with distant thunder rumbling in the air. When Harry entered the locker room, the team members had donned their bright red Gryffindor robes and sat down to listen to Wood's customary pre-match pep talk. Ladies and gentlemen, Wood's gaze swept over each player, lingering briefly on Harry's face, before he spoke. "It's time, this important moment," said Fred Weasley. "The moment we've been waiting for," said George Weasley. "Shut up, you two," Wood snapped. "Slytherin's broomsticks are better than ours, that's undeniable. But the people on our broomsticks are better, we train harder, and we've flown in all kinds of weather." "Absolutely right," said George Weasley. "My clothes haven't dried since August," said Fred Weasley. "Shut up," Wood glared at the Weasley twins again. Their constant banter had ruined the tense atmosphere he'd been trying to create. He took a deep breath before speaking. "We'll make them regret it, Harry. Here, Cho Chang of Ravenclaw is right. You have to show everyone that a seeker isn't just about having a rich father. The longer it drags on, the worse it is for us. So Harry, it's either a quick victory or we die on the field. You have to make all of Slytherin regret letting that little bastard Malfoy pay his way into the team. Believe in yourself, the power is within you. You can do it." Faced with Wood's repeated emphasis, Harry clenched his fist and nodded emphatically. When the Gryffindor Quidditch players walked onto the field, they were greeted by a deafening roar of cheers and applause. Professor Snape had indeed gone to extremes lately. Not only Gryffindor, but even Ravenclaw and Hufflepuff had lost a lot of points to him. No other professor could match Snape's willingness to sacrifice his personal image for his house's reputation, so both houses naturally wanted to see Slytherin defeated, a way to vent their frustrations. Quidditch teacher Madam Hooch asked the two captains, Oliver Wood and Marcus Flint, to shake hands. Wood was a burly man of average build, while Flint was a burly man of average build. They glared at each other menacingly, gripping each other's hands tightly, as if this would give them the upper hand. "Listen to my whistle." Madam Hooch noticed this, but pretended not to see it. She knew all too well the feud between Gryffindor and Slytherin. Unless it was a foul on the field, she didn't care. 3, 2, 1, the crowd erupted in cheers as 15 broomsticks soared into the leaden sky. Harry flew higher than everyone, including the referee, squinting as he looked around, searching for the golden snitch. Hermione, hands clasped on her knees, stared intently at the field. Her theoretical knowledge of Quidditch was solid, even rivaling that of Wood, the fervent Quidditch boy. But her practical experience was lacking. Lately, the Quidditch pitch had been occupied by all four house teams every weekend, significantly reducing her time to learn to fly with Sherlock. Most of the time, she only stayed on the pitch during Gryffindor training. While Hufflepuff and Ravenclaw hadn't explicitly refused, she and Sherlock avoided staying to avoid suspicion. As for Slytherins, it was even less of a concern. Ron, binoculars around his neck, strained to spot Harry on the field. Bloody hell. That little bastard Malfoy dared to challenge Harry. At this point, Ron had to admit Malfoy was indeed talented at flying, far more so than him. Through the binoculars, Malfoy darted beneath Harry like an arrow. This wasn't something that could be achieved solely with the speed of Nimbus 2001. Ron reluctantly put down his binoculars, turned to Sherlock, and asked curiously, "Sherlock, why aren't you nervous at all?" Hearing Sherlock's words, all the nearby friends turned to look. Sherlock was indeed as Ron had said, his face calm, showing no sign of tension. "Now that Ron mentions it, I think so too," Seamus asked, somewhat puzzled. "Holmes. You don't seem worried at all." "Why, yeah, Holmes, those are Nimbus 2001s, 7 of them," Dean couldn't help but ask as well. Faced with the doubts of his friends, Sherlock calmly and composedly said, "It's simple, because Harry is much stronger than Malfoy." Hearing Sherlock's words, everyone exchanged bewildered glances. It was a simple and straightforward reason. But, was it valid? "The one we really need to worry about is never someone like Malfoy," Sherlock said softly. Hermione didn't hear her clearly and asked, "Sherlock, what did you say?" "Nothing." Sherlock's gaze wasn't just on Harry, or even on the field. While observing the game, he would occasionally glance towards the stands. No one knew what he was looking at, only that his behavior was somewhat strange. At this moment, it started to rain, and the rain grew heavier. Large drops of water hit Harry's face, making it difficult for him, wearing his glasses and high in the air, to see the specific situation on the field. Slytherin 30-0. Just then, Lee Jordan's commentary timely reminded him that the situation was not optimistic. Nimbus 2001 had finally worked. In just a short time since the start of the game, Slytherin had already scored 3 goals in a row. In fact, if it weren't for the outstanding performance of Gryffindor's captain and goalkeeper, they would have lost even more. This made Harry even more nervous. "Hey, isn't it exciting, Scarhead?" Malfoy saw Harry's anxious expression and couldn't help but feel extremely smug. Now they were on the Quidditch pitch, Sherlock wasn't around, and he could curse Harry all he wanted. The feeling of being able to vent was incredibly satisfying. He even thought he could do something even more outrageous to Harry, like knocking him off his flying broomstick. But for now, he could only dream about it. Putting it into action required careful consideration. He knew Sherlock, a normal collision during a match wouldn't cause any problems. But a malicious foul. Gemma Farley had already made it very clear. If you don't want to end up like Marcus Flint, you'd better apologize to Mr. Potter and Mr. Collin. The thought of his house's prefect made Malfoy feel nauseous. A Slytherin prefect, a pure-blood wizard at that, speaking up for a stinking mudblood. It was utterly absurd. If you were ever a prefect, he certainly wouldn't act like her. Pay attention to chapter 211. Although Malfoy had promised Gemma he would apologize to Harry and Colin, he kept making excuses to delay. But Gemma wasn't easily fooled. Finally, Malfoy had to promise to apologize after the match. He chose this time because he thought Slytherin would defeat Gryffindor in the game. In that situation, a small apology on the back of a resounding victory wouldn't be a big deal. Just as Malfoy was imagining himself condescendingly apologizing to the dejected Harry and Colin, who were too disinterested to accept it due to their defeat, Harry, who had been hovering in the air, suddenly turned his broomstick to face him. Malfoy snapped out of his daydream and said with a cold laugh, "Scarhead, you're not planning to run me over, are you, even if you had the guts?" Before he could finish, Harry slammed his legs together, clamping his Nimbus 2000, which was inferior to his own, and charged straight at him. "Are you crazy?" Malfoy's face changed drastically upon seeing this. As the two drew closer, he noticed Harry's face contorted with rage, his aura overwhelming, as if he were about to transform into a werewolf and bite him. At that moment, he involuntarily recalled the time Harry punched him. Harry had looked exactly like that back then. Before Malfoy's incredulous eyes, Harry shouted, "Gryffindor will win." "Oh no, he's serious." Malfoy assumed Harry was enraged by Slytherin's consecutive scores and was taking it out on him. He panted heavily as he hurriedly maneuvered his broomstick to dodge Harry. While dodging, he inwardly cursed Marcus Flint. It must be that Flint's forceful collision with Harry last year had made him hold a grudge, hence his revenge today. However, the next moment, Malfoy saw Harry suddenly extend a hand, making a backhand grabbing motion. Oh no, at that moment, Malfoy suddenly realized something. He frantically jerked his broomstick, preparing to do something. But it was too late. As Madame Hooch's whistle blew, gasps and gasps erupted throughout the arena. Harry raised his right hand high, the cold, golden snitch firmly in his grasp. 150-30, Gryffindor wins. Lee Jordan's rhythmic, almost rap-like voice boomed from the commentary booth. "Look closely, this man is Potter. He's the boy who lived, the savior of the wizarding world, the king of Gryffindor. Slytherin seeker, Malfoy, hasn't even realized what's happening yet." Ladies and gentlemen, let's cheer. In the Gryffindor stands, everyone cheered just as Jordan had predicted. "Oh my god, Sherlock, that's amazing." "Just like you said," Hermione excitedly hugged Sherlock. "Greek letter Omega, we won. We won, yeah, we won." Sherlock's gaze remained fixed on the arena. Marcus Flint was yelling at Malfoy, who stood silently with his head down. It was clear his expression wasn't pleasant. The other Slytherins stood by, arms crossed, watching coldly, none of them offering any advice. On the other side of the pitch, Harry was already airborne, though tossed into the air by the other Gryffindors. Everyone was jubilant. The three girls, though not involved in Harry's tossing, were dancing with excitement. The two teams presented a stark contrast. The match ended quickly, second only to the second match of last year's House Cup. In that match, officiated by Professor Snape, Harry caught a golden snitch in record time to prevent Snape from showing excessive favoritism. Today's situation was much the same. Due to the advantage of Nimbus 2001. Wood had made it clear before the match, a quick victory. Harry had succeeded. Did Malfoy really think he could knock him down? How ridiculous. Since following Sherlock, Harry felt he had become much smarter. So he couldn't wait to share his tactics on the pitch with Sherlock. But having finally arrived at Hogwarts Castle, he had run into the last person he wanted to see. Upon seeing that iconic, vibrant blue robe and handsome face, Harry knew something was wrong and tried to turn away. Unfortunately, Professor Lockhart was several times faster than usual in this situation. With lightning speed, he grabbed Harry. It's over. Harry's face turned ashen. He knew exactly what was about to happen. The Quidditch match between Gryffindor and Slytherin had just ended, and the echoes of the game still reverberated in the castle. The young wizards, still excited from the match, gathered in the great hall. Sunlight streamed through the stained glass windows, casting a dreamlike play of light and shadow on the floor, the vibrant colors intertwining like a flowing painting. At the very center of this painting were Gilderoy Lockhart and Harry Potter, whom he held tightly in his arms. Lockhart patted Harry on the shoulder affectionately and announced loudly to the crowd, "Come here. Can you hear me? Everyone come here." You know, just before this Quidditch match, Harry, the youngest seeker in a century, came all the way to me for advice. It was because he successfully used the tactics I taught him that he was able to win in such a short time. The familiar clicking of cameras filled the air. Colin was taking pictures of them. Some believed Lockhart's story, while others questioned it. Lockhart clearly understood this. Although I am your defense against the dark arts professor, I never told you that I was once an excellent seeker myself, until I decided to give that identity up to fight the dark arts. Lockhart smiled happily, revealing a set of gleaming white teeth, as if this occasion made him happier than teaching. Without a doubt, my experience can still be of great help to you. Today's match has given me a lot of inspiration, and I announced that I will soon be writing a book about Quidditch. Please look forward to it. Harry did not refute Lockhart's statement. Regardless of the process, it's a fact that he consulted Lockhart before the match. As for his claim that he won because of successful tactical execution, that wasn't entirely wrong. After all, when he pretended to knock Malfoy down, he did slightly reference Lockhart's experience. The anti-slip potion and the charmingly tossed hair aside, he certainly displayed a winning mentality. Only he changed Lockhart will win to Gryffindor will win. As for the Golden Snitch's deliberate attempt to seduce him, believing that is less reliable than believing Ron is Merlin. Seeing Harry tacitly accept Lockhart's explanation, and hearing the news of his upcoming book, the young wizards, especially the young witches, cheered excitedly. "This is wonderful." In this atmosphere, Lockhart sincerely remarked, "This is the life I want." "Excuse me, Professor, what did you just say?" "Nothing, Harry." Lockhart lowered his head, revealing his gleaming teeth once more. "Come with me, I'm about to teach you the second lesson in dealing with enthusiastic fans." "Huh?" Harry was stunned. At that moment, what he wanted most was to find Sherlock and share his tactical insights from defeating Malfoy on the Quidditch pitch. This might sound childish, but Harry was, after all, a child. Besides Sherlock, the person Harry most wanted to see was Cho Chang. He wanted to thank her for her encouragement before Halloween and that morning. Unfortunately, the situation was entirely under Lockhart's control. Harry was powerless to resist and was forced to leave with Lockhart amidst the throng of people. "Hopefully Harry'll be alright," Ron said irritably, watching the scene from outside the crowd. "How could Harry be alright with Professor Lockhart?" Hermione immediately retorted. "It's precisely because he's with Lockhart that I'm worried about him. He might be forced to do illegal work again." Ron made no attempt to hide his contempt for Lockhart. Even though Lockhart had now proven to be a competent defense against the dark arts teacher, Ron still loathed his flamboyant performances and the fact that he spent so much class time on useless tasks. Especially since Lockhart had just mentioned that Harry had consulted him before the match. It was as if Gryffindor's victory over Slytherin was all his doing. But after saying that, Ron's face broke into a smile again. "But we did win, thanks to Harry catching the Golden Snitch." Malfoy's expression, he looked like he wanted to kill someone. "Sherlock, you weren't worried about this match at all, because you already knew the outcome." "That's right, my dear Hermione." Sherlock turned his gaze away from Harry and Lockhart. "I've always said Harry's much stronger than Malfoy." "Then, can we win the Quidditch Cup this year?" "Obviously," Hermione nodded. Even the strongest Slytherin team, with 7 Halo 2001, was defeated by Gryffindor. Hufflepuff and Ravenclaw were even less likely to be defeated. Ravenclaw's new seeker, Cho Chang, a third-year student, is a very athletic girl, but she's still adjusting to the team, of course. Even if they get through this phase, she's no match for Harry unless he goes easy on her. Hufflepuff seeker, Cedric Diggory, a fourth-year student, has long since finished adjusting, but apart from Cedric, their team's overall level is even lower than Ravenclaw's. Under these circumstances, Gryffindor winning this year's Quidditch Cup is almost a foregone conclusion. Hopefully, there won't be any more surprises this year, Hermione murmured. Sherlock and Ron knew what she was talking about. Last year, because of the Philosopher's Stone and Quirrell incident, Harry missed the final match. This forced Gryffindor to play with one less player, resulting in their biggest defeat in 300 years. That's impossible, Ron said decisively. If there are any more surprises this year, then let me. Chapter 212 Gemma's Inspiration. Just as Ron was about to make another bet with his still uncertain girlfriend, his voice suddenly stopped. What's wrong? Hermione couldn't help but chuckle at Ron's expression. Is it 20 this time? Or is it that you can't find a girlfriend before 15? No, Sherlock, I think she's here to see you. Following Ron's gaze, Sherlock and Hermione saw a tall, slender girl walking towards them. Seeing Gemma Farley, Sherlock remained calm, Hermione frowned slightly, and Ron looked surprised. Gemma stopped in front of the three, smiling and greeting them. Sherlock, Granger, Weasley, hello. Sherlock and Hermione both nodded. Ron hesitated for a moment, then kindly reminded her, Prefect Farley, Slytherin just lost a match. It's not good for you to be so happy. I've heard some unpleasant rumors from Percy about you lately, because of Malfoy. The fact that Gemma had forced him to apologize to Harry and Colin had already spread. Clearly, in the current climate, her actions were highly controversial. Hearing Ron's words, Gemma paused, then shook her head, saying with considerable disappointment, in competitive sports, being bad is the original sin, but if you can't even face your own defeat, then you might as well surrender. After saying this, her expression softened again. As for those rumors, thank you for your concern, Mr. Weasley. But I think your friend Harry Potter has more to say about this than I do. The rumors about him haven't stopped yet. Even the oblivious Ron understood what Gemma meant. Clearly, she didn't care about the gossip at all. After saying that, Gemma turned to Sherlock. I'm sorry, I originally wanted Malfoy to apologize to Mr. Potter and Mr. Creevey after this match, but he's still being scolded by Flint, isn't he? Sherlock finished her sentence for her. Gemma was a little surprised, then smiled as if she had breathed a sigh of relief. I knew you would guess that, of course. Given Marcus Flint's personality, he would definitely do it. Yes, when I left I saw Flint yelling at Malfoy, saying that the golden snitch was right above his head and he couldn't see it. He also said that he shouldn't have stepped aside at the crucial moment, that he was a complete coward, but, Gemma looked around. Mr. Potter and Mr. Creevey don't seem to be around either. Harry left with Professor Lockhart, and Colin went with him too. Hermione raised an eyebrow. If Prefect Farley can really persuade Malfoy to apologize to them, we might as well wait a little longer. Okay, Gemma smiled at Hermione and sat down opposite Sherlock. That smile was so warm and inviting that even Hermione was momentarily taken aback. They had all thought it would only be a short wait, but the wait proved to be far longer than expected. During this time, even Cho Chang came by. Her purpose, of course, was to celebrate Harry's excellent performance in the previous match, securing a victory for Gryffindor. However, she was somewhat surprised to see Slytherin Prefect Gemma Farley with Sherlock, Hermione, and Ron. After all, Slytherin had just been decisively defeated by Gryffindor, and the Prefect was here playing mahjong with Harry's best friends. Was she here to interrogate them? Before she could speak, Gemma took the initiative to speak to her. Miss Chang, the next match is Slytherin versus Ravenclaw. Are you ready? I'm alright. Cho Chang hadn't expected Gemma to ask so readily, and unsure of what she meant. She gave a rather vague answer. Judging from this match, Nimbus 2001's improvement in speed and stability is remarkable. To win under these circumstances, you'd need Mr. Potter's determination and strength. Thank you, Prefect Farley. I'll do my best. Gemma's aura is indeed quite strong. She figured only Penelope could handle her, and besides Harry, Cho Chang was only really close to Sherlock. So, after asking Sherlock to convey her congratulations to Harry and saying goodbye to the three of them, she hurriedly left. She seems to think I was threatening her. Watching Cho Chang's somewhat hurried departure, Gemma chuckled. Did I say something wrong? No, I don't think so, Ron said hesitantly. I think Prefect Farley is absolutely right. Slytherin is not weak. To win, you need to be like Harry. Thank you for your praise, Mr. Weasley. Gemma nodded elegantly to Ron. The same words spoken by different people will have different effects, Sherlock added calmly. That seems to be the case. Ron scratched his head and said, Percy once said he broke the school rules, and Mom said it was okay to break a few rules occasionally. But if Fred, George, or I said that, we'd probably get a beating. PFFT. Hermione and Gemma laughed at the same time, while Sherlock sighed. This kid was really too straightforward. Speaking of which, Gemma suddenly turned to Sherlock, her sea blue eyes sparkling with curiosity. I'd like to ask, how's the investigation into the Chamber of Secrets going? Returning the book so quickly, you must have gotten some useful information, right? Unfortunately, I didn't get any information about the Chamber of Secrets from that book, but I learned about it in my History of Magic class. The news has spread now, thanks to Miss Granger asking Professor Binns. We all have to thank Miss Granger, otherwise Mrs. Binns would be in for a headache. Why would Mrs. Binns be in for a headache, and what does this have to do with her? Because all copies of Hogwarts, a history of the school have been borrowed. With books borrowed for so long, anything can happen. As the librarian, Mrs. Binns is bound to worry that someone might lose it. Hermione, you're so clever. How come I didn't think of that? Because you're only thinking about what to eat tonight, Prefect Farley. Professor Binns thinks the Chamber of Secrets is just a rumor. You've been at the school longer, haven't you heard anything about it? Oh, now that you mention it, something comes to mind. Someone mentioned the Chamber of Secrets at Hogwarts to me once. Let me think, it was probably Bill. Why didn't you say so before? You didn't ask, you? Besides, he only mentioned it briefly. I've forgotten the details. Little Weasley's talking about William Weasley, right? Yes, that's him. How? I remember him too. He's a very cool wizard. I remember he's very tall, with a red hair typical of your Weasley family, a long ponytail, and an earring with a small fan-like thing hanging from it. Huh. I didn't expect a woman as outstanding as Prefect Farley to know Bill. Compared to your older brother, I'm far from being good enough. He not only served as a prefect and student council president, but also earned 12 certificates in the AL exams. My impression of him is that he was sincere, warm, had a great sense of humor, loved to joke, and was a very responsible person. Prefect Farley, you're not bad either. I heard from Percy that you, like him, earned 12 certificates in the AL exams. I'm not the student council president. I believe you'll definitely become student council president by 7th year. Then I'll take your good wishes, little Weasley. Just call me Ron. Okay, Ron. At this point, Gemma turned to Sherlock again, smoothly steer the conversation back to him. Speaking of the Chamber of Secrets, I've actually heard a rumor about it, but I don't know if it will be useful for your investigation. Sherlock, who hadn't spoken until now, immediately leaned forward upon hearing Gemma's words. I'm all ears. Gemma smiled slightly and leaned slightly towards Sherlock. The Chamber of Secrets was once opened. She lowered her voice, but still loud enough for Hermione and Ron to hear at the same time. Hermione and Ron were immediately stunned, while Sherlock raised an eyebrow slightly and made a no sound. Gemma's blue eyes swept over Sherlock as she continued, I heard it from my elders. About 50 years ago, the Chamber of Secrets was opened. The monster inside attacked several students, eventually killing one, which caused Hogwarts to be temporarily closed. Fortunately, the student who opened the chamber was found and expelled after being caught. Since then, Hogwarts has returned to peace. After a moment of silence, Hermione frowned and said, I've looked through a lot of information lately, and I've never seen such a description. She glanced at Sherlock. It's not recorded in Hogwarts, a history either. Gemma shook her head slightly. Miss Granger, I felt the same way you did. However, my family told me that the headmaster at the time was Mr. Armando Dippet, who was ashamed that such a thing had happened at Hogwarts and wouldn't allow people to tell the truth. The final announcement was that the student died in a strange accident. To this day, all the specific details of this incident can no longer be found. However, my elders say this is just a rumor circulating in a small circle, and its veracity cannot be guaranteed. Having said this, Gemma sat up straight, looking at Sherlock with gentle eyes. That's all I know, and I don't know if it will be helpful to you. Thank you very much, Miss Gemma. After a moment of silence, Sherlock looked up, a slight smile playing on his lips. Seeing Sherlock's expression, Hermione and Ron both looked surprised, Ron even asking, Sherlock, do you think this rumor is true, that the Chamber of Secrets was really opened? I'm not sure, but the information Miss Gemma provided has certainly given me some inspiration. Sherlock stood up. I think it's time to talk to our headmaster. You're going to see Professor Dumbledore. Seeing Sherlock's action, not only Hermione and Ron, but even Gemma was startled. Chapter 213. Unless another case occurs. At Hogwarts, young wizards who hold positions such as student council president, prefect, or Quidditch captain enjoy certain privileges. They have a dedicated carriage on the Hogwarts Express and their own private restrooms within the school. Furthermore, they have an advantage over ordinary students in communicating with the school staff. Gemma, as a prefect, was well aware of this. An ordinary student, let alone talking to Dumbledore, would normally find it difficult to even see him. Yet, looking at Sherlock now, it was as if he hadn't gone to the headmaster's office, but rather returned to his own home. This was truly unbelievable. Seeing the three's astonished expressions, Sherlock suddenly realized something and sat down again. Not going again, Hermione couldn't help but ask when she saw Sherlock, who had already stood up. Sit down again. I'll go after dinner. Dumbledore won't be in his office then, so I can wait for Harry. You even know the headmaster's whereabouts. Gemma was even more surprised. Sherlock Holmes, what exactly are you planning? Miss Gemma, you don't need to look so surprised. It's just a reasonable deduction. Gemma was about to ask Sherlock how he deduced it when suddenly an owl flew through the crowd and headed straight for them. Seeing this, Gemma couldn't help but show a surprised expression. It's Irene. What's she doing here? The creature Gemma called Irene was a short-eared owl. It circled once in the air before landing on Gemma's shoulder. Irene gently pecked her ear, then hopped onto the table and stretched out a leg towards her. A letter was tied there. Gemma took the letter and glanced at it briefly before her brow furrowed. After reading the entire contents, an apologetic expression appeared on her face. I'm sorry, I'm afraid I can't stay with you any longer to wait for Mr. Potter and Mr. Creevy. Something has come up that I need to deal with. No problem, please go ahead. Gemma gave Sherlock a deep look, then nodded to the three of them and turned to leave. Watching Gemma's hurried departure, Ron asked curiously, Sherlock, I think you must know what happened to Prefect Gemma, right? Insufficient evidence, can't see much. Hearing Sherlock's words, Ron shook his head in disappointment. In this short time, Gemma Farley had successfully changed his stereotype of Slytherin. But the next moment, Sherlock slowly said, the owl's wings had moss spores characteristic of the cellars on the inside, clearly indicating it had just flown from the direction of the Slytherin common room. The letter had scorch marks on the edges, a common practice in emergencies to use a fire charm to speed up the drying of ink. Gemma, as a Slytherin prefect, is a very responsible person, which leads to an increasingly heavy daily workload. For her to immediately abandon our meeting, there must be an emergency at the house. Looking back, Gemma had previously threatened Malfoy, warning him to behave himself with a threat of a Flint-style end, yet Malfoy was instead severely reprimanded by Flint himself. So I think the two of them most likely clashed. I knew you could figure something out. Sherlock shook his head. But these are just my speculations. If we were investigating a case, we could naturally work in this direction, but there's no need for that now. Ron clenched his fist tightly. This time, I'm on Flint's side. I hope he can give Malfoy a good beating. I'm afraid you'll be disappointed. Sherlock said lazily under Ron's surprised gaze. As long as Gemma intervenes, this matter will definitely be suppressed before it escalates. Judging from her demeanor when she left, things obviously haven't reached a critical point yet. Is that so? That's a real shame, Ron said sincerely. Hermione sighed softly. Miss Farley is really different from other Slytherins. After saying that, the three of them started chatting again. Since Gemma had brought new information, the conversation revolved around the Chamber of Secrets legend, and Harry being taken away by Lockhart. However, none of them expected that Harry still hadn't returned by the time they finished dinner. Not only Harry, but Colin hadn't returned either. I'll go see what's going on, Hermione said to Sherlock and Ron, then stood up and ran off. She's always so impulsive, Ron said somewhat resentfully. We haven't even agreed yet, dear Ron, you should be happy. I was originally going to ask you to help me find out what's going on. Okay then. Hermione didn't keep Sherlock and Ron waiting long. She returned to the Great Hall in about 10 minutes. I didn't see Harry at all. Everyone else said Professor Lockhart made him go and reply to the fans' letters again, Hermione said, looking annoyed. He promised me last time. I told you, Lockhart doesn't like you. After all, "You're not the savior," Hermione, ignoring Ron, continued to Sherlock, "but I ran into Colin. He was standing nearby, saying he absolutely had to take another picture of Harry before going to bed. He'll probably be disappointed." Ron mimicked Sherlock's tone. "I remember last time Harry replied to Lockhart's fan letter, it was already past midnight when he got back, right?" Sherlock nodded. "He did get back to the dormitory after midnight." Hermione looked at Sherlock. "Then, shall we go rest too? I'll go find Professor Dumbledore, now." Okay." Hermione and Ron exchanged glances, unable to think of anything better to say, and finally could only say, "Hopefully you can get the real information about the Chamber of Secrets from Dumbledore. He might not tell me." Sherlock frowned, recalling Dumbledore and McGonagall's behavior during the incident with Mrs. Norris. I could sense his and Professor McGonagall's hesitation and evasiveness, or rather, he didn't even think Mrs. Norris's attack was related to the Chamber of Secrets, unless what? Hermione asked quickly. "Unless another similar case occurs." Hiss, Hermione and Ron both gasped. He said something incredible in such a nonchalant tone. But then, considering it was Sherlock who said it, everything suddenly seemed normal. Watching Sherlock leave, Ron said with some emotion, "With Sherlock's abilities, he should be able to find out what happened this time soon, right?" "I can't say," Hermione shook her head. "To this day, we still don't know if the Chamber of Secrets really exists, and even if it does, what exactly is the monster in it, and why it attacked Mrs. Norris. There are just too many suspicious points, and the clues are all intertwined. I still have no clue." At this point, Hermione couldn't help but feel a deep sense of frustration. Last semester, whether it was the case of Hannah's father being falsely accused, the theft of Cho Chang's eyeshadow, the Greek interpreter case, or the Philosopher's Stone incident, she was able to help Sherlock. But this semester, she found herself seemingly useless. Especially with Gemma Farley's appearance today, this feeling was even stronger. Although Gemma's account of the Chamber of Secrets incident from 50 years ago was just a legend she'd heard from her elders, Hermione, who knew Sherlock well, knew that her good friend must have been inspired by it. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been in such a hurry to go to Dumbledore. "It's okay, we have Sherlock anyway, we can just dump all the difficulties on him," Ron said shamelessly. Hermione didn't answer. She clenched her fist secretly. She had to do something. Whether it was to help Sherlock solve the case or to help Harry clear his name. Meanwhile, Sherlock had arrived at the small tower where the headmaster's office was located. A huge stone beast guarded the office, and behind the beast was an automatic spiral staircase, at the top of which was the door to the headmaster's office. Like the common rooms of the 4 Hogwarts houses, a correct password was required to enter. Sherlock had been brought here by someone the previous times, but this time, coming alone, he was naturally stopped. Password. The moment they saw Sherlock, everyone asked him. "Lemon snowball candy," Sherlock answered without hesitation. "Incorrect password," the other party said mercilessly. "Hell, so it really has changed." When he gave the password he used last time but was denied entry, Sherlock chuckled and said again, "Dumbledore, incorrect password, tisk." "Then it seems that's the only one." After his second failed attempt, Sherlock shrugged. "A pile of cockroaches." The moment the words left his mouth, the large creature came to life. It nimbly leaped aside, the wall behind it splitting in two. Behind the wall was a spiral staircase, slowly ascending like an escalator. As soon as Sherlock stepped onto it, he heard a loud rumble behind him, and the wall closed again. He spiraled higher and higher, until he reached the top of the stairs, the headmaster's office door, a gleaming oak door. Sherlock stepped forward, pulled on the griffin-shaped brass knocker, and knocked. The door opened silently. Sherlock, not one to be out of the way, walked straight in without a word. The light in the headmaster's office was dimmer than in the corridor. Dumbledore was twirling a gold and red candy wrapper between his fingers, his blue eyes behind his half-moon spectacles looking at Sherlock with a half-smile. "Sherlock, should I commend you for arriving early this time?" Dumbledore, dressed in a star-patterned nightgown, was not surprised by Sherlock's uninvited arrival and even joked with him. Chapter 214 Albus, let him get out of here. Sherlock didn't respond to Dumbledore's teasing, because from the moment he entered, his attention was focused on the tall, gilded perch behind the door. An old, decrepit bird stood there, lazily preening its tail feathers. Sherlock hadn't seen it on his previous visits to the headmaster's office. However, the old bird didn't look well. It looked like a turkey that had been plucked half its feathers. As it preened its tail, a few more feathers fell from its tail. Sit down. Would you like to try the new flavor of spicy honey candy? Honeydukes just sent it this morning. With a light tap of his wand, Dumbledore slid an armchair with a deep red velvet cushion behind Sherlock. At the same time, the candies in the silver tray automatically unwrapped and floated up. Seeing Sherlock still staring at the old bird after sitting down, Dumbledore laughed. It's been in that horrible state for days now, and I've been telling it to hurry up and move. Horrible state? Hurry up and move. Seeing Dumbledore seemingly casually fold a candy wrapper into a bird spreading its wings, Sherlock searched his memory for a second and immediately gave the answer. So it's a phoenix. Sherlock, you're always so perceptive. Thank you for the compliment. Its name is Fawkes, and as you guessed, it's a phoenix. And, Dumbledore paused, turning to look at the gilded perch. It's about time. If the Weasley twins were here, they would surely have added, at this crucial moment, the moment we've all been waiting for. Unfortunately, they weren't. Sherlock, of course, wouldn't play along. But as if deliberately playing along with Dumbledore's words, as soon as he finished speaking, the old bird Fawkes suddenly burst into flames. Not metaphorically, but literally. In a short instant, it transformed into a fireball. Then, with a scream, it vanished from Sherlock and Dumbledore's sight, leaving only a pile of ashes on the floor that hadn't completely died down. Sherlock's gaze remained fixed on the ground. Soon, a tiny, wrinkled chick poked its head out of the ashes, shaking off the ash. Judging by its appearance alone, it was just as ugly as the featherless old bird from before. Nirvana, Sherlock murmured the word. Indeed, it is Nirvana. It's a pity you saw it on Nirvana Day, otherwise it would have been quite beautiful most of the time, its entire body covered in astonishing red and gold feathers. Dumbledore sighed, seemingly regretful, but then smiled. Speaking of which, the phoenix is truly a very peculiar and fascinating creature. He seemed intrigued and carefully explained to Sherlock. They can carry extremely heavy loads, their tears have healing properties, and they are exceptionally loyal pets. They never harm people, only eat herbs, and like the ball escape bird, they can disappear and reappear at will. However, their classification in the Ministry of Magic is XXXX, Sherlock added as if adding a setting. Besides the abilities you just mentioned, its song also possesses magic. As far as I know, wizards generally believe it can enhance the courage of the pure-hearted and release the fear of the corrupt. A very eloquent explanation, Sherlock. Dumbledore's smile spread across his beard. If this were in class, I would certainly give Gryffindor 10 points. Let's forget it. A mere 10 points isn't enough for Professor Snape to deduct the whole class. Hearing Sherlock's words, Dumbledore's face flashed with helplessness. Severus is indeed a bit short-tempered, but his intentions are good. Rather, I guess you're here for the Chamber of Secrets legend. Obviously, Sherlock clasped his hands together, resting his chin on them, his gray eyes meeting Dumbledore's light blue eyes behind his half-moon spectacles without flinching. Dear Headmaster Dumbledore, aren't you going to tell me anything? More than that, I'm concerned about how much you know now. Hearing that Dumbledore didn't answer directly, Sherlock frowned, also not answering him, but instead throwing out a question. It seems you're not going to tell me this matter either. Before Dumbledore could answer, a portrait on the wall shouted, "You shouldn't know this matter." Sherlock turned his head, and confirmed the other's identity with just one glance. Then, raising his eyebrows, he spoke rapidly. Former Hogwarts headmaster Armando Dippet. In Hogwarts, a history, you are described as a decisive and responsible headmaster who consistently demonstrated steadfastness and impartiality in handling important events at Hogwarts. However, your current performance suggests otherwise. At the very least, it proves the Chamber of Secrets is not just a legend, and the rumor of its opening 50 years ago is indeed unfounded. So, here's the question. Sherlock's gray eyes fixed on the headmaster whom Gemma had singled out, his tone somewhat aggressive. Who was the student you caught and expelled 50 years ago? Why was he caught, yet the Chamber of Secrets was opened again 50 years later? Was the student you caught truly the heir to Slytherin? Both Dumbledore and the portrait on the wall were stunned by Sherlock's resounding three questions. After a long while, Headmaster Dipper's portrait frame shrieked, "Get out! Get out! Albus, get him out of this office!" Its voice was not only shrill but also trembling slightly. The other frames began to shake as well, clearly affected by Sherlock's words. "Armando, please calm down, and so do you all," Dumbledore said, his words carrying weight. His voice stopped the creaking of the frames, leaving only Armando Dipper still panting heavily, his eyes blazing with anger as he stared at Sherlock. Dumbledore turned to Sherlock and asked softly, "Sherlock, can you tell me why you think this way?" At that moment, all the faces in the portraits turned to Sherlock, as if they too wanted to know the answer. "Headmaster, I must admit, portraits in the wizarding world are indeed fascinating things." Sherlock's gaze swept over the portraits on the wall, his voice low and somber. "Last year, when I first saw your portrait on the chocolate frog wizard cards, I mistakenly thought they were like GIFs in the Muggle world. Looking back now, I was indeed making an empirical error. Portraits containing the memories of the deceased and animated images in the Muggle world are completely different concepts." But Sherlock's tone suddenly shifted. "Portraits are not real people after all. Their emotions and movements are exaggerated and amplified. In this case, the difficulty of drawing conclusions through observation is greatly reduced. However, the process of obtaining information from them is so simple that I don't even know how to explain it anymore. If I had to put it another way, it's like pointing out the color of your pajamas." Dumbledore frowned, about to say something, when Sherlock continued, "Headmaster, I think you should know that this summer, Harry and I went to Potter's old house in Godric's Hollow. From his grandparents' portraits, I easily knew that Harry's father had a close friend, and that friend played a dishonorable role in the deaths of Harry's parents. This was confirmed by Ron's father. In other words, my deduction based on the portraits was correct." Silence. A long silence. All the portraits looked at Sherlock as if he were a ghost. The next moment, without Dumbledore even speaking, they vanished completely, leaving only empty frames on the wall, just like the previous times Sherlock had come to the headmaster's office. Dumbledore, as an elder, was a seasoned veteran, and had seen it all. But today, even he was startled by this sight. After a long while, he said with a wry smile, "Sherlock, this is the first time I've seen them leave voluntarily. It's really quite unusual." You get used to it after a while." Dumbledore was speechless. "Aren't you going to have a piece of candy first? It seems the headmaster hasn't learned his lesson enough from Dr. Granger. Did he have you try out each of his dental tools?" "Oh, Sherlock, I'm never going to the dentist again." Hearing Sherlock's words, Dumbledore looked shaken. It was hard to imagine a wizard who had lived for over 100 years and was considered the White Lord showing such an expression because of a Muggle dentist. He used to be able to chat and laugh with dark wizards like Gellert Grindelwald. Sherlock didn't seem to care about that. He simply frowned. "So you still won't tell me about the Chamber of Secrets, is that it? Sherlock, aren't you the one who most values evidence? A single line of writing and a petrified cat aren't enough to prove the Chamber of Secrets was opened." "I don't understand." Sherlock looked at Dumbledore and said bluntly, "Headmaster, do you really enjoy being a centaur?" "What did you say?" This time, it was Dumbledore who didn't understand. "I mean, is it fun to be a riddle teller like the centaurs? You know everything about the Chamber of Secrets, yet you won't say a word. And that prophecy about a Messiah, you still won't tell me everything." Dumbledore's eyes narrowed sharply. "What did you say?" "Born into a boy who defied the Dark Lord's family 3 times, born at the end of the 7th month, personally marked by the Dark Lord as his nemesis, he will appear and defeat Voldemort." Sherlock repeated the prophecy Dumbledore had spoken before, word for word. Compared to Sherlock's astonishing memory, his next words moved Dumbledore even more. "Obviously, this is not the whole prophecy, otherwise you certainly wouldn't believe it so much. So, what are you hiding?" Dumbledore stared blankly at Sherlock, speechless for a moment. Chapter 215 Hectares Shandoin Luo Shan Muhiu Shan Kan Kan. Dumbledore silently observed Sherlock. He clearly sensed that the young wizard before him, Sherlock Holmes, was more perceptive and aggressive than last year. However, he quickly realized this was normal. As young wizards grow older, their magical abilities also develop. In this situation, without proper guidance, a wizard can become an obscurial, developing the dark magic Obscurus. Obscurus is a powerful but highly unstable and difficult to control form of dark magic. It moves extremely quickly, can detach from its host, Obscurial, to attack others, and can even backfire and control its host. Now that Sherlock had come to Hogwarts and received proper guidance, he naturally wouldn't become an Obscurial. However, both his magical abilities and the observational and deductive skills he had honed in the Muggle world continued to increase day by day. Thinking of this, Dumbledore shook his head. "I'm sorry, Sherlock, I can't tell you that right now." Again, Sherlock wasn't surprised by Dumbledore's explanation. In fact, He had already anticipated this outcome before coming to see Dumbledore today. He'd already done the same thing last year. If you can't tell me the complete prophecy, then what about the news about Harry's parents' best friend, the information from the Chamber of Secrets? Dumbledore was somewhat embarrassed, but still shook his head. I need an explanation. Sherlock looked at Dumbledore. An explanation? You're unwilling to give me the truth. Sherlock, you are excellent, truly excellent. Not just you, but your friends, Harry, Ron, Hermione. When I was your age, I was far less capable than you are now. Dumbledore, being an old man of experience, quickly regained his composure after his initial surprise. He looked into Sherlock's grey eyes and slowly said, however, compared to them, you are the best. Harry is decisive, but careless. Ron is shrewd, but always half-baked. Hermione is perceptive, but not quick-witted, and you, I'm like an integrated circuit, perfectly able to bring out the abilities of all three of them, isn't I? Sherlock said with a cold smile. Although Dumbledore didn't know what an integrated circuit was, he understood Sherlock's meaning from the context. He nodded. Please believe me, Sherlock, give me some more time, and give your friends some time too. Sherlock didn't respond immediately. He already knew Dumbledore's assessment of his three companions, Hoshandran, the Washenmal, and Hayao Shankankan. If it weren't for him, the three could form a formidable trio. But waiting for them to grow into their complete selves would definitely require a long period of adjustment. It would probably be around graduation time. But now that he was there, things were different. Seeing that Dumbledore was unmoved and refused to tell the truth, Sherlock sneered. In that case, you should pray that the Chamber of Secrets hasn't been opened. Pray that someone knows about the Chamber of Secrets legend and is deliberately creating panic. That's right, I should indeed pray. Speaking of which, do you have any leads on Mrs. Loris? My leads are that the Chamber of Secrets has been opened, and the monster inside has been released, but you still won't admit it. Dumbledore, what are you worried about? Sherlock was genuinely angry. Last semester, he was joking with Harry that the Ministry of Magic wouldn't allow a first year to investigate the Gringotts vault theft. Now, he was annoyed that Dumbledore wouldn't let a second-year student like himself get involved in the case. It seemed his words from last year had truly come back to haunt him. Dumbledore couldn't help but chuckle at this. He was getting impatient. Because he was so much more mature than his peers, he often unconsciously treated Sherlock as an adult. But Sherlock was, after all, still a child. Sherlock, really not want a piece of honeydew candy? No, thank you. Sherlock's self-control was unquestionable. He quickly shook off his earlier negative emotions. Since you're not going to say anything, I'll go first. There's no point in staying here any longer. I'll go with you. Dumbledore didn't try to stop him, but stood up with Sherlock. Let's get some hot chocolate. Sherlock glanced at Dumbledore and said nothing more. The two left the tower where the headmaster's office was located, one after the other, and walked down the long corridor. Are you planning to go straight back to your dormitory, or do you have other plans? Hearing Dumbledore's pointed question, Sherlock gave his standard answer, I'll be staying here shorter than I expected. By the time I get back to my dormitory, Harry might not even be back yet. Harry isn't back. Where did he go? Professor Lockhart drafted him to help reply to his fans' letters. Giddy Rothschild. Hearing Sherlock's words, a thoughtful look appeared in Dumbledore's eyes. You're also hiding something from others about Professor Lockhart. Seeing his expression, Sherlock immediately understood. You know about his past, don't you? Sherlock, please, have mercy on this old man. If this continues, I'll really start to suspect you're developing legitimacy, Dumbledore said with a wry smile. He hadn't expected that his unconscious expression would give Sherlock another clue. You're overthinking it, Sherlock said sternly. I started analyzing him the moment you agreed to let Gilderoy Lockhart become the defense against the dark arts professor. Later, I consulted Professor Flitwick. Your performance just now only confirmed my suspicions. Dumbledore was speechless. That's precisely why it was so exaggerated, wasn't it? The two chatted casually for a while, when suddenly Dumbledore abruptly stopped. Sherlock reacted quickly, stopping almost simultaneously. Dumbledore had just said, "Stay put." When he saw Sherlock's defensive stance, he couldn't help but give him a look of admiration. He immediately shielded Sherlock behind him, drew his wand, and took a step forward. Sherlock noticed that Dumbledore's step, though seemingly ordinary, was actually light and dust-free, and covered a much greater distance than a normal stride. They were now at the end of the east corridor of the castle, with a gargoyle statue not far away. Almost in the blink of an eye, Dumbledore appeared at the other end of the corridor. Seeing Dumbledore's movements, Sherlock had a vague premonition. If nothing unexpected had happened, it seemed something had occurred. His premonition was quickly confirmed. "Sherlock, please come here for a moment," Dumbledore's somewhat heavy voice came, and Sherlock immediately strode forward. The dim, yellowish wall lamps flickered on the walls, casting Sherlock's shadow, which appeared eerily long and short, as he walked. The gargoyle statue, which had been unremarkable before, now looked particularly sinister, its claws outstretched, and even the air seemed to be filled with a damp, decaying smell, sending a chill down his spine. Sherlock quickly walked around a slightly worn tapestry, and a jarring scene came into view. A thin, small boy lay sprawled on his back, his limbs outstretched unnaturally, his body stiff as a cold marble sculpture. His eyes were wide open, filled with terror and despair, as if he had suffered something horrific before his death. His skin was an unnatural bluish-white, his face devoid of color. "Colin Creevey." After uttering the boy's name, Sherlock immediately began scanning the crime scene. He keenly sensed that everything here was incredibly fresh, no one else had been there except for him and Dumbledore. This meant he would have a near-perfect, undisturbed crime scene to uncover the truth. Mr. Dumbledore, please stay where you are. I should be finished here soon." Dumbledore paused, realizing he had just said the same thing to Sherlock. However, he remained where he was told and, like Sherlock, surveyed his surroundings. Sherlock, after saying this, ignored Dumbledore and took out his magical magnifying glass, carefully observing Colin Creevey and everything around him. The thin little boy's pupils dilated to almost fill his irises, his face frozen in terror, as if all life had been instantly stripped away. His hands still gripped the camera tightly to his chest, his knuckles white from the force. His red and gold Gryffindor scarf hung loosely. "He's alive, with the exact same symptoms as Lady Norris," Sherlock murmured. He was certain Dumbledore had confirmed this much earlier than he had. After examining Colin, he looked around. Large patches of water remained on the stone floor of the corridor, some reflecting the faint glow of the torches in the dome, the water trails stretching to the shadows behind the abandoned armor. Several spiders were scurrying towards the castle's perimeter at an unusual speed in the corner, their toes leaving long, muddy trails in the ground, as if sensing an approaching deadly threat. "I finished my examination." Seeing Sherlock stand up, Dumbledore asked directly, "Any clues?" "As far as I know, Colin has been waiting for Harry outside Lockhart's office. Given his tenacity, he wouldn't return to his dormitory until he sees Harry. The dried mud and food scraps on his scarf indicate he's been to the Quidditch pitch and the dining area. He's probably here to go to the nearby restroom, the closest men's washroom to the Defense Against the Dark Arts professor's office." The time it took him to go from his normal state to this state was no more than half an hour, possibly even less, as evidenced by the degree of water evaporation at the scene and the camera in his hand. To petrify Colin in such a short time and leave calmly suggests the killer is either highly skilled or has special means of concealing themselves. I personally lean towards the latter. And, Sherlock bent down and took the camera from Colin's stiff fingers. Dumbledore was no longer surprised that Sherlock could deduce all this in such a short time. Seeing his actions, he couldn't help but ask again, "Do you think this kid might have taken a picture of the murderer?" Sherlock didn't answer, but instead pried open the camera's back cover. Hot air hissed out of the camera, and the pungent smell of burning plastic filled the air. The internal metal parts were warped and deformed from the high temperature, and the film had melted into a gel-like substance sticking to the internal gears. Sherlock suddenly looked up, his gray eyes flashing with excitement and anger. "Headmaster, I think you understand what this means, right?" "This means," Dumbledore sighed deeply, "you're right, Sherlock, the Chamber of Secrets has indeed been opened again. So you're not going to tell me about the Chamber of Secrets?" Sherlock stared intently at him. "Let's take this kid to the school infirmary first." Still not a direct answer to Sherlock's question, but Sherlock understood the answer from Dumbledore's words. The two lifted Colin's head and feet respectively, and walked towards the school infirmary. On the way, they also encountered Professor McGonagall. After clarifying what had happened, the latter promptly joined the group. "Minerva, go call Bobby," Dumbledore whispered to Professor McGonagall after helping Sherlock place the stiff Colin on the bed. She hurried away and quickly returned. With her was Madame Pomfrey, wearing a jacket over her pajamas. Seeing Colin's state, Madame Pomfrey gasped. Petrified again, "Yes," Professor McGonagall explained, It sends chills down my spine just thinking about it. If Albus hadn't happened to come downstairs with hot chocolate, who knows what would have happened. Actually, the attack would have happened whether I came or not. Dumbledore sighed deeply, then looked at Sherlock, a hint of hesitation in his eyes. Sherlock, it's already too late today, and now this has happened. It's all right, we can talk about it when you're done. Before leaving, Sherlock paused slightly, leaving Dumbledore with a message only he could understand. History always repeats itself, but this time, we'll rewrite the script, if you're willing. Albus, what exactly is this? McGonagall already found it strange that Dumbledore and Sherlock were together so late at night. Seeing their unique way of interacting now, she found it even more unbelievable. Gentlemen, what I must say is that the Chamber of Secrets has indeed been opened once again. What did you say? Madame Pomfrey covered her mouth with her hand, and Professor McGonagall stared blankly at Dumbledore. After a moment, she finally spoke. But Albus, you should know, who is it? The question now is not who, but how. Dumbledore's gaze deepened, his words abruptly ending. Ignoring the bewildered expressions on Professor McGonagall and Madame Pomfrey's faces, he slowly said, I think Mr. Sherlock might actually be able to clear his name this time. Albus, you mean, justice may be delayed, but it will never be denied. Chapter 216 Is justice delayed still justice? News of Colin Creevey's attack in his hospital bed, like Mrs. Norris's, quickly spread throughout Hogwarts. This reignited the already subsided rumors about the Chamber of Secrets, and the school was abuzz with gossip, with students living in constant fear. First-year students, in particular, now huddled together in small groups, as if afraid of being attacked if they went out alone. Meanwhile, everyone began exchanging amulets, exorcisms, and other protective items. Of course, all of this was done behind the teachers' backs. There was one exception, Gilderoy Lockhart. In his autobiography, he mentioned a very similar incident that had occurred at Vergadog. During a series of attacks, he provided the inhabitants with various amulets, which quickly resolved the problem. Professor Lockhart's performance in defense against the dark arts significantly increased the credibility of his story. Lockhart seized the opportunity to introduce a group buying model, allowing young wizards to team up with friends and family to purchase amulets at lower prices, enjoying additional discounts. This practice quickly became popular at school. Even Neville Longbottom bought a stinking onion, a sharp amethyst, and a rotting salamander tail. The other Gryffindors told him there was no real danger because he was a holy 28 pure blood and therefore untouchable. However, Neville disagreed, his round face filled with fear. Everyone knows I'm practically a squib, they probably won't let me go. Sherlock, of course, scoffed at Neville's approach. But the immense pressure seemed to have motivated Neville as well. During this time, he practiced with Sherlock every morning, improving rapidly. His talent in fencing was also gradually being discovered. Coupled with Harry's busy Quidditch training, who was even showing signs of surpassing him, it was an unexpected bonus. As for Sherlock, he had been waiting for Dumbledore to come to him ever since the night he discovered Colin. He felt he had been more than considerate. A student being attacked was a different matter from a pet cat being attacked, and Dumbledore, as the headmaster, must be facing pressure from all sides during this time. However, several days had passed, and he hadn't even seen a glimpse of Dumbledore. This was going too far. Just as Sherlock was about to lose his patience and go to find Dumbledore himself, Watson brought him a letter. Dear Sherlock, recent events have forced me to temporarily leave the school. I will personally inform you of the matter upon my return. Please believe me, justice may be delayed, but it will never be absent. This is Mr. Dumbledore, Harry asked, looking at the unsigned letter. I was waiting for him to come to me, but it seems I was too narrow-minded. I didn't realize the headmaster was so busy, Sherlock said with a self-deprecating tone. But it's understandable, after all, the headmaster isn't just the headmaster of Hogwarts, he's also the president of the International Magical Union, the president of the Wizarding Association, and a first-class wizard of the Order of Merlin. Harry, Hermione, and Ron exchanged glances. Sherlock's words were so offensive that they didn't know how to respond. After a moment, Hermione, still feeling uneasy, cautiously advised, Sherlock, I don't think you should talk about Mr. Dumbledore like that. He's really busy, so busy he doesn't even have time to see me? Surely not. Oh, and what about the saying justice may be delayed, but it will never be absent? That's absurd. Can justice delayed still be considered justice? Sherlock said dismissively. That's a self-deceiving logical paradox. What does he think justice is? A puppet on a stage, worthy of applause as soon as the curtain rises? When the murderer is chewing on the tears of the victim's family in court, when evidence rots into dust in the evidence room, when the bones of the innocent grow weeds in nameless graves, you call that it will never be absent. Please remember, my friend, true justice never needs an excuse, it either arrives in time or it never exists. This time, even Hermione was speechless. Seeing the situation was turning sour, Harry quickly asked, "Then, why hasn't Mr. Dumbledore come to see you?" "He's busy, but certainly not so busy that he doesn't have time to meet with me and explain the facts. He just hasn't figured it out yet, just like with the Philosopher's Stone and Quirrell last year," Sherlock said calmly. HMPH, his actions remind me of Gemma. Trying to be responsible for every student is just being irresponsible to none of them. He hasn't improved at all compared to last year. "I completely agree," Ron raised his hand. "I think Malfoy was behind this, or at least he's involved." Harry was puzzled. "Why do you say that, old Harry? You forgot. You're the one who told me. When you, Hermione, and Neville saw Mrs. Norris, what did Malfoy say? You're next, mudbloods, look at that family, they're all Slytherin, he always brags about it. So I think they're very likely descendants of Slytherin, and his father is evil enough, their family might have held the key to the Chamber of Secrets for centuries, passed down through generations. Remember the Malfoy house elf? Maybe the dark magic item it mentioned was the key to the Chamber of Secrets." "Yes, that makes all the sense," Harry exclaimed, suddenly realizing something. "There's only one truth, the murderer is Malfoy." He and Ron then looked at Sherlock, eagerly awaiting his judgment. Hermione looked at the two of them, then turned to Sherlock, and seeing that he had no intention of explaining, could only say speechlessly, "Have you forgotten about the preschool checks? No dark magic items were brought into the school," Ron retorted. "That's hard to say. What if the key to the Chamber of Secrets isn't a dark magic item?" Harry also pondered. "Slytherin is one of the founders of the school. It's not impossible for them to bypass those checks." "Well said, old Harry. You know what I'm thinking? He's been sullen ever since the Quidditch match, and clearly, he's taking it out on Colin this time." "That's not impossible. Sherlock just mentioned Prefect Farley, which reminded me of something. Did she say she'd make Malfoy apologize to Harry and Colin? Now that Colin's like this, doesn't that mean, you mean Malfoy chose to attack Colin to avoid apologizing?" Ron clapped his hands loudly. "Hey, you know what, you really do." They chattered back and forth, their arguments becoming increasingly plausible. Hermione, no longer wanting to speak to the two, simply glanced at Sherlock. Seeing Hermione's questioning look, Sherlock shook his head. "The Chamber of Secrets wasn't opened by Malfoy?" "Why?" Ron immediately asked. "Because he lacked the necessary conditions, none of them." With Sherlock's approval, the topic ended there. The group then discussed the monster in the Chamber of Secrets, and Hermione offered what she considered a sharp observation. "Perhaps it can make itself invisible, or it can disguise itself, turning into armor or something. Remember the ghoul we saw at Ron's house?" "Really? You doubt that thing could hurt Mrs. Norris?" Ron said incredulously. "I'd bet you a galleon, it's no match for that cat." "I didn't mean an ordinary ghoul, I once read about a chameleon ghoul in a book." "You've read too many books, you've become a mixed bag," Ron retorted. Although Dumbledore had left the school, the attacks did not recur. The second week of December arrived. As in the previous year, Professor McGonagall came to collect the list of students staying at school for Christmas. This time, both Harry and Ron signed their names. For Harry, although his relationship with the Dursleys had been repaired with Sherlock's help, he still preferred to stay at school if possible. At this time last year, the Weasleys had gone to Romania to visit Charlie, and this year they planned to go to Egypt to visit Bill. Thus, all the Weasley children stayed at school. However, Percy's reasoning differed from the others. He stated that his decision to stay for Christmas had nothing to do with his parents' departure. It was simply because, as an all-around student, he felt it was his responsibility to support the teacher's work during this turbulent time. The Weasley twins and Ron dismissed his explanation. When Mrs. Holmes learned that Harry and Ron intended to stay at school, she once again extended a warm invitation to them, hoping they would spend the new year at the Sherlock's house as they had the previous year. However, this time, both politely declined Mrs. Holmes's invitation. In this situation, only Sherlock and Hermione of the four still needed to go home. However, just before the holiday ended, Something else attracted the attention of all the students in the school. One morning, when Sherlock and Neville returned to their dormitory as usual after their morning exercise, they were surprised to find that Ron and Dean, who were usually still sleeping at this time, were already up and having a heated discussion about something. The school's starting a dueling club. Tonight's the first gathering, Ron exclaimed excitedly. Sherlock, you know what? I've always wanted to go for morning exercises with you guys, Sherlock. Noticing Sherlock's gaze, Ron said sheepishly, mainly because getting up early is just too difficult for me. You're quite self-aware, my friend. Ahem. Anyway, now the teachers are going to teach us dueling, and we don't have to get up early. That's a wonderful thing, but I don't think the Slytherin monster will duel us, Neville said weakly. It's not a wizard, it'll always be useful. Dean grabbed Neville and said, enough talk, let me play with your stick first. Even a little black guy can't resist a long, straight stick. Sherlock, are you going this time? Ron bypassed Dean and Neville, leaning over to ask, you're not going to give up like you did last time, Ghost Festival, are you? Sherlock smiled slightly, giving an affirmative answer under Ron's expectant gaze. I'm going. Thank you to reader 20230315164357626637760 for the 100 Kidian coins reward. Your support is my motivation to update. Oh. If you are listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means it was downloaded and re-uploaded without effort. We warmly invite you to visit our channel, Fanfic World. There you will find the original version of this story and many other novels of various genres. We look forward to seeing you dive into a world of incredible novels. Chapter 217 Severus Snape vs. Gilderoy Lockhart. At 8 o'clock in the evening, almost the entire school had arrived at the Great Hall. The long dining tables had disappeared, and a gilded stage illuminated by hundreds of floating candles had appeared along one wall. The ceiling had once again turned as black as velvet, and the large number of people attending the club made even the spacious Great Hall feel crowded. Everyone present held their wands, and all of them looked excited. Hermione was no exception. She held Sherlock tightly, and together with him, Harry, and Ron, they squeezed into the chattering crowd. I'm so curious, I wonder who will teach us. Cho told me that Professor Flitwick was a dueling champion when he was young. Maybe he'll teach us. Dear Harry, Professor Flitwick was indeed a dueling champion, but this time will be taught by someone else. Who cares who it is, as long as it's not, I'll scream. Ron looked on in shock as Gilderoy Lockhart strode onto the stage. Today he wore a crimson robe, which, combined with his handsome face, made him look exceptionally radiant. Come closer. Come closer. Can everyone see me? Can everyone hear me? Great. Lockhart stood in the center of the stage, casting an amplification spell on himself before continuing. The truth is, before Professor Dumbledore left the school, he allowed me to start this little dueling club. The purpose is to fully train everyone so that one day you might need to defend yourselves, using the methods I have used countless times. For details, please read my published works. I knew it. Ron couldn't help but rub his face, making a pained expression. Quiet. Hermione glared at Ron, annoyed by his expression. Now, let me introduce your assistant. He is, it seems Professor Lockhart's assistant must be Professor Flitwick, Harry couldn't help but say to his friends. Then Lockhart said, Professor Snape, who? Everyone present stared in surprise as Professor Snape, dressed in black robes, slowly walked onto the stage. When he stood next to Professor Lockhart, the latter appeared even more handsome and radiant. Why? Harry couldn't understand. He wasn't the only one who couldn't understand. Almost everyone was surprised that Snape would do such a thing. After all, given his personality, he shouldn't have been interested in such matters. Sherlock, you can surely see why Professor Snape would do something like this, right? Obviously, Sherlock said, looking at Snape who was pursing his lips. He wants to find an opportunity to teach Lockhart a lesson in a fair way. Oh my God, Hermione gasped, covering her mouth in shock. Ron, on the other hand, beamed with delight and whispered in Harry's ear, wouldn't it be great if they fought to the death? Harry's dislike for Lockhart wasn't as deep as Ron's, and he could only offer a helpless shrug. First of all, I must express my deepest gratitude to Professor Snape. Lockhart glanced around, and when he found everyone staring at him, a satisfied smile spread across his face, his 8 teeth gleaming. Because he told me that he himself knows a little about dueling. Not only that, he also generously agreed to help me with a small demonstration before the formal lesson. Shall we give him a round of applause? Amidst enthusiastic applause, Lockhart became even more radiant. Then, let me explain the rules of wizard duels to everyone. Professor Lockhart, Snape suddenly interrupted Lockhart. May we begin? Snape asked, almost uttering each word through gritted teeth. Clearly, he deeply resented Lockhart's excessively long prelude. Just as Sherlock had deduced, the reason he agreed to be Lockhart's assistant was so that he could openly teach this pretentious fellow a lesson. Haha, don't worry, my dear Professor Snape, I don't want these little ones to worry about you, he said, winking at Snape. Snape, degree, equals if he weren't still mindful of his status, Snape would have loved to unleash a spell on Lockhart right then and there. However, Lockhart seemed oblivious, continuing his teasing, don't be afraid, everyone. After Professor Snape and I finish demonstrating, I'll return your potions master to you unharmed, the students screamed, especially the little witch, showing how popular Professor Lockhart was. This made Snape's face even darker. Fortunately, Lockhart finally turned to him. Now they were facing each other. Lockhart bowed deeply to Snape, and not only that, his hands made a series of flourishes. Snape just gave a disgruntled shake of his head. My goodness, Professor Lockhart is such a gentleman. Professor Snape, on the other hand, exactly. Professor Snape's bow wasn't even a nod, he has absolutely no manners. Snape's gaze swept over them menacingly, and the young wizards who had been mocking him immediately fell silent. The next moment, he and Lockhart held their wands like arrows to their chests. As you can see, we hold our wands in the normal dueling stance. Even then, Lockhart hadn't forgotten his duty as commentator, addressing the quiet crowd as he assumed the stance. When we count to 3, we will cast our first spell. Of course, neither of us will take the other's life. At the same time, Snape revealed his gleaming white teeth. Sherlock, seeing this, smiled slightly. This was precisely why he had come to the dueling club. He was very interested in the true strength of both Snape and Lockhart. 1, 2, with Lockhart's voice, he and Snape simultaneously raised their wands high above their shoulders. 3, almost as soon as Lockhart shouted 3, Snape yelled, Expelliarmus! A dazzling red light shot from the tip of his wand, arriving before Lockhart in the blink of an eye. Clearly, Professor Snape understood the importance of striking first. However, just as the spell was about to strike Lockhart, it seemed to hit something and deflected to the side. All the young wizards clearly saw a red shield flash before Lockhart in that instant. The ironclad charm, Neville couldn't help but exclaim. He was all too familiar with this scene. Back then, it was only with Hannah's help that he hadn't been hit by Lockhart's sleeping charm. Later, when Lockhart cast the shattering charm, he had also successfully cast the spell under pressure. But since then, he had never succeeded again. But seeing Lockhart's effortless skill, Neville couldn't help but show admiration. No matter he was the professor of defense against the dark arts, once he made a move, it was truly extraordinary. After Snape's turn, Lockhart wasn't to be outdone, casting a disarming charm himself. With a cry of Expelliarmus, Snape, relying on his agile movement, easily dodged the spell. He also retaliated with a disarming charm. The two then began to exchange blows. To everyone's disappointment, both of them only used the disarming charm. Lockhart occasionally used defensive spells such as the ironclad charm and protect all, while Snape relied solely on the disarming charm from beginning to end. Even in terms of casting style, Lockhart's was more elegant, as if he were performing rather than dueling. Yet, even so, the two ultimately fought to a standstill. Alright, everyone saw that, after blocking Snape's disarming charm once again, Lockhart didn't retaliate. Instead, he stopped and addressed the others. This is the disarming charm, the most basic and practical spell. Actually, I could defeat Professor Snape without breaking a sweat. You know, there are very few people in this world who can fight me to draw. But to broaden your horizons, I showed you such a wonderful wizarding duel, Professor Lockhart, because the battle was turn-based. Snape also put away his wand after Lockhart stopped. But hearing him start rambling again, he couldn't hold back any longer and interrupted him. I don't think we should waste any more time. Noticing Professor Snape's murderous look, Lockhart felt a little embarrassed and coughed twice. The demonstration is over. Now I'll come to you and divide you into pairs. Professor Snape, please help me, Ron said irritably. If he wasn't so boastful, I would have cheered him on just now. Didn't you hear him say that he only deliberately fought Professor Snape to draw to broaden our horizons? You believe him? You'd be better off believing I'm Merlin. Being able to fight Snape to a draw is already very impressive. Sherlock gave an objective evaluation. Although he only used the disarming charm, Professor Snape's dueling skills were in no way inferior to a true dueling master. Exactly, Hermione nodded repeatedly. Sherlock knew his stuff. Ron was just a wizard chess player. What did he know about wizard duels? There was nothing more to say after that. Lockhart and Snape moved through the crowd, grouping the young wizards. Surprisingly, both of them immediately headed towards Harry. Professor Snape, what are you trying to do? Professor Lockhart, shouldn't I be asking you that? Looking at Harry standing next to Sherlock, Snape sneered, I think the dream team of the Lion King and the Savior should be broken up. Is that necessary? Lockhart frowned. I think they were fine together. At that moment, Harry's fondness for Lockhart reached its peak. Even Ron's gaze towards Lockhart softened. Anyone who dared to defy Snape was a good comrade. However, the next moment, with Snape saying I think so, Lockhart immediately gave up. Ron, I knew this guy was a coward. Chapter 218 Despicable. Potter, hearing Snape call his name, Harry sensed something was wrong and immediately moved closer to Hermione. Even if he couldn't pair up with Sherlock, sticking with Hermione would be better than nothing. I don't think that's a good idea. However, seeing Harry's action, Snape revealed a cold smile. Miss Granger, you pair up with Mr. Holmes. Hermione was startled at first, then nodded and stood next to Sherlock. Seeing this, Harry moved closer to Ron, while simultaneously casting a pleading look at Lockhart. Lockhart was willing to help Harry. He coughed and took a step forward. However, before Lockhart could speak, Snape preemptively said, Malfoy, come here. Let's see what kind of person you can mold the famous Potter into. As for you, Mr. Weasley, you can pair up with Thomas. With this move, Snape forcibly separated the four great Gryffindors. Of course, his main goal was to prevent Harry from being paired with any of Sherlock, Hermione, or Ron. The remaining three were merely secondary considerations for him. Sherlock didn't care. Hermione and Ron secretly breathed a sigh of relief. Thankfully their opponents were familiar faces. Harry, on the other hand, looked utterly miserable. Ultimately, the Savior had borne the brunt of everything. At this moment, Malfoy strode over arrogantly, a smug smile on his face. Clearly, he believed he wouldn't be defeated by Harry in the wizarding duel like last time. Seeing that Snape had no intention of presiding over the duel, Lockhart thought it was perfect. He returned to the stage and shouted, Bow to your partners. Most of the young wizards bowed to their dueling opponents as instructed. Only Harry and Malfoy were exceptions. Their reaction was even more exaggerated than Snape's earlier. The two barely nodded, simply staring intently at each other. At that moment, Harry realized he could actually read Malfoy's eyes. Potter, today is the day you pay for what you did. He suddenly realized that Malfoy was planning to get revenge for the punch he received last time. Harry was instantly enraged. He would never let Malfoy have his way. Raise your wands, get ready. When I count to 3, I'll cast a spell to disarm him. Remember, it's just to disarm him, we don't want any accidents, Lockhart shouted. 1, 2, 3, Harry abruptly raised his wand over his shoulder. He had clearly seen the duel between Snape and Lockhart, so Harry was very confident. With Sherlock's training, he was sure he could cast the spell faster and more accurately than Malfoy. Unexpectedly, Malfoy attacked the moment Lockhart counted to 2, his wand struck Harry hard. The young wizards in the audience gasped in disbelief. Many young wizards shouted, Despicable. Hermione, Ron, Cho Chang, Neville, and other wizards close to Harry clenched their fists, itching to rush onto the stage and beat Malfoy. In a duel, there's only victory or defeat, no such thing as despicable. Snape coldly swept his gaze over the indignant students. Don't forget the purpose of your defense against the dark arts professor organizing this club. Do you really expect the other party to follow the rules when real danger arises? Under Snape's intimidating presence, the crowd fell silent. He made such a good point, I was speechless. But I was so angry. On the stage, although Malfoy had unsportsmanlikely attacked Harry, Harry had been training with Sherlock for a full year and was no longer the frail body he had when he first entered school. So he only stumbled, feeling as if he'd been hit on the head with a frying pan, but he didn't lose his fighting ability. Since Malfoy was breaking the rules, Harry wouldn't hold back either. Seizing the opportunity, he pointed his wand directly at Malfoy. Expelliarmus, Malfoy, who had just successfully launched a sneak attack, hadn't expected Harry to have the power to retaliate. With a flash of dazzling red light, Malfoy, caught off guard, didn't dodge. He was knocked off his feet, staggering back several steps before collapsing to the ground with a thud. A single move was enough to knock out the Slytherins below the stage, who were ecstatic. A sneak attack is futile. So what if it was a sneak attack? In the face of absolute power, he was still going to lose. The Ravenclaw and Hufflepuff wizards were also cheering, for the same reason as before with Quidditch. Slytherins had become incredibly unpopular lately. Truly a savior, Penelope said to Cho Chang beside her. I think his level has even reached that of some older students. Cho Chang nodded, her gaze towards Harry full of admiration. On stage, Malfoy tripped and fell on his backside, but his wand, under the effect of the disarming charm, flew out of his hand and headed straight for Harry. Harry was about to reach for it when Snape, quick as a flash, snatched it first. Snape looked at Harry, a complex expression in his eyes. Your disarming charm is quite skillful, Potter. It's all thanks to the professor's excellent guidance, Harry said, panting heavily. He wasn't just flattering him. The disarming charm was taught to them by Snape when he was temporarily teaching defense against the dark arts last semester, after Quirrell was stabbed in the back by Sherlock. However, his sincere words sounded nothing short of mockery to Snape at this moment. The previously composed Snape immediately turned around and shouted, Malfoy, get over here. His voice was so loud it even affected the other dueling opponents. Stay focused, Hermione. At the other end of the stage, Sherlock took a half step back, just avoiding Hermione's stunning charm. Your wrist movement is too deliberate. Hearing Sherlock's words, Hermione bit her lower lip, the tip of her wand trembling slightly. Freezing tide, she said again, casting a freezing charm at Sherlock. This time, Sherlock didn't dodge. A transparent shield appeared in front of him. The freezing charm struck the shield, scattering like fireworks, dazzling and spectacular. Almost simultaneously, Sherlock swung his wand, chanting the spell, Expelliarmus. As expected, like Malfoy defeated by Harry, Hermione was knocked back several steps and fell to the ground. Her wand also flew high into the air, and Sherlock stepped forward, catching it just in time. Seeing this, Hermione sighed and then reached out her hand to Sherlock. She was afraid that Sherlock would only catch the wand and leave her alone, so she took the initiative. Sure enough, when Sherlock saw Hermione's outstretched hand, he pulled her up. Hermione, standing up, dusted herself off and said somewhat helplessly, I knew I wasn't your match, but I didn't expect to lose so badly. I couldn't even last one round. Sherlock handed her his wand back. If you're bad, practice more, Hermione. With the duel between Sherlock and Hermione over. The duels between all the young wizards present were almost finished as well. A wisp of green smoke filled the entire arena. Ron and Dean lay panting on the floor, the only difference being that Ron still had his wand in his hand. This was considered a relatively clean result. Many people had suffered minor injuries, and some had even thrown their wands aside and rolled around on the floor. Snape and Lockhart moved through the crowd, each using their own skills, and quickly cleaned up the stage. Seeing this, Snape's expression of disgust towards Lockhart softened slightly. Professor Snape, I think the best thing to do next is to teach them how to stop unfriendly magic. Lockhart, seeing Snape looking at him, glanced at the audience as he spoke. How about a pair volunteering to come up? Finnegan and Fenrir. That's not a good idea, Professor Lockhart. Snape glided across the stage like a bat. You might not believe it, but Finnegan can cause destruction even with the simplest spell. Seamus blushed at this. The other young wizards chuckled. If we really have to pair them up like that, we'll just have to put Fenrir's remains in a matchbox and send them to the hospital. So what do you mean? How about Malfoy and Potter? Snape grinned maliciously. I think they haven't had enough fun yet. Brilliant, Lockhart exclaimed, gesturing for Harry and Malfoy to move to the center of the Great Hall, and the people backed away to make room for them. All right, Harry, Lockhart said with a smile, when Draco points his wand at you, do this. He raised his wand and waved it left and right, performing a series of complex patterns. Harry was dazzled, trying his best to memorize the movements. However, he found it far too difficult for him. He simply couldn't remember them. Fortunately, he did remember the spell Lockhart had taught him. Seeing Lockhart's movements, Snape sneered, approached Malfoy, whispered a few words in his ear, and handed the wand back to him. Malfoy also sneered. Clearly, Snape's teaching method was much simpler than Lockhart's. Seeing this, Harry nervously looked up at Lockhart. Professor, Could you demonstrate that method of stopping the spell again? Of course, my dear Harry, Lockhart said, and once again waved his wand at Harry, performing the same complex pattern. Harry was immediately dumbfounded, because he discovered that Lockhart's actions this time were completely different from the first time. Chapter 219 Sherlock must never be harmed. What the hell? Ron, who had been watching Harry intently from below the stage, couldn't help but exclaim. Is his wand getting too excited? I think he must be teaching Harry a really powerful spell. I hope so. Sherlock didn't speak, because he noticed Harry looking at him with pleading eyes. Clearly, in Harry's opinion, Lockhart's technical instruction was far too difficult. The fact that the two spellcasting movements were completely different was simply outrageous. Naturally, Sherlock wouldn't stand idly by while his friend asked for help. He immediately made a punching motion. Harry's eyes lit up, and he instantly understood. Lockhart, oblivious to the exchange between his students and Sherlock, kindly asked after completing the sequence, "Do you need me to demonstrate again?" "No need, Professor." Harry was afraid that his third demonstration would be different from the first two. "You only need to remember one thing: defeat your opponent." Lockhart cheerfully patted Harry's shoulder and said, "Just do it like I just did, Harry." "I'll do my best," Harry said reluctantly. Seeing that the two were ready, Lockhart began to give the order as before. "Very good. 3, 2, 1, go." Harry had been fully focused on preventing Malfoy from making the first move. However, this time, the other man didn't lack sportsmanship. But Malfoy's response this time was completely unexpected. With Lockhart's command, Malfoy quickly raised his wand and roared, "Serpensortia!" His wand tip exploded. A long black snake suddenly sprang out and landed heavily on the floor between the two of them. This was clearly the new skill Snape had just taught Malfoy. It was a transfiguration spell that allowed a caster to conjure a live snake from the tip of their wand. Of all the spells that conjure animals, snakes and birds are the two simplest, which is why Snape taught Malfoy the skill. The crowd screamed and quickly backed away, making way. The summoned black snake looked sinister and terrifying. It raised its head and assumed a ready-to-attack stance towards Harry. No one knew if it would spring up from the ground and pounce on its opponent at any moment. Snakes were known to be incredibly fast. Harry wasn't particularly afraid of the snake. He tried to recall the complex sequence of movements Lockhart had taught him and then attempted to execute it. He wasn't sure if he'd done it correctly, but he pointed his wand at the snake and shouted, "Impedimenta!" To Harry's surprise, the spell Lockhart had taught him actually worked. A blue-green spark shot from the tip of his wand, flying forward and striking the black snake summoned by Malfoy. The black snake, which had been flicking its tongue, seemed ready to attack at any moment. But after being struck by the spell, its movement suddenly slowed down, as if a movie had been slowed down. This made the snake's previously menacing state no longer dangerous. Its slow, flicking tongue now looked somewhat comical. Snape's face showed surprise. He hadn't expected Lockhart to actually teach Harry that flamboyant style. And Harry had actually used it. The obstruction charm, which could delay an opponent or stop a magical creature from moving for a short time, was a crucial part of wizarding duels. Although the spell was temporary, lasting only about 10 seconds, it was still quite impressive that Malfoy had managed to use it successfully, given his initial advantage. Harry was stunned. Before the battle, Sherlock had advised that if Professor Lockhart's techniques didn't work, they could consider using their fists to settle the fight. He hadn't expected the spell Professor Lockhart had taught him to actually work. In that case, there was no need to use their fists. In a flash, Harry displayed combat skills far exceeding Malfoy's. Taking advantage of the snake's temporary inability to pose a threat, he decisively swung his wand again. Expelliarmus! A dazzling red light flashed, and the still-dazed Malfoy was knocked off his feet, falling to the ground with a thud. As for his wand, it flew out of his hand, heading straight for Harry. He instinctively reached out to catch it, but Snape, quick as a flash, snatched it away first. Everyone was stunned. A second victory. Malfoy had been defeated twice by Harry using the same method. Snape, holding Malfoy's wand, wore a complex expression. He hadn't expected the duel between Malfoy and Harry to end like this. He had already given Malfoy pointers. He'd given him a chance, but Malfoy hadn't used it. Snape glared at the now-defeated Malfoy, then looked at Harry. This time, he didn't say things like, "Your disarming charm is very skillful," because he didn't want to be mocked by Harry again. At the same time, the black snake summoned by Malfoy, freed from the effects of the disarming charm, hissed and flicked its tongue, returning to its attacking stance. Surprisingly, perhaps because it had been briefly controlled by Harry earlier, the black snake was now clearly enraged. It hissed, flicking its tongue, no longer facing Harry, but swimming straight towards the person closest to him, head raised, fangs bared, assuming an attack stance. Unfortunately, this time it was facing Sherlock. Harry panicked at the sight. He instinctively drew his wand, wanting to cast the obstruction charm Lockhart had taught him. But he quickly realized that while the spell was effective, it was clearly too late now. After all, the dazzlingly complex animation of casting the spell had too long a wind-up. The snake could pounce on Sherlock at any moment. At that moment, Harry didn't understand why he was doing this. He didn't even realize he was making this decision. He only knew one thing: he absolutely couldn't let this snake hurt Sherlock. So, he moved his legs forward, like he was on roller skates, and shouted at the snake, "Let him go." The next moment, a miracle happened. The black snake, which had been full of aggressive intent, suddenly collapsed onto the floor, as limp as a bunch of thick, black water hoses. Great! Harry was ecstatic. His words were far more effective than Lockhart's spell. He knew for sure that the snake wouldn't attack anyone again. He couldn't quite explain how he knew. Harry looked at Sherlock with delight, only to find the latter's gaze somewhat strange. He didn't pay it any mind. That was normal. After all, even someone as powerful as Sherlock wouldn't expect him to solve the problem this way. Ha ha ha. He could finally make Sherlock look surprised. But what did Hermione, Ron, and the others mean? Why were they all looking at him with such shock? And it wasn't just them. Harry noticed everyone was whispering ominously. At that moment, Lockhart stepped forward, waved his wand, and the black snake vanished in a wisp of smoke. Snape didn't interfere with Lockhart, but stared at Harry with an even more complex look. Unexpected, insidious, cunning, calculating. Harry disliked this look. He looked at Lockhart and found the latter also looking at him with a strange expression. What was going on? Even if you managed to stop the snake using your own methods, you don't need to be so surprised, do you? Everyone was there, didn't you hear me? Come with me. Just as Harry was completely bewildered, Sherlock suddenly spoke. Harry felt like he'd found his anchor and followed Sherlock out of the Great Hall. Hermione and Ron hurried behind them. As they exited, people parted to the sides, as if afraid of getting involved. Harry was completely confused and couldn't help but ask Sherlock, "Sherlock, what's going on?" "This isn't the place to talk," Sherlock said simply, his gaze sweeping over the others present. "But this Christmas, and even after Christmas, you might not have a very pleasant one." Harry was even more surprised by this. What was going on? Completely bewildered, he could only follow Sherlock closely, and together with Hermione and Ron, they arrived at the Gryffindor common room. Since everyone had gone to the duel club, the Gryffindor common room was empty. Ron was the last to enter. He glanced behind him to make sure no one was there, then quickly closed the door. Seeing Ron's perplexing actions, Harry was even more confused. "Sherlock, what exactly is going on here?" Before Sherlock could answer, Ron had already pushed Harry into a seat and urgently asked, "My hellish mother! Harry, you're a Parseltongue, why didn't you tell us?" "What am I?" Harry didn't understand and asked again. "Parsleyan," Ron raised his voice. "You can talk to snakes." "You?" He was about to continue when Sherlock stopped him, speaking to Harry in a gentle, calm voice. "Parsleyan, also called serpentine, is the language used by snakes and other serpentine creatures, and by people who can communicate with snakes." Sherlock paused, then smiled at Harry. "My dear friend, your behavior tells me you don't know you possess this ability. Or rather, you think it's not uncommon, is it?" "Uncommon?" Harry looked surprised, jumping to his feet. "You were all there. Didn't you hear me? I told the snake not to hurt Sherlock. I bet everyone here could do that, I just acted a little faster." Chapter 220. Look, and you're in a hurry again. When Harry said that almost anyone could stop the snake from attacking, Ron almost groaned. "Oh, they can't, very few, to be precise." Sherlock is right, it's not an ordinary skill, it's very rare. "Harry, this is bad, this is really bad." "How is it bad?" Hearing Ron's incomprehensible words, even the usually good-natured Harry couldn't help but become a little annoyed. "What's wrong with you all?" "What's wrong with you all?" "Calm down." Sherlock smiled at Harry. "I know you're anxious, my dear friend. Calm down." "Okay, I'm not anxious." Harry took a deep breath and said. I have to tell you, nobody understands what you're saying to that snake except yourself. I'd bet you a galleon that most people think you're encouraging the snake to attack me. How could that be? Harry jumped to his feet. How? How could I possibly hurt you? See, you're getting impatient again. Am I impatient? Yes, yes, Ron and Hermione affirmed. Harry, he glared at his two friends, then turned to Sherlock, taking another deep breath. Okay, actually, this is the second time I've done this. Ron and Hermione looked surprised again. Sherlock gestured for him to continue. Harry took a deep breath. Actually, it's a long story, Sherlock, then make it short. Harry, even in this serious setting, Ron couldn't help but laugh out loud. Hermione glanced at Sherlock helplessly. However, after being momentarily speechless, Harry did indeed keep it short. It happened before the start of school last year. At that time, I didn't know I was a wizard. When I went to the zoo with the Dursleys, I accidentally released a python, and it attacked my cousin Dudley. Later, I talked to the python, and it told me that although it was labeled Brazil, it had never actually been to Brazil. After hearing Harry's words, Hermione and Ron exchanged glances. Sherlock smiled slightly and directly pointed out the key issue. Harry, because of your preconceived notions, you've been misunderstanding something all this time. Being able to speak is not a skill possessed by all wizards. What? Harry's eyes widened in surprise. No, isn't that right? Hermione spoke at just the right moment, continuing Sherlock's words. No, Sherlock is right, Harry. Parseltongue is a very rare ability, and it's usually hereditary. The key is that talking to snakes was Salazar Slytherin's famous ability. That's why the symbol of the Slytherin school is a snake. Harry looked at Hermione in shock. Hermione paused, a complex expression on her face, and continued, so far, almost all known Parseltongues are descendants of Salazar Slytherin. Hearing this, Harry suddenly understood why the others had such complicated expressions after discovering he possessed this ability. They actually thought. Ron directly stated what they were thinking. Now, everyone in the school will think you're Slytherin's great-great-great-great-grandson or something. Impossible, Harry immediately retorted. Harry, you'll find that's very difficult to prove, Hermione said gravely. Salazar Slytherin lived about 1,000 years ago, which is far too long ago, and, based on all that we know now, you very well really are his descendant. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Harry jumped to his feet, took 2 steps back, and frantically waved his arms, as if that would rid him of this disdain. Hermione and Ron both looked at him with an indescribable gaze. Harry dared not meet their eyes again, much less look into Sherlock's. He hurried to the window of the common room, watching the snowflakes drift across the castle. Am I a descendant of Salazar Slytherin? Harry felt utterly lost. After all, he knew nothing about his father's family, and the Dursleys had always forbidden him from asking about his magical family members. At this moment, he even secretly tried to speak in crawling, but couldn't get the words out. It seemed he could only do that when face to face with a snake. At this moment, it was as if 2 little voices were fighting in Harry's mind. One said, I belong to Gryffindor. If I really had Slytherin blood, the Sorting Hat wouldn't have put me here. The other retorted with a cold laugh, but the Sorting Hat originally intended to put you in Slytherin. Have you forgotten so quickly? So what if I really am Slytherin's heir? I've never intended to hurt anyone. Now you admit you're his heir. Almost instantly, the second figure gained the upper hand. For a moment, Harry felt utterly confused, completely unsure of what to do. The label Slytherin's heir seemed like a fog enveloping his mind, gradually swallowing him whole. Just as Harry felt himself being suffocated by this thought, a gentle voice appeared, like a ray of sunshine dispelling the fog in his heart. That's not important, my friend. Harry turned to look at Sherlock, only to see the latter's grey eyes fixed on him. Did you open the Chamber of Secrets? Of course not. I don't even know where the thing is, Harry said angrily. Sherlock continued, so, did you incite the black snake summoned by Professor Snape to attack me, like most people here think, by speaking in crawling language? That's even more impossible. Sherlock, you know we are. Then that's settled. Sherlock stepped forward, standing beside Harry, looking out the window. Never let others influence your judgment. What others think doesn't matter, Sherlock. Most people in this world are mediocre, seeing only bustling streets and passing cars, but walking with Sherlock Holmes, you can see the battlefield. Sherlock then turned to Hermione and Ron, a hint of disdain on his lips. In fact, I think it's utterly ridiculous. Salazar Slytherin's successor 1,000 years later is a Gryffindor? If Slytherin himself knew what others thought, he'd probably jump out of his coffin and curse. Hermione and Ron exchanged a glance, suddenly realizing the wisdom in Sherlock's words. After Sherlock's words of encouragement, Harry felt much better. First of all, he couldn't possibly be a Slytherin descendant. Secondly, even if he were, so what? As long as he was with Sherlock, he had nothing to fear. However, Harry soon discovered that not everyone was as calm as Sherlock, and his situation at Hogwarts began to deteriorate rapidly. Ever since the dueling club, all sorts of rumors had started circulating in the school. Parseltongue is the mark of a dark wizard. No orthodox wizard has ever spoken to a snake. Slytherin himself was called Parseltongue. Those words written on the walls are Harry Potter's warning to Muggle-born wizards. Potter was unhappy with Filch. His cat died. Colin Creevey angered Potter, and he died too. You'd better check your bloodline. You might be next. Ha 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 ha. When Sherlock heard these rumors, he was utterly amused, laughing so hard he almost fell over. To be honest, I never imagined these guys could have such vivid imaginations. Not only that, Ron added, yesterday, several Hufflepuff students went up to Harry and specifically claimed they were purebloods. Is that so? This truly surprised Sherlock. Ron mimicked a young wizard's tone. If you're thinking of messing with me, let me tell you, you can trace your lineage back 9 generations. My blood is as pure as anyone else's, so, I don't care what blood he has. Harry interrupted Ron, furious. See, you're in a hurry again. Now, anyone who said that would calm Harry down. He took a deep breath. Okay, I'm not in a hurry, so why should I attack a Muggle? What good would that do me? Well, they say you hate the Muggles you live with. You know, your aunt and uncle and cousin, living with the Dursleys. It's impossible not to hate them. I wish the people who say that would try. Don't be like that, Harry, and your relationship with them has improved a lot now, hasn't it? Hermione coaxed. The innocent are innocent. Just do your own thing and let others talk. Hearing Hermione's words, Harry's anger subsided slightly. He smiled wryly and said, I heard they were scrambling to reserve seats on the Hogwarts Express, hoping to go home for Christmas. They changed their minds because they found out I was staying at school. I never imagined I'd have this kind of influence. Don't look so gloomy. Come have a drink. Ron was already in holiday mode. At least you have our family with you. The Wheel-Eyes weren't the only ones with Harry. Besides Percy, Penelope Clearwater hadn't gone home either. Her official explanation was the same as Percy's, helping the teachers maintain order during this turbulent time. Whether she truly believed it was anyone's guess. After all, Sherlock had already pointed out the relationship between Percy and Penelope before the start of the term, so those who knew the inside story were all aware of it. Fortunately, she also scoffed at the idea that Harry was the heir to Slytherin. Cho Chang shared the same attitude. The attitudes of these two girls did influence some Ravenclaw students. There was also good news for Harry. Cho Chang would be staying at school for the holidays. She specifically sought him out to talk about it. My parents won't be home for the holidays, so I'm planning to stay at school too. Perfect for teaching you that spell. Seeing the smile on Cho Chang's face, Harry felt instantly healed. On the day the holidays began, Harry and Ron went to the train station to see Sherlock and Hermione off. The influence of the dueling club was still spreading. Any young wizards who saw Harry avoided him, making way for him on the train. This made Cho Chang and Ginny Weasley, standing next to Harry, stand out conspicuously. Chapter 221 Hermione Granger vs. Luna Lovegood. I'm sorry to have dragged you down, Harry said apologetically to Cho Chang and Ginny Weasley beside him. No way, Ginny waved her little fist and said angrily, those people are just talking nonsense. Harry, we're friends, Cho Chang said, smiling at Harry. Helping each other when we're in trouble is something I should do. Harry looked into their eyes, feeling deeply moved. Ron, why do I suddenly feel like I shouldn't be here? After the train started moving, Hermione looked out the open window. She saw Harry, Ron, Cho Chang, and Ginny waving frantically at them from the station. However, their figures quickly shrank due to the accelerating train. It wasn't until the train rounded a bend that Hermione looked away. Are they crazy? She expressed her dissatisfaction with her classmates without restraint. Just because Harry can speak parsley, they think he's the Slytherin successor? How superficial, my dear Hermione. If you weren't Harry's friend, you'd probably think the same way. Do I need to remind you, based on all we know now, you might really be his successor. That's what you said to Harry, Hermione found herself unable to refute Sherlock. But, was it really necessary to say it? The train picked up speed, the houses outside the window rushing past, and they swayed as they stood there. "You're right, let's find a compartment first," Hermione said, looking at Sherlock expectantly. This was, as far as she could remember, her first time traveling alone with Sherlock on the Hogwarts Express. It was a novel experience. Sherlock readily agreed. The two walked with difficulty down the aisle, peering into the compartments through the glass doors. Because they had been delayed saying goodbye to Harry and Ron, the compartments were already full. Hermione noticed that many people were staring at them. Some even nudged the people next to them with their elbows, pointing and whispering. When this happened in several compartments, she realized what was going on. Those returning home by train generally believed Harry was the heir to Slytherin, and therefore that he had opened the Chamber of Secrets and released the monster. In this context, Sherlock and Hermione, as Harry's best friends at school, naturally attracted attention. This made Hermione feel very uncomfortable. She hated being pointed at and talked about. It reminded her of how she felt when she first entered school last year and was ostracized by her classmates. She involuntarily turned to look beside her, only to find Sherlock seemingly oblivious, as if he didn't care at all. No, not as if, he genuinely didn't care. Hermione couldn't help but feel envious. She also wanted to be like Sherlock, ignoring others' opinions. But she couldn't. Fortunately, in the last carriage, they met Neville Longbottom. As Sherlock's roommate and fencing partner, he was one of the few classmates who believed Harry wasn't the Slytherin heir. He was currently clutching his struggling toad, Raffer, his round face covered in sweat. "Hey, Sherlock," he said breathlessly, "Hermione, it's packed everywhere, I can't find a seat." Since Lee started learning fencing with Sherlock and attended the anniversary party with Hermione, his way of addressing them had changed. Before, he always called them Holmes and Granger. No, right. Hermione's mood improved considerably upon seeing Neville. She squeezed past him, glanced into the box behind him, and said, "There's still room here. There's only one girl inside." Neville quickly made a shushing gesture. "That's the crazy girl, Lovegood." "You mean Luna Lovegood." Hermione clearly knew the name. Seeing Neville's anxious expression, she couldn't help but laugh. "Don't be silly, she's fine, right, Sherlock?" Before she could finish, Sherlock had already opened the door and entered the box. "Hermione, degree, what's going on?" So efficient, she followed Sherlock in, puzzled. Seeing Sherlock and Hermione enter the box one after the other, Neville gritted his teeth and followed them in. "Hello, Lovegood, may we sit in these seats?" Hermione asked politely. The girl sitting by the window looked up. She had a head of messy, dirty, waist-length dark blonde hair, very light-colored eyebrows, and bulging eyes. As a well-informed young lady, Hermione had heard of the madwoman before, but this was her first time seeing her so closely. Now she understood why Neville had chosen to continue searching for other targets rather than leave this box alone. Luna Lovegood clearly exuded a strange, ethereal aura. Perhaps it was because she had her wand tucked behind her left ear as a precaution. Perhaps it was because she was wearing a necklace made of butterbeer corks. Perhaps it was because she was reading a magazine, but holding it upside down. In short, this girl clearly radiated a kind of madness. What surprised Hermione even more was that, even though she was greeting Luna, the other woman's gaze swept past her and landed on Sherlock. A few seconds later, she spoke as if to an old friend she hadn't seen in years. "Sherlock, long time no see." "Not long ago, less than a month since we last met." Hearing Sherlock's reply, Luna tilted her head and then admitted, "In that case, it really hasn't been long." Neville almost burst out laughing at this Sherlock-esque answer, but managed to hold it in. However, hearing Luna's serious agreement with Sherlock's statement, he couldn't help but laugh out loud again. Haha! Luna immediately turned her light-colored eyes to him. "I don't know who you are, I'm a nobody." Neville was startled and quickly said, "You know each other?" Hermione, however, focused her attention on the conversation between Sherlock and Luna. "Exceptional intelligence is one of humanity's greatest treasures," Luna said in a singing voice, holding up the upside-down magazine to cover her face, and fell silent. Hermione, she took a deep breath, feeling somewhat annoyed. Not only did she not answer the question, but she also acted as if she didn't want to talk to me. Thinking of this, she could only turn her gaze to Sherlock. The latter nodded slightly to her. "I saw her once a month ago at the school gate." Well, in that case, she did know her. Hermione also understood the meaning of seeing is believing. This girl, something was off. The train continued its clattering journey, weaving through the empty countryside and endless hills. The weather was rather strange today, causing the carriage to be filled with sunshine one moment and overcast skies the next. Sherlock, do you think Malfoy was the one who opened the Chamber of Secrets? Neville not only didn't believe Harry was a Slytherin's successor, but immediately focused his attention on the person he considered most suspicious. My dear Neville, you're overthinking it, Sherlock chuckled. He doesn't have that ability. This is something that can be determined even without deduction. Why is that? If it really was him, given his personality, he would probably let the whole school know it was him. Neville thought about it carefully, and it seemed to make sense. Judging from Malfoy's behavior lately, he seemed more annoyed that people thought Harry was the heir to Slytherin, not him. Then who could it be? Hermione laughed, seeing Neville's furrowed brow in thought. Neville, stop thinking. If it were that easy, Sherlock wouldn't have gone home for the holidays. He would have stayed at school and solved the mystery, it seems. That's right. Seeing Neville's belated realization, Sherlock, Hermione, and Luna all laughed. Unlike the others, Luna laughed particularly loudly, letting out a series of sharp, piercing laughs. Hermione stared at her in surprise. Lovegood, what are you laughing at? It's so funny. She clutched her chest, breathing heavily, staring at Neville, her bulging eyes brimming with tears. Neville, completely bewildered, looked at Sherlock and Hermione with confusion. Sherlock and Hermione hadn't initially found it funny, but now, seeing Neville's bewildered expression and Luna's endless laughter, they were amused. Luna, in particular, laughed so hard that the magazine she was holding slipped from her lap and slid to the floor. Sherlock's eyes lit up when he saw the magazine. He took out his wand and flicked it, and the magazine leaped onto the table. The magazine was called The Quibbler. What attracted Sherlock was a cartoon on the cover. As everyone knows, cartoons are meant to exaggerate characters' traits. So, even though Sherlock had never met him in person, he immediately recognized the cover figure as Minister for Magic Cornelius Fudge. He had seen photos of this Minister for Magic more than once. He was short, with a head of bushy white hair. On the cover, he wore a pinstripe suit, a bright red tie, a long black cloak, and purple pointed boots. Most striking was the dark green top hat he wore. On the cover, Fudge was clutching a bag of gold in one hand and a goblin by the neck in the other. The title above read, "How far is Fudge from taking over Gringotts?" Sherlock opened the magazine and began reading, page by page. Neville, seeing this, leaned over, his face lighting up with surprise. This, Neville's expression stemmed from the magazine's table of contents. Ancient runes revealed. Flying broomsticks returning from the moon. The Minister of Magic who turned goblins into pies and baked them. Corruption in the Quidditch League, how the Tornado team rampaged. Except for the first story, the titles of the others exuded a strong Lockhart style, even more exaggerated than that. Sherlock, with Neville's limited vocabulary, he truly didn't know what to say. Don't be surprised. Seeing Neville's expression, Hermione sneered and said, "Everyone knows that the Quibbler is a collection of..." Before she could finish speaking, Sherlock suddenly looked at Luna. "Is this magazine's editor your father?" Luna's voice suddenly became more natural, no longer as dazed as before. She looked at Sherlock in surprise. "You knew again." "I only deduced," Sherlock said, pointing to the name Xenophilius Lovegood in the editor's column. Hermione was startled, then secretly breathed a sigh of relief. Chapter 222 Magic is also a kind of science. With 1993 fast approaching, Hermione, nearing 14, was gradually losing her former arrogance. In fact, given her personality, this shouldn't have happened for several more years. Unexpectedly, she met someone at school even less articulate than herself. This made her realize the inappropriateness of her past words and actions. After consciously correcting herself, she became much more endearing. Hearing Sherlock and Luna's conversation, she couldn't help but feel a sense of relief. What she had just wanted to say was, as everyone knows, the Quibbler is a pile of rubbish. Just imagine how awkward it would be to say that in front of the daughter of the quiet magazine editor. Hermione looked at Sherlock with gratitude. Although she still had reservations about Luna Lovegood, it was thanks to Sherlock's intervention that she was prevented from making an inappropriate remark. Sherlock, of course, had no idea that the young girl was having so much on her mind. His actions earlier were entirely unintentional. Now, he opened the magazine with interest and, after a quick glance, understood why Luna had been reading it upside down. In the article Unveiling the Secrets of Ancient Runes, the author argued that turning the ancient runes upside down revealed a spell, one that could turn your enemy's ears into golden oranges. While somewhat absurd, it was relatively normal compared to the rest of the magazine's content. For example, the core story of this issue, the cover comic, says, when Minister for Magic Cornelius Fudge was elected 2 years ago, he denied any intention of taking over Gringotts Wizarding Bank. He always insisted that he only wanted to cooperate peacefully with the gold custodians of our wizarding world. But is that really the case? In fact, this Minister for Magic's strongest ambition is to control the goblin gold reserves, and he would even resort to force if necessary. An insider who wished to remain anonymous said that Cornelius Fudge is known in their circle as the Goblin Slayer, and he often deals with Gringotts goblins in the following ways, including but not limited to drowning them, pushing them off buildings, poisoning them, and baking them into pies. Hermione, reading along with Sherlock, couldn't help but look puzzled. Is this obviously absurd article really that interesting? Even if this Minister for Magic really has many flaws, turning goblins into pies, isn't that just too outrageous? The fact that such an article could be openly included and published proves that her earlier assessment was indeed correct. The Quibbler was a pile of rubbish. However, since she knew Luna's father was the editor of this magazine, Hermione naturally wouldn't reveal this. She'd keep her opinion to herself. The Hogwarts Express continued southward, the weather still unpredictable. Raindrops tapped intermittently against the windows, then the sun lazily peeked out, only to be quickly obscured by drifting clouds. Finally, after a long journey of most of the day, the train left the countryside and entered the city. As afternoon approached, the young wizard took off his robes and began to change into a sweater and coat. Sherlock continued changing in his compartment. Hermione and Neville remained inside. Luna, however, rolled up the Quibbler and carefully placed it in her bag. After doing so, she turned and stared intently at Sherlock, as if she were quite interested in his changing. Sherlock, of course, paid no attention to this. But Hermione, seeing her like this, couldn't help but ask, "Lovegid, what are you looking at?" "I think I just felt a swarm of gnats buzzing around Sherlock." "Excuse me, what did you say?" "Gnats, they're invisible. They float into your ears and mess with your head." Luna's explanation was exactly the same as when she first met Sherlock. She clapped her hands in the air, as if shooing away an invisible moth. Hermione and Neville exchanged another glance. They had already deeply felt Luna's unusual nature throughout the journey, and now, just before getting off the train, she had given them another surprise. They both decided, without comment, not to comment. "Well then, Sherlock, goodbye, and you guys too." When the train came to a stop, Luna greeted Sherlock and his two companions, then stepped out of the compartment first. Neville immediately let out a long sigh of relief. Finally gone, he looked at Sherlock and Hermione. "You know, I was almost afraid to speak loudly just now." "I understand," Hermione nodded, then looked at Sherlock. "What are you planning to do this holiday? Stay home and don't go anywhere?" That's not what I meant," Hermione sighed. "I mean, aren't you planning to continue investigating the Chamber of Locked Chamber?" Because of Luna's presence, she hadn't mentioned the Chamber of Locked Chamber at all along the way, until now. Since starting to practice fencing with Sherlock in the mornings and attending the death anniversary party with Hermione and Harry, Neville's relationship with a group of four had progressed significantly. It was difficult to talk about the Chamber of Locked Chamber with Luna, but it was fine to talk about it with Neville. Hearing Hermione ask this question, Neville immediately perked up his ears. He had been wanting to ask this question all along, but his first words had caused Luna to burst into laughter, and he had been holding it in the whole way. "We've made some progress, but I'm not entirely sure if my deductions are correct," Sherlock said slowly. "Frankly, the key to this matter isn't actually with me," Hermione immediately reacted. "You mean Mr. Dumbledore?" "That's right. If he can tell me some information, it will be crucial for me to advance the case. Unfortunately, Mr. Dumbledore won't be back until after the holidays." Hearing this, Hermione couldn't help but say with some emotion, "I just hope that before he returns, there won't be any more monster attacks at Hogwarts." "Sherlock, what's wrong, Sherlock? Why are you looking at me like that?" Usually, if someone says something like what you just said, it's very likely that this will happen. Exactly. My grandmother says the same thing. Good things don't always come true, and many things can't withstand being talked about. "Please, you two shouldn't be so superstitious." "Okay," Hermione said helplessly. It's one thing for Neville to say that, But Sherlock, aren't you the most steadfast believer in science? You're talking to me about science in a magical world. Sherlock couldn't help but find it somewhat amusing. Hermione retorted, magic is a science too, my dear Hermione, Sherlock said quietly, even if you're going to talk to me about science, according to Murphy's law, the more you don't want something to happen, the greater the probability of it happening. When you say that, the bad thing you don't want to happen has often already happened or is about to happen. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Hermione jumped to her feet. What a coincidence. Sherlock shook his head. Hermione, it's definitely possible. The two then began discussing statistics, Murphy's law, low probability versus high probability events. Neville could only watch silently. Although he didn't understand what they meant, it seemed quite impressive. Fortunately, the voice urging the young wizards to get off the train rang out, forcing the conversation to halt. At the station exit, the same withered old guard remained, responsible for preventing too many young wizards from passing through at once, to avoid being discovered by muggles. Sherlock, my dad and mom have arrived, my grandma is here too. Oh, seeing her parents, Hermione temporarily forgot about the Chamber of Secrets. This time, she didn't remind Sherlock to call her again. She knew it would be futile. Instead of reminding him, she'd rather take the initiative herself. Neville had already run off, and Hermione was about to say goodbye to Sherlock when she suddenly noticed him standing still. Hey, Sherlock, haven't Uncle and Aunt arrived yet? Sherlock's gaze was complicated, and he shook his head. They're not coming. With that, he walked straight off in one direction. Hermione couldn't help but feel a little strange, but Mr. and Mrs. Granger were already waving to her, so she could only hurry towards her parents. What's wrong, Hermione? Why do you look so distracted? Aren't you happy to see your parents? Mr. Granger paid close attention to Hermione's every move, so he noticed her unusual behavior as soon as they met. Of course I'm happy, but Sherlock, that brat again, Mr. Granger said irritably as soon as Hermione mentioned Sherlock. It's one thing at school, but do you have to keep bringing him up at home? Darling, what are you doing? Mrs. Granger complained, thinking her husband was being unfriendly with Sherlock. I think young Holmes is quite nice. Don't talk about him like that. Besides, Mr. Holmes has helped our family so much. I'm not saying he's bad, it's just, never mind, I won't say it. Speaking of which, why haven't we seen Verida today? Haven't they arrived yet, Mama? That's what I was just about to say. Sherlock told me his parents aren't coming today. Oh dear, what will happen to young Holmes? Why don't we take him home together? HMPH, he doesn't need your concern. Even if his parents aren't here, there are other people coming to pick him up. What? Who else? You can see for yourselves, Mr. Granger said, stepping aside. Following the direction Mr. Granger pointed, Hermione and her mother immediately spotted the familiar rover belonging to the Sherlock family. Just as Sherlock had told Hermione earlier, the person standing in front of the car was not Sherlock's parents, but a young man. Chapter 223 My Foolish Brother. The young man standing on the rover was tall and imposing, at least 6 feet tall, carrying a black umbrella in one hand. Upon seeing this, Hermione immediately realized something and exclaimed, I know. He's Sherlock's brother. Is he the big Sherlock Holmes? The Granger family and the Holmes family were now very close, so the Grangers already knew that Holmes had an older brother 7 years his senior. However, they had never met him before. Hearing Hermione's words and looking closely, they immediately noticed a resemblance between him and Sherlock. Mrs. Granger decisively said, Come on, let's go say hello to the two little ones. Isn't it necessary? Mr. Granger hesitated. We don't know him. Won't we get to know him after we say hello? Are you coming or not? If not, I'll take my daughter. Yes, I'll go. Okay, Mr. Granger sighed helplessly. He followed his wife and daughter with heavy steps, feeling utterly exhausted. Meanwhile, the Holmes brothers were also talking. Why you already have the answer, yet you still ask me. Can I take that as a lack of confidence? My dear brother, you came back early, and now Mother wants us to spend more time together? Well, my opinion remains unchanged. Mycroft, the one who worries her is always you, not me, my foolish brother. Isn't it ridiculous for a wizard to say such things to his muggle brother? Don't think I don't know. You've known magic longer than I have, so what? Sherlock, you're the wizard now, not me. You're the one dealing with magic every day, not me, so what? That's what I'll say to you verbatim. Even becoming a wizard doesn't mean my situation is more dangerous than yours. Ridiculous. There isn't a Dark Lord in the Muggle world whose name no one dares to utter. How, you mean that guy who killed hundreds? Compared to that Austrian art student who's good at public speaking, his record is rather insignificant. You've probably forgotten that peace and development are the mainstream of the world today. Mycroft, you can fool children with that kind of talk, but I'm not like I used to think I was an idiot. Just as the two were about to clash, a voice abruptly interrupted. Children, are you arguing? Of course not, we're just discussing something. Mycroft and Sherlock almost instinctively took the same step back, regaining their composure, and simultaneously denied that they were arguing. That's good. Mrs. Granger looked at the two Holmeses happily. You must be Mycroft. I've heard about you from Verida. It's a pleasure to meet you, Mrs. Granger. Hello, I am Mycroft Holmes. Thank you very much, sir, for taking care of my brother. Mycroft politely bowed slightly to Mr. and Mrs. Granger, his gaze sweeping over Hermione, a knowing look in his eyes. Seeing Mycroft's performance, Mrs. Granger was even more satisfied and immediately pulled her husband and daughter to chat with him. For the rest of the time, Mr. and Mrs. Granger had a pleasant conversation with Mycroft. Unlike his straightforward brother, Mycroft was much more tactful in his speech. After a few words, the entire Granger family felt that he was a good older brother who cared about his younger brother. He even offered to encourage Sherlock to strengthen his connection with Hermione during the holidays. Only after the Grangers left did Mycroft turn his gaze away, smiling at Sherlock and saying, "It's quite unexpected that you have such good female friends at school, Sherlock. My dear brother, don't always look so gloomy." On the way back to King's Road, Mycroft said to Sherlock, who was sitting in the passenger seat, "Tell me about what happened at school." "I'm sorry, Mycroft, because of the secrecy law, I can't tell anyone outside my immediate family." "Sherlock, you know very well that thing is just a piece of paper to you and me." "No, I don't know how." Mycroft glanced at Sherlock out of the corner of his eye and said casually, "There's a wizard's chess set at home. Dad and I have already tried it, and it seems okay. Of course, if you really don't want to talk about it, I think Miss Granger would be happy to share with me. I can tell she seems to be having some troubles. Suit yourself." Seeing Sherlock's unyielding attitude, Mycroft was also a little annoyed. Mycroft knew all too well that his younger brother was already so unruly before even reaching adulthood. What would he be like when he was fully grown? His brother, like himself, was no ordinary person. His control over him could only last so long, not forever. As Sherlock grew older, he would eventually forge his own unique path. The problem was, even knowing the answer, there were certain things he had to do. Only by truly striving could he have a clear conscience. Mycroft had initially been confident he could maintain control before Sherlock came of age. But he hadn't anticipated the existence of magic. Although for various reasons Mycroft had known of magic's existence early on, the problem was that, as a member of the Holmes family, he, the eldest son, lacked magical talent, while his younger brother Sherlock possessed it. This made things complicated. Ultimately, when an owl brought Sherlock his Hogwarts acceptance letter, he didn't stop it. Professor McGonagall had already made the consequences of a young wizard not studying magic clear, and Mycroft didn't want his brother to become an obscurial. Sherlock, on the other hand, only knew that Mycroft had accepted the Queen's government's recruitment before graduating from university and become a member. But he didn't know that Mycroft did this precisely because he had a wizard brother. Only by joining the Queen's government and reaching a certain level could he, as a Muggle, access the magical world and protect his arrogant brother. Mycroft glanced at Sherlock, who refused to speak to him, and shook his head. "My foolish brother, oh well, even if it meant going against the whole world, he wouldn't let his family be harmed." Mycroft thought to himself. Naturally, Sherlock and Mycroft received a warm welcome from their parents upon returning home. Just as Sherlock had predicted, Mycroft's early arrival for the Christmas holidays delighted their parents, who then offered to drive to King's Cross Station to pick up Sherlock. Mycroft readily agreed. In front of their parents, the two brothers tacitly avoided mentioning their differences. Both were adept at disguising themselves, but Sherlock rarely did so. However, in front of their parents, they presented a picture of brotherly affection and harmony. Under such circumstances, the whole family was naturally happy and harmonious. A few days later, it was December 25, 1992, Christmas Day. Like the previous year, Sherlock received a large number of gifts, mostly books. Harry brought a bound volume of the Daily Prophet. According to Harry, this was a suggestion he received from Professor Snape after consulting him. Harry himself thought the suggestion was good, although it cost Gryffindor another 10 points. Ron brought Flying with the Cannons. This was one of Ron's favorite books, about his beloved Quidditch team. Cho Chang brought a detective adventure book set in an ancient Eastern superpower. The book told the story of a historical figure who, as a teenager, solved crimes and went on adventures with his friends. Gemma also brought a book called The Magical Crime Casebook. This book collects various crime cases from the magical world, written by magical law scholars based on their research and practical experience. Gemma specifically pointed out that this book is an internal special edition for the Ministry of Magic, different from the publicly sold version, and includes some previously undisclosed content on dark magic crimes and the smuggling of magical items. Neville's gift was My Squib Life, the autobiography of Squib Angus Buchanan, who became famous for playing for the Scottish rugby team in the Muggle world. Luna's gift was similar to Harry's, a year's worth of the Quibbler magazine, including the latest Christmas special. In the accompanying note, she suggested that Sherlock should submit articles to the Quibbler about his experiences helping his classmates solve cases at school. Hagrid's gift was rock cakes and syrup toffee. He clearly hadn't realized Sherlock didn't consider rock cakes food and hoped Sherlock would enjoy them with his family. Sherlock, of course, kept the rock cakes to continue forging his shield. As for the toffee syrup, after testing its hardness, Sherlock decided to use it as a small throwing weapon. Mrs. Weasley, just like last year, sent a brand new blue hand-knitted sweater, a size larger than last year, still embroidered with a large red S on the chest. However, the accompanying fudge had been replaced with a large raisin cake, which tasted quite good, a truly delicious treat to share with family. When Sherlock noticed that Hermione's gift wasn't among the presents, he knew that the family would definitely be coming today. If you are listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means it was downloaded and re-uploaded without effort. We warmly invite you to visit our channel, Fanfic World. There you will find the original version of this story and many other novels of various genres. We look forward to seeing you dive into a world of incredible novels. Chapter 224, December 25, 1992. 1991, the most significant event since the Great War occurred in the Muggle world. Following the collapse of the Eastern Bloc, the once unbreakable alliance crumbled without a fight. This event made the Northern power a laughingstock. Western leaders, disregarding their image, openly laughed heartily. From this point on, the international landscape of the Muggle world underwent a major shift. A year later, the world entered a period of reshaping after the collapse of the bipolar system, exhibiting transitional characteristics of the old order crumbling and the new order yet to be established. Most importantly, the bipolar system completely disintegrated, and a unipolar world with multiple powers officially emerged. That nation became the sole superpower, reaching the pinnacle of its political influence, military projection capabilities, and ideological output. It styled itself as the world leader, dominating international affairs, and its unipolar hegemony was dominant. In fact, even if it didn't style itself that way, the vast majority of the world already regarded it as a beacon of humanity, a hope for the future, and a guiding light. Although the magical world was relatively closed off, this event was not without its impact. This was true globally, and for Britain, 1992 was also a turbulent year. In April, the Conservative Party narrowly defeated the Labour Party, securing its fourth consecutive term in power. Since Britain had already formally joined the European Exchange Rate Mechanism, and the collapse of the Soviet Union led to German reunification and triggered inflation in Germany, the rapid appreciation of the Deutschmark necessitated a reduction in interest rates to stimulate the British economy. However, the at this juncture restricted the flexibility of its monetary policy, resulting in the continued strengthening of the Deutschmark. The pound was forced to raise interest rates to maintain its exchange rate, further dragging down the British economy. Against this backdrop, a man emerged who brought down the Bank of England. He seized the opportunity, with hedge funds massively shorting the pound in September. The Bank of England responded by urgently raising interest rates from 10% to 15% and injecting £3.4 billion British pounds of its foreign exchange reserves into the market. Even so, it was impossible to prevent the pound from falling below the floor. Ultimately, the man profited nearly $1 billion, Britain was forced to withdraw from the and the pound plummeted 15% against the dollar. This event became the most severe currency crisis in post-war Britain, casting a shadow over Britain's path to EU membership. Even that day was dubbed Black Wednesday, its immense impact directly causing a sharp drop in the Conservative government's approval ratings, forcing the Chancellor of the Exchequer to resign, and completely shattering the Conservative Party's credibility in economic management. The British middle class suffered heavy losses in this event. However, during that summer, when the Holmes and Granger families returned to London from Godric's Hollow, Mr. Holmes specifically reminded Mr. Granger of this matter. Having already profited from a ruble loan on Mr. Holmes's advice earlier in 1991, he followed suit this time, converting his family's pound reserves into dollars and gold in advance. As a result, he made a fortune during this financial crisis, doubling his family's wealth. Mr. Holmes had already told Sherlock about this when he returned home. Therefore, seeing that Hermione hadn't sent Christmas presents by owl, Sherlock deduced that Hermione's family would arrive at his house around this time. Sherlock's deduction was accurate as always. When he came downstairs for breakfast, Mrs. Holmes excitedly told the whole family the news. The Grangers would be coming to their house today, and the two families would spend Christmas together. "It seems our relationship with the Grangers is even better than I thought, Mother." Hearing her eldest son's words, Mrs. Holmes immediately laughed. "Of course, Mycroft, why do you say that? Because they're just like us, ordinary people who grew up with a magical child, I see. Not only that. Hermione and Sherlock met before school even started." Mrs. Holmes went on and on about their meeting in Diagon Alley, how the Grangers were initially flustered in the face of a completely unknown world, and how she enthusiastically stepped forward to help. Seeing Mycroft listening with great interest, Sherlock pretended not to notice. At this time last year, Mycroft had already figured out his social connections at school. Otherwise, he wouldn't have called Harry and paid him to monitor him. However, seeing his mother engrossed in conversation, Sherlock refrained from revealing the truth. Speaking of which, that boy named Harry is just like Sherlock and Hermione. His family are all ordinary people. He only found out he was a wizard last year. Dear Verida, that boy is quite different from Sherlock and Hermione. Both his parents are wizards, I know, but that poor child lost his parents at a young age and grew up with his aunt and uncle. That family is truly, at this point, recalling her trip to Privet Drive, Mrs. Holmes shook her head repeatedly. I asked Sherlock to invite him to our house for the holidays again, but he refused. He must have felt embarrassed. Actually, Harry's relationship with the Dursleys has improved considerably. Seeing his mother looking at him, Sherlock explained, Harry received much better gifts this year than last year. Harry's Christmas gift included a letter explaining why he sent it and mentioning his recent life at school. Compared to last Christmas, the Dursleys had given him significantly more gifts this year. A popular snack in the Muggle world and a game console. Although the game console used to be Dudley's toy, he had only played it once and then discarded it, making it practically brand new. Harry had once dreamed of it, but now at Hogwarts, he wasn't particularly interested. Ron and the Weasley twins, on the other hand, were obsessed with it. The three of them often argued over who got to use it. As for snacks like cola, sunflower seeds, and popcorn, Harry and his friends who stayed at school enjoyed them to their heart's content. That's more like it, Mr. Holmes concluded after hearing Sherlock's words. Family, friendship, and love are the most precious gifts God has given to mankind. As he said this, his gaze lingered between the two brothers. Sherlock and Mycroft both gave their father obedient smiles. Around noon, the doorbell rang, and the Grangers appeared at Sherlock's door. Merry Christmas, the Holmes couple and the Grangers hugged each other and quickly ushered them inside. Come on over, no need to bring a gift. Next year, you must come to our house next year, Mr. Granger said, taking Mr. Holmes's hand. No problem. Seeing Hermione run towards Sherlock as soon as she entered, old Holmes smiled broadly and agreed without hesitation. Whenever Mr. Holmes and Mr. Granger got together, they always ended up playing wizarding chess. After all, Mr. Granger couldn't play it with his wife at home. Although Mr. Granger was never a match for Mr. Holmes, he still enjoyed it immensely. Mrs. Holmes and Mrs. Granger always managed to find common ground. For example, right now, they were studying the handmade sweater that Mrs. Weasley had knitted for Sherlock. Mrs. Granger pointed to the large red S on the chest of the sweater and said to Mrs. Holmes, Valida, my Hermione received one too. Don't be fooled by the similar style, even though the letters are different. It took a lot of effort to make it, indeed, and judging from the weaving, the mother's skills are truly excellent, Mrs. Holmes agreed. Hermione naturally pulled Sherlock to a corner of the living room, took a book from her bag, and handed it to Sherlock with anticipation. "Sherlock, this is my Christmas present for you. Since I was coming today anyway, I didn't have Watson fly over again. After all, it's quite heavy. When you woke up this morning and didn't see my present, did you think I forgot?" She winked and said mischievously to Sherlock. "No, when I didn't see your present, I knew you were coming to my house today," Sherlock said as he accepted the Christmas present from Hermione. Hermione. Sherlock didn't notice Hermione's expression. When he saw the book, the magical crime case book, his gaze turned strange. "What's wrong?" Hermione asked, puzzled. Sherlock didn't answer, but simply pointed to a table nearby. There was another book there, which he had been reading before Hermione's family arrived. Hermione looked in the direction Sherlock was pointing and her gaze froze. Another magical crime case book? Before Christmas last year, before she knew Sherlock very well, she had specifically met with Harry and Ron to discuss giving him a Christmas present. She ultimately decided that this magical crime case book would be her gift. However, plans changed. Sherlock gave Hermione a book called Makeup for Beginners for Christmas. Hermione, in a fit of girlish temper, simply changed her prepared gift to Lockhart's The Art of Conversation. "Come on, let's hurt each other." Of course, she soon regretted it. As she learned more about Sherlock's character, she realized that giving him that book was utterly pointless. Indeed, a year later, Sherlock hadn't improved at all. He was practically identical. Not long ago at the dueling club, Sherlock had even delivered a critical hit to Hermione. Hermione was certain she'd remember his words, "If you're bad, practice more," for the rest of her life. She had originally planned to give the book back during the summer holidays. However, a trip to the Netherlands led her to find a more suitable gift, so the matter was postponed. What she didn't expect was that this delay meant that by the time she finally gave him the gift, Sherlock already had it. Did you buy it yourself?" Hermione asked with difficulty, clinging to a sliver of hope. "No, it's a Christmas present from someone else, who, you know her too, Gemma Farley." "Hermione, thanks to Queen Shui Zhiz for the 500 Kidian coins. Your support is my motivation to update." Oh. Chapter 225 Holmes's Fate. Hermione never imagined that her Christmas present would cause a conflict with someone else's. There was no doubt that Gemma, like herself, knew Sherlock very well. At that moment, an uncontrollable thought surfaced in Hermione's mind. It was me first. I was here first. But who could she blame? If she hadn't been so petty last year and had just given the present directly, none of this would have happened. Now she was the one who came first. If anyone was to blame, it was herself. Hermione was very unhappy. The good news was that Sherlock hadn't noticed. The bad news was that Sherlock didn't care what present she gave. Seeing Sherlock's expression, Hermione made up her mind to get revenge later. Although she hadn't directly confronted Gemma yet, Hermione's fighting spirit was already ignited. Putting this matter out of her mind, Hermione immediately asked the question that had been bothering her: has there been any progress on the Chamber of Secrets matter these past few days? "No," Sherlock replied crisply. Hearing Sherlock's words, Hermione couldn't help but feel a little disappointed. Was she destined to helplessly watch the monsters attack again and again until Dumbledore returned? Just as she was feeling this regret, she suddenly noticed Mycroft Holmes, who had just greeted them upon entering and then run off to the side, approaching slowly with a black umbrella in hand and a faint smile on his lips. Sherlock, with his back to Mycroft, hadn't noticed his brother's approach. He noticed Hermione's dejected expression and, unusually, offered an explanation. "Strictly speaking, I have deduced some things. But emotions interfere with my judgment of facts, and reasoning without evidence is always a dangerous thing." "Oh? My dear brother is waiting for evidence? How touching." Upon hearing this, Sherlock immediately frowned and turned away. Mycroft lightly tapped the floor with the tip of his black umbrella, staring at Sherlock with a half-smile, and said, "Your little savior's special language talent, doesn't it remind you of something?" Hearing this, Hermione froze. How did he know? Although she already knew from Harry and Ron's accounts that Sherlock had an older brother with superior observation and reasoning abilities, this seemed too far-fetched. He could join their conversation so effortlessly simply by overhearing her and Sherlock's exchange. She didn't understand, but Sherlock immediately realized. He gave her an impatient look. "Mycroft, you've been peeking at my case notes again?" "Again?" Hermione realized her mistake. So, Mycroft had done this more than once? But since he'd seen Sherlock's case notes, it explained why he was so familiar with the matter. "My dear brother, I must admit, the invisible ink and special quill pen that red-haired friend gave you are quite useful. But a notebook with numerous signs of being flipped through is completely empty, which speaks volumes. Besides, you placed the ink-revealing reagent in such an obvious place. That's because I didn't expect you to be so bored and despicable as to go out of your way to peek at your own brother's case notes," Sherlock said coldly. Hermione gasped, covering her mouth in surprise. The last time she'd heard Sherlock speak like this was when he was angrily confronting Dumbledore. She never imagined he could be so ruthless towards his own brother. Mycroft then turned to Hermione. "Don't be surprised, Miss Granger. Please forgive my brother, most of the time he's quite a gentleman." "Hermione, what kind of talk is that?" Sherlock, upon hearing this, retorted bluntly. "Mycroft, don't flaunt your politician's fake smile in front of my friends, and stop using your diplomatic-sounding rhetoric. Speak plainly, or go discuss tea with Mum." "Hermione, Greek letter sigma, degree Cyrillic letter de degree, okay, I was careless." Sherlock's mouth is indeed, nothing can be more venomous. Mycroft, however, was used to his brother's way of speaking. He lightly flicked non-existent dust from his suit lapel and said in a calm tone, "Based on the existing evidence, it's indeed difficult to deduce the truth about the Chamber of Secrets, but I want to ask you, why deliberately ignore the sounds your savior friend heard?" According to him, he heard the sounds twice, the first time in a professor's office, the second time was precisely at the crime scene, or rather, it was that sound that led him there. And both times, only he could hear it. Was it really just a coincidence? Mr. Holmes, you mean? Hermione suddenly straightened up, her eyes sparkling. Reminded by Mycroft, she had grasped the crux of the matter. Sherlock scoffed. "Mycroft, I know what you're trying to say, but it's far too arbitrary. It's not that I'm too arbitrary, but that you're indecisive." Mycroft looked at his brother, a hint of regret in his eyes. "Perhaps in a few years, you won't be like this. When your savior friend demonstrated his ability to communicate with reptiles at the dueling club, oh, you seem to call it reptilian speech. My dear brother, you should have already made your assumptions then. Of course, you did make inferences, but felt you lacked sufficient evidence. But evidence, have you forgotten even the basic principle of boldly hypothesizing and carefully verifying?" This time, Sherlock didn't refute. "I get it. So the Chamber of Secrets monster is related to snakes." Sherlock remained silent, but Hermione exclaimed excitedly, "That's the symbol of Slytherin. So only Harry could." "Sherlock, we have to tell Dumbledore about this immediately." "Not necessarily. Mycroft's advice always sounds like government paperwork, correct but annoying." At this point, Sherlock stood up, giving Mycroft a sharp look. "However, the crawling and the sound do point to snakes. Based on that alone, we can temporarily set aside everything else and focus our efforts in this direction." Just as Mycroft had said, when Harry didn't frequently demonstrate his ability to communicate with snakes in the dueling club, Sherlock had already deduced that the Chamber of Secrets monster was related to snakes. However, for some reason, he hadn't pursued this further. But now it seemed he had been overly cautious. Seeing his proud younger brother finally acknowledge his help, Mycroft smiled with satisfaction. "It's truly gratifying that you're finally willing to make a bold assumption." After saying this, he nodded slightly to Hermione. "Miss Granger, remember to remind my brother, arrogance is wrong, but excessive caution is equally detrimental to your current situation." With that, he picked up his black umbrella and left. And then, just as Sherlock had predicted, he actually joined Mrs. Holmes and Mrs. Granger's discussion. From the faint sounds emanating from them, it seemed they were indeed discussing tea and refreshments, and the three seemed to be getting along quite well. Hermione, somewhat exasperated, looked away, arms crossed, staring at Sherlock. "The brotherly bond in your Holmes family is rather twisted, but he did me a huge favor," Sherlock said calmly. "Mycroft is always like that, enjoying being one step ahead of me. Once school starts, we can test his deductions. If he's wrong, I'll send his treasured dessert recipes to the trolls." With that, he headed towards his bedroom. Hermione quickly jogged after him, muttering with a hint of exasperation, "You two are even harder to understand than parsley." The remaining 5 people in the room seemed busy, but some of their attention remained focused on the young couple, Sherlock and Hermione. Seeing the two run into Sherlock's room one after the other, everyone except Mr. Granger smiled with relief. As for Mr. Granger, he felt nothing but helplessness. And so, Christmas 1992 passed uneventfully. A few days later, the new year of 1993 arrived as scheduled. Compared to the previous year, Mycroft returned home earlier for the Christmas holidays, but only stayed a few days, leaving again after the new year. Mr. and Mrs. Holmes had no idea what he was going to do. Back when Mycroft entered university, they had already received a secret order from the Queen's government. In short, it was, "Your eldest son is now under our control, don't ask questions you shouldn't ask." This was precisely why Mrs. Holmes had been worried about Mycroft. Although being given a high position by the government at such a young age seemed like a great honor, from a mother's perspective, she would rather her son be an ordinary person who never had to face danger. This is the complete opposite of Mr. Holmes. Tannen Holmes, as a father, has always respected his children's choices and supported them in choosing their own paths in life. This is also the fundamental reason why Sherlock, even though he's going to study in the distant Scottish Highlands, is still able to seduce his wife. Sherlock spent the last few days of his holiday relaxed and carefree. However, this kind of life was somewhat boring for someone who enjoys seeking thrills. But considering he probably wouldn't be home for Easter, Christmas became the only holiday outside of summer vacation where he could reunite with his family. In this situation, even if he found the holiday boring, he was willing to spend time with his parents. Because Sherlock had a vague premonition that once he came of age, he probably wouldn't have much time left to spend with them. This premonition was actually quite evident in Mycroft's current state. After he came of age, he certainly wouldn't go into politics like Mycroft. But the time he could spend with his family would likely be very limited. This was probably Holmes's destiny. End of this chapter. Thank you so much for reading until the end. Don't forget to give it a like. Looking for more exclusive content and immediate access? Subscribe to our Patreon. Remember, every like, subscription or donation encourages us to continue. Thank you all. See you in the next video.